A group of friends shares a carefree moment, laughter ringing through the air, until the ground beneath them shatters without warning. From the jagged fissure erupts a nightmare. A chariot darker than midnight, its metal forged in unseen depths, pulled by monstrous horses with burning eyes and hooves that shake the earth. There's no time to react, no chance to escape. The girl's laughter twists into a scream as shadowed hands yank her into the abyss. Her old life vanishes in an instant. But don't waste your pity on her. Persephone's just a figure from an old tale, a myth spun to explain why winter comes. My story isn't folklore. If you told me last week I'd end up tangled in something worse than gods and underworld bargains, I'd have called you delusional. Persephone had it easy, her mother bargained her freedom. No one's coming for me. The island's buzzing with rumors about what went down in the cemetery. Cops, classmates, even strangers, they've all got their theories. The difference, they're guessing. I know, and yeah, I died once. Officially, it was hypothermia, an hour flatlined before they shocked me back. The doctors call it a miracle. I call it something else, but that's not a conversation I have twice. See a light. My cousin Alex blurted it out at Mom's over-the-top welcome party. Uncle Chris smacked him for it. That's rude, he hissed, like death's a topic with etiquette rules. I sipped my soda, watching the room. Mom's idea of a homecoming was streamers, a cake, and half the island crammed into our house. What was I supposed to say? She needed this. The celebration, the normalcy. Even if nothing about me would ever be normal again. Autumn strips the trees bare, leaf by leaf, until nothing remains. Dante got one thing right. Some falls aren't accidents. They're surrenders. Invited practically everyone from her past, including relatives who'd never left the tiny island off Florida's coast where they grew up. Everyone except Mom and her younger brother, Chris. Though Uncle Chris's departure from Isla Husos hadn't been like Mom's, no college, no marriage, no kids. Just the accident. It's been almost 2 years, Alex pointed out. She can't still be upset about it, right? He shot me a look. Pierce, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm, are you still hung up on the whole dying and coming back to life thing from 2 years ago? I forced a smile. Totally over it, I lied. See, Alex said to his dad before turning back to me. So, did you see a light or not? I exhaled, reciting something I'd stumbled across online. Most near-death survivors report seeing something, usually a bright light. Uncle Chris tugged at the brim of his Isla Husos bait and tackle hat. What's an NDE? Someone who's almost died, I explained, shifting uncomfortably in the too-tight sundress Mom had picked out for the occasion. It pinched at the shoulders, but fidgeting in front of family still felt rude. Oh, he said. Got it. From what I'd read, people who'd had near-death experiences sometimes came back different. Preachers turned bikers, bikers turned preachers. Honestly, I thought I'd adjusted pretty well. But my old school's files told another story. After the incident, last spring, Westport Academy for Girls had politely suggested my parents find an alternative educational solution. Their reports claimed I zoned out too much, hyper-focused on the wrong things. Never mind that those notes were from right after the accident, when homework was the last thing on my mind. And then there was the school play. They'd booted me from Snow White, lead role and all, because, according to my drama teacher, I was identifying a little too strongly with the undead princess. Hard not to, really. Besides the whole dying thing, I'd been born into money, thanks to Dad, CEO of a massive defense and energy corporation. Everyone's heard of it. The topic has been all over the news recently, and by some twist of fate, I was born looking just like her, thanks to my mom. I got her fine features, thick dark hair, and those big, expressive eyes. Unfortunately, I also ended up with her overly sensitive heart, the kind that feels everything too deeply. That's what got me into trouble in the first place. So was there like a bright light at the end? Alex asked, bouncing on his toes. That's what everyone always says happens. His dad, Uncle Chris, adjusted his baseball cap, his brow furrowing. Your cousin didn't go toward any light, he said firmly. If she had, she wouldn't be standing here. Stop bothering her with this. I forced a smile. It's fine, really, I don't mind. Except I did. But being outside with them was better than facing the crowd inside, strangers who kept shooting me curious glances. Some people do talk about seeing a light, I told Alex. No one knows for sure what it means, but they all have their own ideas. Like what? He pressed. A low roll of thunder echoed in the distance, barely noticeable over the laughter inside, the splash of the pool's waterfall, and the music drifting through the speakers disguised as garden rocks. But I heard it just like I'd seen the lightning flash earlier. This wasn't just summer heat. A storm was coming in from the ocean. I've read that some think it's a doorway to another world, I said. Something only the dead can see. Alex's eyes lit up. Whoa, like heaven's gates. Maybe, I said with a shrug. But scientists say it's just neurons firing as the brain shuts down. Uncle Chris sighed. I prefer Alex's version. I instantly regretted bringing it up. No one really knows what happens, I said quickly. Except you, he pointed out. My dress suddenly felt too tight, the fabric clinging uncomfortably. Because the truth was, when I died, I didn't see any light. What I saw was nothing like the stories. I hated lying to him, but Mom had planned this night, this whole new life, down to the last detail. She'd bought this sprawling Florida mansion, flown in a designer from Manhattan, and hired a landscaper who filled the yard with fragrant native plants. The air smelled like something out of a luxury ad, all jasmine and tropical blooms. The last thing I wanted was to ruin her perfect vision. My mom went all out to make me feel at home. She got me a vintage-style beach bike with a wicker basket and a little bell since I still hadn't gotten my license. She painted my room a soft lilac and signed me up at her old high school, the same one she'd attended decades ago. You're going to love it here, Pierce, she kept insisting, her voice bubbling with optimism. This is our fresh start. Everything's going to be perfect. Just wait and see. I wasn't so sure, but I kept my doubts to myself because she was practically glowing with excitement. For the welcome party, she even brought in caterers to serve fancy appetizers like shrimp cocktail and grilled chicken skewers. She floated citronella candles in the pool to keep the bugs away, cranked up the waterfall feature, and flung open every sliding door in the house. Isn't this breeze wonderful? She mused, completely ignoring the massive storm clouds rolling in. It was the same way she ignored the fact that we'd moved back to Isla Husos right after an ecological disaster wiped out most of her precious roseate spoonbills, those quirky pink birds with flattened spoon-like beaks, or that her supposedly dead daughter had come back. Different. And yeah, that little incident pretty much torpedoed her marriage. The divorce papers were filed while I was still in the hospital. Mom kicked Dad out for letting me drown, and he ended up crashing in his Manhattan penthouse near his office. 18 months later, he's still there. Holding on to anger doesn't help anyone, Pierce, he tells me during our calls. Your mom needs to learn to let go. But here's the thing, forgiving, fine. Forgetting, not happening. If we erase the past, we don't learn from it. And trust me, some lessons are too important to unlearn. There's someone or something that won't let me forget, no matter how hard I try. I get why Mom wanted to return to her hometown, even if it's a sweltering, hurricane-prone speck of land that might also be haunted by toxic fumes straight out of a horror movie. But if I'd known the island's name translated to Bone Island, or why the Spanish explorers named it that, I might have fought harder against her grand, new beginning, plan starting fresh is tough when you're haunted by the same person who keeps wrecking your life. Not that I could explain that to my mom. My one trip to Isla Husos was supposed to stay between us, not because it was bad, just our little secret. Dad hated her side of the family, convinced they were all criminals and oddballs, hardly the kind of people he wanted influencing me. So at 7, I swore never to mention the funeral we sneaked off to for her dad. I kept that promise. What did I know back then? I definitely didn't mention what happened afterward in the cemetery. Why would I? Grandma knew everything, and grandmas don't let bad things happen to their grandkids. At Mom's party, the only faces I recognized were hers, Alex S., and Grandma's. The same ones from that funeral a decade ago, back when Uncle Chris was still locked up. Now he was free, if you could call it that. He flinched every time a caterer offered champagne, jerking his glass away and demanding Mountain Dew instead. "I don't drink," he'd mutter, like it was some kind of apology. The waiters just stared at the spilled champagne pooling on the patio tiles. Honestly, I liked him. Dad had warned me Uncle Chris would go on a rampage after prison, but so far, all he did was camp on Grandma's couch, glued to the Weather Channel, soda in hand. The only unsettling thing about him, his eyes, hollow, like he'd left part of himself behind bars. Almost as sad as his eyes, but I wasn't going there, or thinking about the time I died, though some people seemed determined to drag both back into my life. I was mid-sentence, explaining to Uncle Chris that not everyone's near-death experience is the same, when Grandma wobbled down the porch steps in her flimsy dress and knitted scarf. "Pierce," she snapped, like I'd been hiding on purpose. "What are you doing out here?" The house was packed with people waiting to meet me. "Come on," Grandma urged. "Father Michaels is inside, you should say hello." Alex perked up. "Hey, do you think he knows?" "Knows what?" Grandma frowned. "About the light Pierce saw when she died," Alex said. "I think it was heaven, but Pierce says scientists claim what was it again?" I hesitated. "A hallucination. They've reproduced the same effect in lab tests using drugs and brain stimulation. People saw the light without actually dying." Grandma gasped. "Is this what you're discussing out here? Blasphemy." After my near-death experience, my grades tanked. Mrs. Keeler, my counselor at Westport Academy, suggested my parents find me an extracurricular passion. "Students who struggle academically," she'd said, "can still thrive if they discover something meaningful outside school." I did find something, just not the kind of hobby she had in mind. It got me expelled and shipped off to Isla Husos, a place some call paradise. Clearly, those people never met my grandmother. Alex chuckled. Blasphemy would be saying the light comes from between the legs of their next mother during rebirth. Though if you were Hindu, that'd be totally fine. Grandma's face twisted like she'd bitten into something sour. "Alexander Cabrero," she snapped, "you are not Hindu. And since I'm the one paying for that rust bucket you call a car, maybe show some respect." Alex ducked his head, staring at the spilled champagne. His father mirrored him, hastily removing his cap. Grandma turned to me, softening her tone. "Pierce, come inside. Father Michaels remembers you from Grandpa's funeral. He'd love to see you." "I don't feel well," I admitted. The heat was suffocating, my dress too tight. "I need air." "Then come in where it's cool," Grandma said, exasperated. "Unless your mother left all the doors open again." Mom appeared on the porch, plucking a shrimp from a caterer's tray. "Oh, Pierce, there you are." "I was starting to wonder where you'd gone," she said, then caught sight of my expression. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" Grandma frowned, still confused. "She says she needs air, but she's already outside. Did she take her meds today? Deb, are you sure Pierce should be going back to school? You know how she gets, maybe we should." "She's fine, Mom," my mother cut in. Turning to me, she started, "Pierce." I looked up. The porch light made her eyes seem darker, almost shadowed. She stood there flawless in white jeans and a flowing blouse, like nothing in the world could ever be out of place. "I have to go," I managed, swallowing the lump in my throat. Go ahead, Mom said, stepping down to press her palm to my forehead like she was checking for a fever. The familiar scent of her perfume wrapped around me as her hair brushed my shoulder. Just remember your bike lights, and no detours, Grandma sputtered. You're letting her ride off in the middle of her own party. Mom didn't even glance at her. Straight there and back, she told me. I didn't bother explaining to Alex or Uncle Chris, who were both gaping at me like I'd grown a second head. I just grabbed my bike from the side yard and pedaled away without a backward glance. Pierce, Mom called after me. I stiffened, half expecting her to stop me. But all she said was, don't stay out too long, the weather's turning. When I saw him in that endless waste, have mercy, I begged, desperate. Whatever you are, ghost or living man. Everyone likes to imagine something better waiting beyond, some shining afterlife, some grand reward. But I've been there, and it's not what they think. At least, not at first. It's a secret I've carried alone because the few times I've tried to explain, it never ended well. So sometimes I just have to leave before I slip up, before he shows up. Mom got that part, not the why, but the needing to escape. That's why she let me go. The wind whipped through my hair as I flew down the hill, but all I could hear was Grandma's voice from last week, sharp with disbelief. What man? Dee followed her into the kitchen while Uncle Chris dozed in front of the weather channel. The one I told you about, Dee said. With the bird. We never got to finish that conversation. That afternoon in the cemetery was supposed to stay between Mom and me, our little secret. But after what happened, Grandma and I never shared the same space again, thanks to Dad. As time passed, the memory of that day started to blur, like something I'd imagined. Maybe none of it was real. How could it be? Then, years later, when my heart stopped, I knew the truth. That moment in the cemetery wasn't a dream, it was the most important thing that ever happened to me. Well, until I flatlined. Go play outside for a bit, Grandma had told me, her voice soft but firm. Your mom's tied up right now. I'll call you when we're finished. They'd been in the sexton's office, signing the final papers for Grandpa's grave. I must have been restless, maybe I knocked something over. I wouldn't be shocked. Like my cousin Alex, who was there too, I had a habit of zoning out. But unlike him, I got away with it more. Because I was a girl, and what harm could a girl really do? Mom glanced up from the paperwork, her eyes still wet. It's fine, honey, she said, forcing a smile. Just stay nearby, you'll be okay. I did stay close. Back then, I always listened. Just a few steps from the office, I spotted the dove dragging a broken wing along the path between the headstones. I ran after it, desperate to help, certain Mom could fix it. She always knew what to do with injured birds. But my chase only made things worse. The poor thing flapped wildly, smashing into the side of a crypt before collapsing. By the time I reached it, it was gone. I started crying, already wrecked from a funeral for a grandfather I'd never known, then scolded for being too loud inside. And now this. That's when he appeared towering over me, dressed in black. To my first-grade eyes, he looked like a giant even as he crouched down. Why the tears? He asked. Looking back, he couldn't have been more than a teenager, but in that moment, he seemed ancient. I was trying to help. I choked out between sobs, pointing at the bird. She was hurt, but I scared her. Now she's dead. It was an accident. Of course it was, he said, lifting the tiny body gently. I don't want to go to hell, I blurted, my voice shaking. His eyebrows shot up. Who said you were going to hell? The question hung in the air, sharp and unexpected, cutting through my panic like a knife. That's where bad people go when they die, I sniffled, wiping my nose with my sleeve. At least that's what my grandma always says. The stranger gave me a kind look. You're not a bad person, kid. And honestly, you've got plenty of time before you need to worry about any of that. I knew I wasn't supposed to talk to strangers. Mom and Dad had made that very clear. But this man didn't seem dangerous, and besides, my mom was just inside the funeral home office, barely out of sight. Feeling bold, I pointed at the lifeless bird on the ground. Should we get her a coffin too? At the funeral today, they said when people die, they go in a box and nobody sees them again. Some do, he said with a faint smile. Not everyone, but sure, we could put her in a coffin, or I could bring her back to life. Which would you rather? I blinked up at him, my tears drying instantly. That's impossible, I said, staring at the bird's limp body cradled in his hands. Its neck was bent at an unnatural angle. Nobody can do that. I can, he said simply. If you want me to, my breath caught. Yes, please. With a slow motion of his hand, the bird suddenly twitched, its wings flapping wildly before it shot into the air, soaring toward the clouds. I gasped, clapping my hands. Do it again. He shook his head, standing up. Can't, she's already gone. An idea struck me, and I grabbed his sleeve, tugging urgently. What about my grandpa? He's right over there. I pointed to the family crypt. Could you do it for him? The man hesitated, then crouched to my level. No, I can't, he said gently. I'm sorry. But it would make Mom stop crying, I pleaded. And Grandma too. It wouldn't take long, Pierce, he said, cutting me off. His eyes were sharp like the glint of winter frost. Your grandpa wouldn't want that, and honestly, seeing him walk around again might scare your family more than help. I hadn't thought of that. Before I could reply, Grandma called my name from across the cemetery. The man straightened, nodding politely as she approached. They exchanged quiet greetings before he turned to leave. Pierce, Grandma said, watching him go. Do you know who that was? I shook my head. But I told her everything, the bird, the miracle, the way he'd said no to bringing Grandpa back. She studied me, then asked softly, Did you like him? I hesitated. He'd done something amazing, but he'd also said no when it mattered most. I don't know, I admitted. Grandma smiled, the first real smile I'd seen from her in days. You will, she said. She grabbed my hand and led me back to the car where Mom and Alex sat waiting. I glanced over my shoulder one last time. No trace of the man, only the fiery red blooms of the poinciana tree stretching above us like a living umbrella, their petals vivid against the cloudless sky. But now, just like everyone else I'd confided in about what I saw when I died, not a tunnel of light, but a man, Grandma refused to believe me. A man in the cemetery, bringing birds back to life. She scoffed the other day, stirring a pot on the stove. Pierce, sweetheart, that's the kind of thing you read in fairy tales. I swear, ever since that accident, your imagination's been running wild. And listen, pretty faces don't pay the bills. Your mother had beauty and brains, and look where that got her, left high and dry when... Grandma, I cut in, gripping the edge of the counter. You were the one who asked me if I... Let's just hope this new school gives you a fresh start, she interrupted, shoving a plate of sandwiches at me. Because let's face it, you didn't exactly leave your last one on good terms. Now take these to your uncle before he starts gnawing on the furniture. I didn't stick around after that. Once the sandwiches were delivered, I bolted out the door, jumped on my bike, and pedaled hard, no destination in mind. I just needed space, from Grandma's lectures, from the noise of the party, from the memory of water rushing into my lungs. Unlike the mess at my old school, the accident was undeniably my fault. I'd stumbled over my own scarf, because of course I had, and cracked my head on the edge of the pool before plunging into the icy water. I'd been trying to save another bird, yes, another one, and while it flew off unharmed, I wasn't so lucky. The shock of the cold hit me like a punch, freezing my limbs as my waterlogged coat dragged me under. The pool cover, frayed and neglected, gave way beneath me, twisting around my legs like a living thing. Even if I'd been close enough to the steps, I wouldn't have had the strength to fight my way free. I did everything I could. It's wild how much fight a 15-year-old can have, even with a brain injury, when survival is on the line. My dad had been locked in a work call in his home office, clear on the other side of the house. He hadn't remembered that Mom was at the university library, putting the final touches on her research about roseate spoonbill courtship rituals. He'd also forgotten I wasn't at my friend Hannah's place or the local animal clinic where I helped out, and that our housekeeper wasn't working that day. Not that it would have changed much for me if he'd been paying attention. Even if he'd hung up the phone, I never had time to shout. Real drowning isn't like the dramatic scenes in films. By the time it hit me that something was wrong, the shock of the icy February water had already made me gulp down enough to drag me straight to the bottom. At first, it was all panic and burning lungs. Then, weirdly, it got quiet. Just the slow thump of my heart and the occasional bubble escaping my lips, each one softer, each pause longer. I didn't realize those were the signs. Sunlight filtered through the dead leaves floating on the surface, painting shifting shapes across the pool tiles. It looked like the stained glass patterns in the chapel at my grandfather's funeral, the one Mom and Grandma had cried through while I sat there, gripping Grandma's hand so hard it hurt. I still remember how she held onto me after, walking us past those poinciana trees, their blooms like drops of blood against the blue sky. Funny how the mind works. Years later, when I saw those same red flowers again, not by a pool, but near the cemetery gates, I slammed my bike brakes without thinking. My legs had pedaled me there on autopilot. Not my first visit, either. Mom had pointed out the place when I first got to Isla Husos, joking that hurricanes made underground burials impractical. Turns out, when storms flood the island, the dead don't stay buried. The whole place is a tourist attraction now, all those bones tucked neatly above ground, safe from the weather the remains of those you love might greet you in the most unsettling places, hanging from tree branches, tangled in fences, or even washed ashore like props from a nightmare. That's the reason, my mom once explained. Spanish explorers named this place Isla Husos 5 centuries ago. Island of Bones. When they arrived, the shore was littered with skeletons, likely unearthed from an ancient burial site after a violent storm. I'd biked through the cemetery countless times since moving here, but the tree from my childhood memory had always eluded me until the night of the party. That's when I finally found it, despite my mother's warnings. No detours, she'd insisted. Keep moving. There's a storm coming. Standing before the poinciana tree now, I realized the storm wasn't just the one she'd warned me about. Something far darker loomed. Fallen petals, brittle and crimson, swirled around my shoes like ghostly whispers, carried off by the wind. The crypt beneath the tree looked almost unchanged from the day of my grandfather's funeral, peeling plaster, exposed red bricks, except for one detail I'd missed as a child. Above the rusted iron gate, a single name was carved in bold letters: Hayden. No dates, just that. I hadn't seen it back then. I'd been too distracted, just like I'd passed this spot a dozen times without recognizing it until tonight. He wasn't real, Pierce. It wasn't just my grandmother who'd said it. The psychiatrists my desperate parents sent me to after the accident all echoed the same thing. Teachers had reported I wasn't keeping up, and my parents couldn't accept it. Patients who have flatlined often report vivid hallucinations, they assured me. It's perfectly normal. For my own well-being, they insisted, I had to accept it was just a dream. Sure, it felt real, but hadn't I borrowed details from books, TV, or even buried memories? The kicker, if it had been real, I wouldn't have had the power to break free. So really, what was there to fear? He wasn't coming back. Except, deep down, I knew better. He was just a creation of my mind. That's what the psychiatrists insisted. I sat there, nodding along, pretending to agree. They were professionals, after all, with walls covered in diplomas from prestigious schools, the same ones my parents wished I could attend. But deep down, I pitied them. All that education, all those credentials, and they still had no clue. I had proof, something real they couldn't explain. Standing by the crypt under the poinciana tree, I loosened the stiff dress my mom had picked out for the party and touched the hidden weight against my chest. I could have pulled it out in any of those sessions, held it up and asked, lucid dreaming, really? Then explain this, doctor. But I never did. They were kind, even if they didn't believe me. And I'd learned the hard way. People who asked too many questions about my necklace ended up in trouble. So I kept it hidden, even from Grandma when she made her cryptic comment in the kitchen. It wouldn't have changed anything anyway. Standing there in the cemetery, though, it hit me. Maybe I was the problem. I'd come back, not just from death, but to the place where everything began. What was I thinking? Was I really as unstable as everyone back home claimed? The air felt thick, every instinct screaming at me to leave. But before I could move, footsteps crunched behind me, dry petals snapping like fragile bones underfoot. I didn't need to turn to know who it was. Mom's gruesome stories about skeletal remains on beaches flashed in my mind. Why couldn't she have stuck to fairy tales? When I finally spun around, my scream ripped through the silence, sharp enough to rattle the graves. He looked just as stunned as I was. With head uplifted and with ravenous hunger, the words from Dante's Inferno echoed in my head. But the reality was stranger than poetry. He wasn't a monster. He was just as shocked to see me. "What are you doing here?" His voice rumbled like the storm rolling in, the kind that shakes the ground and makes your pulse skip. Lightning flickered behind the palm trees, turning the sky into a battlefield of dark clouds. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out, just a shaky breath. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. Deep down, I'd known this was coming ever since Mom first mentioned Isla Husos. Part of me had even wanted to face it head-on. Why else would I have let my stupid heart steer my bike straight to the cemetery? That needle they jammed into my chest might have jump-started my heart, but it didn't fix what was broken. I swallowed hard, hoping he couldn't see my knees shaking under my dress. I'm sorry," I managed. "About the screaming, you just scared me. My mom and I just moved here." The words tumbled out too fast. "To Isla Husos. She wanted a fresh start after, well, you know." I let the sentence die. Talking about what happened back in Westport was like poking at a bruise, pointless, painful. Besides, he already knew. His expression made it clear he wasn't thrilled to see me. Not that I blamed him. Screaming in someone's face isn't exactly a great first impression. "It's not my fault," I muttered, my heartbeat drowning out the rustling palms and the cicadas humming between the crypts. "She wants to save the birds. What was I supposed to do, say no?" My voice didn't even sound like mine. Then again, who could speak normally with him staring down at her? He was built like a linebacker, 6'4", shoulders broad enough to block out the sun. But no coach would touch him. Not with that scowl, the scars on his knuckles, the all-black everything like he was auditioning for a role in some brooding action flick. Even his hair, messy and dark, seemed to whisper stay away. But his eyes, that's what got me. Once they'd been sharp, storm gray and full of fire. Now, empty, like two bullet holes in a sheet of metal. I wondered what had hollowed them out. One thing was certain, it wasn't me. I wasn't the kind of girl who left wreckage behind. His tone dripped with biting sarcasm. "Let me rephrase," he said. "What exactly are you doing here, tonight of all nights? In a graveyard after closing time?" My throat tightened. Of course he knew why I was back on Isla Husos. He always had some sixth sense about my whereabouts. He'd probably tracked my flight, watched me wrestle my overstuffed luggage off the carousel while Mom fumbled with the rental car keys. Maybe he'd even seen me nearly drop one of the suitcases trying to shove it into the trunk. Real considerate of him to stand there and watch instead of offering a hand. The tension radiating off him was almost palpable. Yeah, I'd messed up once, though in my defense he'd started it. Kidnapping isn't exactly a minor offense. I'd checked. But after he'd swooped in twice to rescue me, or at least, that's how he saw it, I figured we were past it. Yet the icy look in his eyes said otherwise. No forgiveness, no regret, just cold, simmering resentment. "Listen," I snapped, my own temper flaring. Who did he think he was, jumping out at me like that? Sure, I'd screamed, but he was the one lurking in the dark. And if he'd known I was back, why wait until now to show up? Not that I wanted him around. Every time he appeared, things went sideways. Still, it stung. I was nearby, so I thought I'd check in. Make sure we were good. The words sounded ridiculous the second they left my mouth. I should have just stayed home like Mom suggested. "No grudges, you know." His stare didn't waver. "No grudges," he repeated flatly. "Right," I muttered. This was going spectacularly worse than I'd pictured, and I had a talent for imagining disasters. "I'm over what you did. I just wanted to be sure you knew that when I left it wasn't about you." "Oh, I got the message," he said, voice like steel. "Very professional. You made your choice and followed through. No looking back." He crossed his arms. "No thought for who it might hurt." The jab hit hard. My eyes burned, seriously. Now I was about to cry in front of him. Mom wanted this trip to be smooth, and here I was, falling apart. "I was 15, I shot back, struggling to keep my voice steady. I'd rehearsed this speech 100 times, but reality never matched the script. Who's ready for that kind of responsibility at 15? His smirk was razor sharp. "17's more your speed," I recoiled. "Excuse me." "No." "Well," he said, "for someone who swears she doesn't want to die, you sure have a funny way of proving it." I locked eyes with him, unblinking. What's that supposed to mean? Just that people who actually care about staying alive don't usually stroll through graveyards at night. But then again, I guess you've never been one for following the rules. Isla Huso's cemetery stretched across 19 acres with no security cameras or guards in sight. The caretaker clocked out at 6 sharp, something he'd made very clear the night he caught me lingering, and scolded me for treating a sacred place like a shortcut. So if this guy really wanted to drag me into his world, and I had no doubt he could, there'd be no one around to stop him. Unless some passed-out drunk behind a mausoleum heard me scream and dialed 911, I was on my own. Breaking news. Tonight marks a decade since 17-year-old Pierce Oliviera vanished without a trace from the small Florida island of Isla Husos, last seen riding her bike on a sweltering September evening. "Are you threatening me?" I snapped, hands on my hips, trying to mask the fear clawing at my chest. I hadn't even noticed him closing the distance between us, his steps silent, like a shadow. Only when he was inches away did the brittle petals under his boots finally crack. My pulse raced, not just from fear, but from the way his presence unsettled me. Up close, his eyes were a pale, icy contrast to my own dark ones, warm brown, flecked with amber and gold, as he'd once pointed out in a rare, soft moment. Though really, comparing eyes to honey and amber isn't exactly flattering when you think about it. Both are just traps for unsuspecting bugs. His gaze, though, sharp as steel. "Threatening you," he tilted his head, amused. "With what? You're not dead." At least not anymore. I held my breath, my heartbeat deafening in my ears. For a second, I thought he was about to kiss me, until I realized his focus wasn't on my lips at all. His eyes had dropped lower, to where my dress had come undone. The fabric gaping open eye wanted to believe his attention was drawn to me, and part of me thought it was. But tonight, his focus wasn't on me at all. It was on the pendant hanging from the gold chain I'd worn since the day everything changed. He'd given it to me, promising it would keep me safe. Funny how that hadn't worked out. Not tonight, not ever. Standing there in the graveyard, his breath warm against my skin, it hit me. I'd never asked if I was allowed to bring it back. It wasn't exactly theft, but I had a feeling this gift came with strings attached. One of them being that I wasn't supposed to leave. Well, oops. I crossed my arms, hiding the stone and whatever else might have been obvious beneath my dress. His voice softened, almost nostalgic. "You still have it." "Obviously," I shot back. Did he really think I'd toss it the second I got free? Then again, maybe he had a point. Most people wouldn't keep a souvenir from the worst day of their life. A smarter girl would have pawned it, or at least chucked it into the sea like some dramatic movie scene. But here I was, clinging to it like it meant something. It didn't. Except when my fingers brushed the chain, my stomach twisted. Why did the idea of giving it back feel so wrong? The diamond slipped free, dull and gray, yet somehow still catching the faint moonlight. His reaction was instant, like I'd thrown open a boarded-up window. The guarded look vanished, replaced by something raw. Yeah, I got why he was shocked. Who wears a reminder of their own death? Maybe I should revisit those therapists. Not that it'd do them any favors. I started, unsure what to say next. My mother's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to act. But even she didn't know the truth about the necklace. Telling her would only make her think I'd lost it, just like everyone else. Do you want it back? I forced the words out, my stomach twisting. It was time, no more hiding. I'd kept it tucked under my clothes, telling myself it was for others' safety. But really, I was protecting it too, because I loved the thing way too much, ever since the moment he'd slipped it around my neck. Still, I couldn't ignore the risks. Not for me, not for him, not for anyone. I yanked the chain free, wincing as it caught in my tangled hair. Smooth moves, right? At Westport Academy for girls. Yeah, the place that kicked me out, big deal. They drilled us on grace under pressure. Too bad none of it stuck. My dad had pushed me into that school, hoping it'd keep me from turning out like him. Joke's on him. So far, I was failing spectacularly. With a deep breath, I shoved the necklace toward him, hair still knotted in the chain. It's fine, I lied, hating how my voice trembled. My hands weren't much better. Take it. I never should have kept it. Sorry if it caused problems. I tried to laugh, but it came out weak. At least now you won't have to stalk me anymore. Wrong move. His expression went from guarded to ice cold in a heartbeat. He snatched the pendant, fingers tight around it. Stalking you. His voice cut through the air, sharp as the storm rolling in. I gave you this because it keeps you safe, something you clearly need, considering you're always one step from disaster. But if you don't want it, or me, here's an idea. Stay away, and don't you dare wear it. Then he hurled it, my necklace, the one I adored, into the pitch-black expanse of Isla Huso's cemetery. It shouldn't have felt like he'd just tossed my heart into the dark. But it did the next time I encountered him after that afternoon in the cemetery with Grandma. I was no longer among the living. Naturally, my first words were the same as anyone's after waking up from drowning, cracking their skull and flatlining. Where am I? Because I definitely wasn't submerged in our pool anymore, though my clothes were still soaked from the fall, clinging to me like an icy second layer. No hospital, no flashing ambulance lights. Instead, I stood on the edge of a massive underground lake, its dark waters rippling under an endless cavern ceiling. And I wasn't alone. Name? A towering figure in black turned toward me, his glowing tablet casting an eerie light across his face. Still disoriented, I barely managed to answer. Pierce Oliviera. Over there, he said, tapping my name into the screen before jerking his chin toward a line of people. Thousands stood waiting, mostly elderly, but some my age or younger, all looking just as lost as I felt. The only difference, they weren't dripping wet or nursing a concussion. The men directing us were massive, dressed in black leather, arms sleeved in tattoos. They reminded me of the bouncers my classmates whispered about, the ones who turned them away from Manhattan clubs. I'd never dared to try sneaking in, fake id or not. So when one of them barked, "Stay in your line," I didn't argue. I shuffled toward the shorter queue, heart hammering, until I found myself behind a frail, white-haired woman. Swallowing my fear, I tapped her shoulder. "Excuse me, ma'am." She turned, her face a map of wrinkles, eyes twinkling. "Oh dear, you're soaked to the bone." "I'm fine," I lied, teeth chattering. "Do you know where we are?" "Of course, sweetheart," she said cheerfully. "We're boarding the boat." "A boat?" I twisted the water from my scarf, watching droplets hit the ground. Too real for a dream. Where's it taking us? She shrugged, still smiling. No idea. The crowd around us buzzed with nervous energy, but no one would give us a straight answer about where we were headed. Still, I had a feeling it had to be something special. Just look how desperate those people in the other line were to switch over to ours. A few yards away, chaos erupted as people shoved and shouted, trying to break free from their line and join ours. The security guys, bald, tattooed, dressed in black leather, struggled to hold them back like bouncers at a sold-out concert. "Hey," the guy behind me tapped my shoulder. He was somewhere between my age and the old woman's, maybe mid-20s. "You getting any signal?" He waved his phone, frustration clear in his voice. "Mine's totally dead." I checked my pockets out of habit, but of course they were empty. No phone. Classic nightmare scenario. "Sorry," I started to say. "I don't." Then I spotted him. Tall, dressed head to toe in black boots, gloves, coat, riding straight toward the commotion on a massive black stallion. Even after all these years, I knew him instantly. Relief washed over me. Finally, someone familiar. Maybe that's why I didn't think twice, even as everyone else scrambled out of his path. I ducked out of line and hurried toward him. "Oh, sweetheart, don't," the old woman called after me. "It's fine," I tossed back. "I know him." "Insane," the guy muttered behind me. Little did I know, I'd be hearing that word a lot more in the future. "She's got a death wish." They didn't get it. Neither did I, not yet. Not everyone's used to horses, I told myself as I sprinted across the sand. That's why they were scared. This wasn't like Hannah's horse, Double Dare, more of a gentle giant who'd started refusing even the easiest jumps. Honestly, the name was becoming ironic. Hannah had traded riding for basketball games, mall trips, and sneaking into clubs with her brother's friends. But this horse, it radiated danger, like it was daring you to even glance its way. No wonder my sudden approach startled him. I barely got out of hay before the rider snapped at the other line to stay put, his voice so sharp they froze instantly. It didn't sound like the kind man I remembered, the one who'd brought a bird back to life at my grandfather's funeral. The shock of it rooted me in place, until the horse reared, its hooves slicing the air inches from my face. I dropped to the ground, shielding my face as panic surged through me. A heartbeat later, those massive hooves slammed down again, kicking up sand in every direction, forcing me to scramble backward. Then an ear-splitting crack echoed through the cavern, whether from the sky or the horse's body hitting the beach, I couldn't tell. One of its legs had buckled in the loose sand. A sharp shout cut through the chaos, and when I dared to look up, I saw the rider, his boots already free of the stirrups as the horse, Alastair, lurched upright. The realization hit me like a punch to the chest. This wasn't some twisted dream. If it were, I'd have jolted awake by now. I wouldn't still be spitting grit from my teeth. And the man from my grandfather's funeral, the one with those unsettling silver eyes, wouldn't be looming over me, his gaze as cold and unfamiliar as the day we'd met. Except something was off. Not about him, he hadn't aged a day. Same dark hair, same piercing stare, same impossible height, though he didn't tower over me the way he had when I was a child. How? Years had passed since that day in the cemetery. "Are you hurt?" His voice boomed, sharper than the thunder that had just shaken the cave. I think so," I managed, forcing myself to take his outstretched hand. His grip was firm, his skin warm against my damp palm. "Are you okay?" He stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "Me, you nearly got flattened and you're worried about me." I glanced past him at the massive horse, part draft horse, part menace, being restrained by a guard. "Did he land on you?" "I'm fine," he snapped. "But you clearly don't listen. What part of stay in line was confusing?" Before I could answer, his grip shifted to my arm, and suddenly I was being hauled toward the opposite line, not where I'd started. Words failed me. All I could do was stare Stunned into silence, his eyes had that same metallic glint as the throwing stars my dad's Japanese military client had gifted him years ago. When Dad first unboxed them in front of me, the steel's cold shimmer had tugged at some half-forgotten memory. One eye only recognized now. Him. "These aren't toys," Dad had snapped. Of course, that only made me want to grab one from the locked drawer where he kept them and hurl it at the oak in our backyard. The blade sank so deep he needed pliers to pry it loose. After that, the stars lived in his office safe, except when he'd sneak them out to practice, frustrated when he could never make them stick like I had. Standing here now, I finally understood that reckless urge to defy him. "Save the puppy eyes," my captor growled, yanking me forward. "They won't work on me. I've seen every move in the book, and yours, predictable." I flinched. Was he serious? Tricks. My teeth chattered as much as my voice when I choked out. I don't know what you mean. I didn't mean to spook your horse. I just needed to talk to you." "Decisions made," he cut in, voice flat. "No exceptions, not even for pretty faces." Pretty? I was a drowned rat in soggy clothes, hair plastered to my cheeks. Before I could protest, a commotion erupted nearby. The other line, a seething crowd of shoving, cursing strangers, surged toward the dock. No polite grandmas here, just desperation turning to fists. Then a ferry horn blasted, its massive hull cutting through the fog like the one we'd taken to Cape Cod summers ago. The cavern erupted in chaos, the roar of the crowd drowning my next words as the boat loomed closer. A man from the chaotic crowd broke loose, sprinting right in front of us and nearly knocking me over. The person holding me tightened his grip to keep me upright. "Let me take her spot." The man shouted as he struggled against the guards dragging him back. "Why does she get special treatment?" The stranger from the graveyard studied me, his expression wary. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice sharp. Tears welled up in my eyes. "I've been trying to tell you," I said. "Don't you recognize me?" He frowned but loosened his hold slightly. "It's me," I pressed, hating how emotional I sounded. "From Isla Huso's at my grandfather's funeral. You brought that bird back to life, remember?" Something shifted in his face. The coldness in his gray eyes softened, replaced by something almost warm. "That was you." His voice lost its edge, sounding almost surprised. I wiped my cheeks, managing a smile. "Yes, it's me." "Pierce," he murmured, like he was piecing together a forgotten puzzle. "Your name was Pierce." I nodded, my heart pounding. "Pierce Oliviera." Hearing him say my name in this grim place sent a rush of relief through me. For the first time since I'd arrived, something felt right. I wanted to hug him, but I held back. This wasn't the same man who'd once charmed me with magic tricks. He let go of me to pull out one of those sleek tablets the guards carried, scanning the screen. "There's been a mistake," I blurted. "I shouldn't be here. No offense, but this place, it's awful." The words spilled out before I could stop them. "Do you run this?" I had a hunch he did, but that didn't stop me from critiquing his operation. Some habits, like blunt honesty, were hard to break. "Thanks, Dad." "It could seriously use a renovation," I added as he kept reading. The ferry terminal was chaos. No signs, no schedules, just a crowd of frustrated people and one tiny boat that clearly couldn't fit everyone. The air was biting cold, and my phone had no signal. I moved closer to him, lowering my voice even though the shouting behind us and the clatter of the anchor chain probably drowned me out. And those guys managing the lines. Total jerks. He gave me an apologetic look, tucking away his tablet before shrugging off his coat and draping it over my shoulders. His grip on the collar kept me close, and the warmth radiating from the heavy fabric was almost startling. I hadn't expected this, not the way he missed my point entirely, nor the sudden realization that he wasn't some distant authority figure, but someone my own age, with an intensity that made my pulse jump. The ferry, now that I could see it properly, looked decent enough, but the people still stuck in line were soaked and shivering. "It's not just about me," I said, slower this time. Everyone's panicking, they're freezing, and no one's telling them anything. I gestured toward the crowd being held back. His jaw tightened, his eyes darkening like storm clouds. "Don't worry," he said, though his tone suggested he'd rather not talk about it. "They'll get their own boat." A scuffle broke out near the dock, another desperate attempt to board, another guard shoving someone back. "They deserve better than this," I insisted. Then he shifted, cutting off my view entirely. "Do you want to leave?" he asked, voice low. "Somewhere warm, somewhere else." Relief surged through me. Finally, he understood. He was going to fix it. "Yes," I breathed. "Please." I blinked, just a reflex, really, after hours of stress and exhaustion. But when my eyes opened again, the lake was gone. The guards, the ferry, the chaos, all of it vanished. Instead, I stood in a grand, polished hall, the kind that belonged in a palace. My stomach dropped. This wasn't home. This wasn't even close. And the worst part, I had a sinking feeling this was only the start. "Thee it behoves to take another road," he said, seeing my tears, "if thou wouldst flee this wilderness of woe." Dante, Inferno, no lake, no horse. Just an opulent room, and the dawning horror that whatever came next would be far, far worse. The crowd that had been waiting in line had vanished without a trace. Only the wind remained, rustling the sheer white curtains draped along the arched windows. But that was the only familiar thing left. The rest of the room felt like something out of a dream or a museum. A massive bed with dark velvet drapes stood at one end, while a banquet table flanked by ornate chairs faced a roaring fireplace at the other. Intricate tapestries of knights and castles covered the marble walls, and the plush white couch beneath me looked like it belonged in a palace. This had to be a dream. Except the crackling fire, the cool marble under my bare feet, the distant trickle of a fountain, it all felt too vivid. And then there was him, sitting beside me like none of this was strange. "Feeling better?" he asked, his voice smooth now, not the deep rumble from before. I bolted upright, my feet sinking into the fur rug. That's when I noticed the gown, flowing, medieval-looking, nothing like my soaked clothes from before. It clung to my torso, the skirt brushing the floor. The kind of thing you'd see at a fancy debutante ball, not on a high school girl from Connecticut. Okay, definitely dreaming, but my racing heart begged to differ. He stood when I did, watching me with something like concern. "Isn't this what you wanted?" he asked. "You're warm, dry, away from all that." I gaped at him. One second I was in the rain, the next in some guy's bizarrely lavish bedroom. "Safe," I echoed, my voice shaky. "I thought I was safe before, too." He didn't seem to get why this was a problem. Before I could protest, he was already striding toward the table. "Wait, where are we?" I demanded. "Who are you?" But he just kept moving, leaving me standing there, heart hammering, in a dress that didn't belong to me, in a place that shouldn't exist. "John," he said, the name rolling off his tongue as he turned his broad frame toward me. "That's me. Pretty sure I mentioned it last time we met, or did I? John, that couldn't be right. Maybe I'd taken a harder fall than I realized. Maybe I was concussed, stuck in some weird memory lapse. Or worse, maybe this was some elaborate prank from Hannah's brother and his friends. But none of that explained the cemetery or grandma. None of it explained how we'd gone from the lakeside to wherever this was. How did we get here?" My voice trembled as I spoke. "One second we were by the water, and then," he gave a careless shrug. "Comes with the territory, I guess." He gestured to an ornate chair. "You look exhausted. Why don't you sit? And you've got to be starving." Only then did I notice the hunger gnawing at me. The table was piled high with fresh fruit, juicy peaches, crisp apples, clusters of grapes glistening under the light. Crystal goblets filled with ice-cold water beaded with condensation. It's tempting, but my dad's warnings echoed in my head. Never take food from strangers, especially guys you barely know, even ones you thought you recognized. What territory? I stayed rooted in place, my mind spinning. What job and where are we? Who were those people outside? His expression shifted, the steel in his gray eyes softening into something like remorse. Look, I shouldn't have said what I did earlier. That was unfair. It's just I don't meet many girls like you. Like me. My pulse jumped. I remembered his grip on my arm, the way he dragged me toward that rough crowd. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing bad, he said quickly, stepping closer, hands raised like he was trying to soothe a spooked animal. I just meant you're kind. You haven't changed as much as you think. Those eyes, still the biggest I've ever seen. Still warm. His eyes were the same golden shade as the fruit bowls scattered across the room. You're different, I said, my voice tight. It wasn't a compliment, and the way his jaw tensed told me he knew it. For every step he took forward, I retreated until the back of my knees hit the couch. Trapped, I stared up at him, pulse racing. Why had I let him lead me away from the shore? He closed the distance between us, his warmth radiating against my skin. Actually, he murmured, nothing's changed. Not me, not you, still putting everyone else first. Last time you begged me to revive a bird, then your grandfather, and today. They're cold, they're wet, they deserve better. But me, his laugh was sharp. You asked if I was okay after my horse nearly crushed you. Know how many people here have asked me that? The scent of burning cedar filled the space between us from his clothes or the fireplace. I couldn't tell. Never, he answered for me. Years of this, and you're the first to wonder. That's why people must adore you. His gaze dropped to my mouth, and for one dizzying second, I swore he'd kiss me. His arm lifted, only to grab a carved box from the shelf behind me. Stay a while, he said, pressing the box into my palm. My face burned from the near miss. Not that I'd wanted it. But refusing now would have been awkward, especially as he guided me back to the table. He ran this place, whatever it was, and the least I could do was humor him after upending his horse. Still, as his fingers brushed mine, I couldn't shake the thought. What game is he playing? Being a guest meant playing by his rules, but I tried to keep my tone polite as I settled into the offered chair. This has been lovely, really. I hope everything goes well with your situation. Thanks for inviting me to. I paused, glancing around. No clocks in sight, just that same eerie pink light filtering through the curtains, making the whole cavern feel like a perpetual sunset. Was it noon or midnight? Join you. I should probably head out soon, though. His movements were deliberate as he set the box in front of me and lifted the lid. My words died in my throat. Jewelry wasn't usually my thing, but this was something else entirely. Do you like it? He asked, an uncharacteristic hesitation in his voice. Strange, coming from someone who usually radiated confidence. No pressure. If it's not your style, you can say no. The stone thudded softly against my chest, because of course I'd nodded. I was too mesmerized to speak. Then, before I could react, he was behind me, fastening the necklace. I'd never seen anything like it. The gem was the color of a brewing storm, smoky at the edges, deepening to an almost black blue at its core. Nothing like the flashy diamonds and sapphires my classmates flaunted. Gray, I could practically hear their judgment. Only you, Pierce. It suits you, he said, his voice rough, like distant thunder. He cleared his throat. The second I saw you down there, I knew. Though I never expected. Well, you. I had no clue what he meant. Against the white fabric of my dress, the stone looked like the Long Island Sound before a storm, just like the view from my bedroom back home. Ever heard of colored diamonds? He asked. I shook my head, still too stunned to speak. They come in every shade, pink, yellow, even black, but blue, that's the rarest. People have died for stones like this. They're buried so deep, most never see the light of day. Only a handful this size have ever been found. His fingers brushed my collarbone as he adjusted the heavy pendant. I wasn't sure what was happening, only that I didn't want it to stop of all the bizarre things that had happened. Smacking my head, flailing in the water, waking up under a stone-pink sky, running into a guy I barely remembered from childhood who could resurrect dead birds and teleport people like it was nothing. This was the moment that broke me. He just casually reached into my space like he owned it. My face burned, but he didn't even blink, chatting away like everything was normal. Maybe it was for him. When your social circle consists of horses, burly bouncers with sleeves of ink, and little kids, personal boundaries probably aren't a thing. But that didn't make it okay. "This diamond has unique powers," he said, turning the stone between his rough fingers. "It shields the wearer from evil, maybe even helps them sense it. And trust me, evil loves a good disguise. Sometimes the people closest to you are the ones you should watch." His voice sharpened, like he'd learned that the hard way. Then lighter, almost teasing, he added, "And honestly, you might need this more than anyone." I had no clue what he meant. All I saw was the gem shifting colors in his grip, inky black fading to soft gray, like the fur on a kitten's belly. My brain short-circuited. This was too much. I'd never even been on a date, let alone in some guy's room wearing nothing but a necklace. My best friend Hannah had dragged me through every awkward attempt to flirt with her brother's friends, and none of them had ever looked twice at me. Now this. I slid out from under his arm and bolted up. "Thanks, John, really. But I should go. My mom's probably freaking out. You know how moms are. Just point me toward the nearest bus stop or something, and I'll get out of your hair." It was a weak excuse, but I had to try. Maybe I could call a car. Dad always said he'd cover it, even if I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. "Then you can get back to whatever it is you do," I finished lamely. His smile vanished. "What?" I asked, stomach dropping. "What's wrong?" he sighed. "I'm sorry." The frown on his face said it all. "Pierce, I thought you already knew." His voice washed over me, recounting how I'd slipped, cracked my head, and tumbled into the pool. How the water had filled my lungs while my clothes soaked through. But one word drowned out the rest. Dead. That was it. The truth hit harder than the fall, harder than the water choking me, harder than lying there knowing my dad wouldn't make it in time. All because of a stupid bird. A bird, one that hadn't even been hurt, just dazed by the cold before flying off as I sank. I'd watched it go while the water dragged me under. Dead. 15 years old, and just hours ago I'd been on the phone with Hannah, making plans to hit the mall and catch a movie. I'd even talked her into swinging by the stables first to see Double Dare. Mom, she had no idea where I was. I had to tell her. My mouth moved, the only part of me not locked in ice. "Thanks," I cut in, stopping whatever John was rambling about. He looked uneasy again. "Really, thank you, but I have to go. Goodbye." I turned toward the gauzy curtains, the courtyard beyond, but he stepped in front of me. "I get it's a lot," he said, "but you can't just walk out. Once you're here, that's it." I shook my head. "No, I have to. She needs to know I'm okay. Well, except for the whole dead thing." How was I even supposed to break that news? "Your mom's fine," he said, guiding me back with a firm grip on my shoulders. "Sit down, you're still processing." "What do you mean I can't leave?" I whirled on him, clarity slicing through the fog. "What about the people by the lake? They're leaving, right?" He shrugged. "In a sense, they're moving on. To where? Wherever they're meant to go." His tone turned sharp. "That boat, it's taking them," I pressed. "Shouldn't I be on it, the one that's leaving now?" His expression darkened. "The one that just left," he corrected. The words hung heavy between us. "Wait, what?" "It's gone, Pierce. You said yes when I asked if you wanted to leave, and now the boat's gone. You picked me over that ride, so this is where you're stuck. Seriously, you look awful. Sit down. Have something to eat, or at least a drink. Maybe some tea." The thunder wasn't outside. It pulsed inside my skull. Despite the roaring fire in the massive fireplace, a deep chill seized me. "So I'm trapped here forever because you made me miss my one chance." My voice cracked as I glared up at him, my neck straining. His sharp jawline tensed, his silver eyes shadowed with something between resolve and sorrow. It didn't ease the panic clawing at my chest. "What about the other boat?" I snapped, my words too loud, too desperate. "The one for the people in the second line." John's reply was clipped. Trust me, you don't want where that one's going. Why do you think they were all fighting for yours? This couldn't be real. I forced a steady breath, though my pulse pounded like a trapped bird. Fine. If I didn't board, then I'm not really gone yet, right? You brought that bird back. You can fix this. You have to. You screwed up, so undo it. Now, John. His face stayed hard, but his eyes flickered. I can't. Can't, a sob tore loose. Or whoa, he turned away. Won't. The word hit like a punch. Why? Because, he said, hesitating, it's against the rules. You're telling me you don't make the rules, my voice shook. This was worse than dying, worse than anything. No, he said, jaw tight. Distant thunder rolled real this time. I don't. Then who does? He blurred as my tears welled. I swiped at them angrily. I don't know, he snapped, exhaustion edging in. You think I want this? You think I wouldn't leave right now to see my own mother if I could? The mention of his mother unraveled me further. Of course he had one. Everyone did. Why can't you? The Furies, he said, like it was answer enough. Believe me, the penalties for stepping out of line here are way more severe than you'd ever guess. And it's not just about breaking rules. They can come after you for any reason at all. He paused, meeting my eyes before looking away with a shake of his head. Just take my word for it. That's why I gave you the necklace. It'll alert you if any Furies are nearby. At least then you'll know if you're accidentally doing something that might draw their attention. When he looked back, his eyes were almost unnaturally bright, sharper than my dad's throwing knives. But his voice stayed soft. You'll see, Pierce. Before long, this place won't feel so bad. You've got everything you could need. All the comforts of home. That was the absolute worst thing he could have said. All the comforts of home, except for the people and things that actually mattered. The numbness shattered, and suddenly I was drowning in tears, my vision blurring until even his face disappeared. I'm sorry, I choked out, pressing my hands to my face. This was unbearable. First death, now torture. I can't stay here, I can't. Don't, he said, just as thunder cracked directly overhead. Don't cry. He reached for my shoulder, probably trying to comfort me, but I jerked away like he'd burned me, stumbling back until I hit the fireplace and sank to the floor. Forever. Stuck here with him forever. Over some ridiculous rule and a thing called a Fury. If my dad were here, he'd be furious. Do you have any idea who I am? He'd roar. My whole body felt hollow, but the fire's heat still licked at my back. How could I be dead if I could still feel pain? A moment later, John was beside me, pressing a warm cup into my hands. Drink this, it'll help. I didn't take it. He sat down next to me, quiet for a while before speaking again. It's rough now, but it gets easier. Not right away, but eventually. You won't care as much, or at least not as often. I know it's not the same as not caring at all, but you won't be alone. That's what matters. Being alone, that's the worst part. What was he even saying? I lifted my head, my gaze drifting until it landed on the bed. Only then did I realize how massive it was, clearly meant for two. Oh no, stay away from the pool in winter, Pierce. Even covered, it's dangerous. This was my punishment for ignoring my mom. I never thought the cost would be this steep. Then, as if on cue, I spotted an open archway across the room, just past the bed. Beyond it stretched a hallway lined with flickering sconces, splitting into two winding staircases. One led up the second staircase, descended into darkness. One I hadn't noticed before, probably because I hadn't been wearing the necklace. He'd claimed the diamond shielded its wearer from harm, and now it seemed to be doing just that. My only real question was which path would take me farthest from this nightmare. But I'd have to decide when the moment came. You know what? I said, forcing a shaky laugh. Maybe you're right, I'm just overreacting. His eyes widened, caught off guard by my sudden shift. Wait, really? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. You mean that? Absolutely, I lied, lifting the cup he'd handed me like I intended to drink. That's when he made his mistake, the one that proved he didn't understand me at all. He smiled, smug and satisfied. And in that instant, I did something I still regret, even though I had no choice. The way he lounged there, so sure of himself, left me no other option. So I flung the scalding tea straight into his face. Then I ran, not just my body, but my soul too, racing backward through the terror I'd just escaped. I took the downward stairs, praying they'd lead me to the lake. Every step sent my pulse hammering so hard I thought my ribs might crack. Later, doctors would tell me that was the adrenaline. The next thing I remember is my mother's face above me, her expression shifting from despair to desperate hope as I mechanically answered the doctor's questions. Yes, I knew my name. Yes, I recognized my mom. Yes, I could count the fingers he held up. I was alive. I'd gotten away. The rest blurred together, the surgery, the recovery, the endless therapy sessions, and the divorce. Because in the end, it wasn't my father who saved me. It was Mom. When she came home from the library and realized I was missing, she was the one who found me, who dove into the pool and pulled me out her lips, turned blue from desperately trying to breathe life back into my lifeless body during those endless 12 minutes before the EMS arrived. Strands of her wet hair froze against my cheeks like tiny icicles. Dad didn't even notice what was happening until the ambulance sirens blared outside. She had called them on her phone while he was still wrapped up in his conference call. It's a blessing that pool was so cold, Dad always says afterward. If it hadn't been, you wouldn't be here. The cold is what saved you. It slowed everything down just enough for them to bring you back. He wasn't wrong. The icy water meant my body recovered fully. But my mind, that was another story. The real trouble started when Mom, signing my hospital discharge papers, suddenly asked, "Sweetheart, where did this come from?" She dropped a necklace into my lap, the one he had given me. My fingers closed around it, my stomach twisting. "They found it with your things when they prepped you for surgery," she explained, flipping through paperwork. "After they revived you, I almost told them it wasn't yours. I'd never seen it before. Did you borrow it from Hannah?" "No," I managed. "It was a gift." How? How had it come back with me? Every doctor had insisted my experience was just a hallucination, a side effect of trauma. But this was proof. It had been real. He was real. Mom barely glanced up from the forms. "A gift from who?" she asked absently. Maybe it was the weight of the necklace in my palm that made me lie. "Just a friend," I muttered, staring at the stone's eerie blue-gray shimmer. I couldn't tell her the truth, not when she was already drowning in divorce papers, not when the mere sight of Dad made her furious. Thank God she never brought it up again. From then on, I kept the necklace hidden under my clothes, its existence a secret I couldn't explain. I tried mentioning it once to Hannah when I got back to school, but that was a mistake. Some things are better left unsaid. The mistake I made that day was worse than anything before. A week or two after my outpatient appointment, Mom got tied up with Dad's legal team and couldn't pick me up on time. While waiting, I wandered into a jewelry store near the doctor's office, drawn by the display of smoky quartz in the window. Without thinking, I started fidgeting with the diamond pendant around my neck until the clerk noticed it and complimented its brilliance. My face burned as I tried to hide it, but he'd already seen enough. He asked to examine it closer, calling it the most unique gem he'd ever laid eyes on. Reluctantly, I let him look, though I kept the chain fastened. I hadn't taken it off since Mom returned it to me. There was something about the way the stone shifted colors, one moment silvery, the next a stormy violet, that held me captive too. Then the clerk insisted his boss had to see it. My stomach twisted, but before I could refuse, he vanished into the back. The owner emerged moments later, still chewing his lunch just as I spotted Mom's car outside. Relief hit me. "I have to go," I said, already stepping back. But the jeweler grabbed the pendant, yanking me forward. His fingers tightened around the chain, trapping me against the counter. His expression darkened as he studied the stone, and the diamond's core turned pitch black. My pulse pounded in my ears. Through the glass, I could have sworn I saw him watching from the sidewalk. "Do you even know what you're wearing?" The jeweler snapped, his voice sharp with disbelief. "This isn't just any stone, it's a rare deep blue-gray diamond. If I'm right, it's worth tens of millions, maybe more if its history checks out." The pendant felt like a noose. I pulled gently, but his grip only tightened. "Sorry," I muttered, my throat dry. The air in the shop turned thick, charged with something I didn't understand. And outside, the shadow at the window hadn't moved. "Does your mom even know you're here?" The mention of my mom was ironic. Just then, her voice echoed in my head, pushing me to say the words I'd choked back the last time I saw him. That terrible day at school when he'd bolted before I could speak. Not that he had a choice. The cops were on their way. Again. My mom had no clue about him, except what the doctors and apparently Grandma insisted. He wasn't real. But if she knew the truth, she'd have wanted me to say it. Hell, I needed to say it now more than ever because my first impression of him had been dead on. He was reckless, like that wounded bird I'd found once, desperate for help, even if he refused to admit it. And sure, trying to save him might just make things worse, but I had to try. So I forced out the words I should have said ages ago. "I'm sorry." His stare sharpened. "Excuse me." "Sorry," I repeated louder, "for what happened the day I died, if it messed things up for you." Silence. He just kept glaring like I was the unstable one. "Who gives a girl a necklace, one with a stone that shifts colors like the sky, from stormy gray to pitch black, only to chuck it across a graveyard when she tries returning it?" And why was I the only one apologizing? A little remorse from him would have been nice. Yeah, he'd made up for some of it, saving me at the jewelry store, standing up to Mueller at school, but that didn't erase everything. I got my life back, but not the rest. Not my parents' marriage, not Hannah. My first day back after the hospital, my best friend ditched me for saying our old game. Holding our breath past the cemetery to avoid evil spirits was ridiculous. Worse, I'd grinned and told her, "Relax, I can see the evil now, I'll keep you safe." No surprise she called me insane. The whole school did. Can't blame them. What else do you call someone who claims to see evil but can't stop it when it matters? "Did you actually plan this?" His voice was tight with disbelief. "That whole thing with your teacher, that wasn't an accident. You wanted him to do that to you." Maybe he really hadn't been tracking me like I thought. If he had, he'd already know the answer. My throat felt like sandpaper. "Yeah," I admitted. Before he could blow up, and I could see it coming, I rushed on. It was the only way to prove what Mr. Mueller was really doing. Nobody believed me when I said he and Hannah were. I stopped short. His expression had gone rigid, lips pressed into a thin, unreadable line, the same way my heart had flatlined the day I first stumbled into his world. This was bad, really bad. "But I never meant for it to go that far," I said quickly. "I knew what I was doing." His fingers dug into my arm. "Do you have any idea how reckless that was?" His voice was low, furious. "Risking yourself for something so pointless. What if he'd—" I knew exactly what could have happened. Now, back then, I'd been clueless. "It wasn't that serious," I lied, trying to sound casual. "You shouldn't have been there," he growled. "Just like you shouldn't be here now." Then he was hauling me away from the crypt, his boots crushing fallen poinciana petals underfoot. "The cemetery gates were locked at night," he muttered, but I barely registered it. Once I'd escaped him and death, but only because of defibrillators and adrenaline shots in the real world. The doctors swore his world wasn't real, but I knew better. "How'd you even get in?" he hissed. "That fence has spikes." I bit my tongue. No need to mention the trash can I'd rolled over or how conveniently Doler Sanchez's crypt made for a soft landing. Or that the cops wouldn't find him even if they tried. Westport PD had no clue where he lived. But I had questions. Like how he'd known to show up that day with Mueller. Right when I needed him, did he actually figure it out because of the necklace, like he claimed when he waved it in front of me? Was that how he'd caught on last time with the jewelry store owner? But why would he even care? since he clearly still resented me for what I'd done. Now wasn't the moment to bring any of that up. You realize none of this is actually my fault, I said as he dragged me down the sidewalk so fast I nearly lost a sandal. Not that footwear was my biggest concern right then. Oh, really? He whipped his head around to glare at me. Explain how exactly none of this is your fault. I just died, I shot back. And when I got the chance to not be dead anymore, I took it. It wasn't about you. It wasn't personal. He turned away, jaw tight. Right, he muttered. What's that supposed to mean? I snapped, stung. I told you I was scared. I didn't mean to hurt you. That's why I came tonight to apologize. I want to help. I gave you back the necklace. What else do you want from me? I'll tell you exactly what I want, he said, stopping so suddenly I stumbled. His hands clamped onto my shoulders, not to pull me close, just to spin me around and glare harder. I want you to disappear. Tears welled up again, that was it. He just wanted me gone. This was worse than dying, and I was still alive to suffer through it. I'd love to, I said, my pulse roaring in my ears. Idiot, 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 my heart chanted. Except every time I try, you show up again, acting like such a what? He challenged, daring me to say it. Don't, my mother's voice warned in my head, but it was too late. Jerk. The second the word left my mouth, I knew it was the wrong move, especially after trying to make amends. We were stuck on the same island, after all. And yeah, he had saved me that day with Mr. Mueller. Maybe not my life, but something. Yet here I was, making everything worse. As if calling him a jerk wasn't bad enough, I reached out and brushed my fingers over the fresh scar on his arm. I couldn't help it. I've always been drawn to broken things. Big mistake. His face twisted into something ugly, proving one thing: no fairy tale prince here. Don't worry, he spat, yanking his arm away like my touch burned. You won't have to see me again after tonight. That's when I noticed it. His eyes weren't empty anymore. They were furious. His touch sent a current through me, alive, electric, and dangerous. The realization hit in waves as I stared at his grip on my arm, my dark hair tangled around his fingers. These weren't the soft hands of someone who'd only known screens and controllers. John's hands told a different story, calloused, rough, shaped by real work. Not just labor, but violence. A fighter's hands. A killer's. Some part of me had always known, but tonight it settled deep in my bones. And by then, there was no turning back. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Dante Alighieri, Inferno, Canto I. When I got home, Mom barely glanced up from the hors d'oeuvres. Hey, sweetie. Glad you beat the storm. Sky S about to open up. Good ride. Yeah, I muttered, twisting the deadbolt with too much force. My fingers flew over the alarm panel, punching in the code. Our initials, plus the years Mom's college team took the championship. She's taken my total lack of interest in higher education surprisingly well, all things considered. Honey, Mom frowned as I double-checked the locks. What's with the security drill? Just being careful, I said, my pulse still hammering. I hadn't even bothered to lock up my bike outside, just left it leaning against the porch, lights still blinking. Let it get stolen. Let the rain ruin it. I wasn't stepping back out there. Mom sighed, resetting the alarm. Some guests are still here. Maybe wait until they leave before we turn into Fort Knox. I nodded, but my gaze stayed fixed on the window. The curtain slipped from my fingers as I stepped back. I'm gonna head to bed. Now, Mom's smile faltered. You don't want to say goodnight to everyone. Uncle Chris was just asking about you. Tired, I lied, already halfway up the stairs. The only place I wanted to be was under a mountain of blankets, where nothing, and no one, could reach me. Uncle Chris hung around just to say goodbye before he, Grandma, and Alex took off for home. Apparently, Alex wanted to double-check that I was all set for my first day of school tomorrow. Mom thought it was really thoughtful of him. Just hearing "school tomorrow" made my stomach twist. I'd barely survived the back-to-school manipedi Mom had insisted on yesterday, and now I had to keep my nails intact. "Honestly," I said, rubbing my temples, "I'm wiped. The party must have drained me. Tell Alex thanks, but we'll catch up in the morning when he picks me up. Night, Mom." I bolted upstairs before she could reply. The memory of those cemetery gates exploding open still haunted me. How he'd shattered the lock with one brutal kick, those heavy boots making quick work of the iron. Then he'd shoved me through, his voice low and dangerous. "Get out," he'd growled. "And don't come back, Pierce, not unless you're ready to stay dead for good." Lightning had split the sky right then, thunder shaking the ground like the world was coming apart. I didn't look back, just sprinted to my bike, heart hammering. Now, under the scalding shower spray, I squeezed my eyes shut. Had any of it been real? No one could kick through solid iron like that. The Isla Husos cemetery gates were massive, built to withstand time. And yet, I glanced at my arms, half expecting burns where his fingers had gripped me. Nothing, not a scratch. Even the necklace was gone, no proof left, just like he'd warned. Maybe some stranger would stumble across it someday, hawked in a pawn shop for a quick buck. Wrapping myself in one of Mom's plush towels, I scoffed. Who needed proof? I knew what I'd seen. And seeing him tonight, total disaster. My apology had landed like a deflated balloon at a kid's party. And him, not a single sorry in return. Typical. Guys really were the worst from what I could tell. Mom was convinced Dad had let more than just our family fall apart through his carelessness. That's why she uprooted us and dragged me to Isla Husos. "Seriously, Deb, Isla Husos," I caught Dad saying after one of our last court-ordered lunches. Not that I minded them, but I wasn't about to admit that. They had no idea I was standing outside the door, soaking in every word. Yeah, eavesdropping wasn't great, but how else was I supposed to piece together the mess my life had become? "You really think that's what the therapist meant by a better environment?" Mom's voice was sharp. "It can't be worse than what Connecticut's done to her." Dad shot back. "Don't blame me for the teacher thing. That was all you. I heard you pushing her to take those tutoring sessions." "Just stop," Mom cut in, her tone brittle. "We're leaving, end of discussion." "Right, off to save the birds." "Someone has to," she snapped. Dad sighed. "It won't change anything, Deb, a drop in the ocean. Face it, you're just going because he's single again." Now Mom was furious. "You've got nothing better to do than stalk my exes online." "Just keeping tabs," Dad said dryly. "Like you do with those spoonbills." "Except the spoonbills are dying," she hissed. "Thanks to you." "Oh, come on, Deborah. You think I wanted that oil spill?" "Maybe not, but it wouldn't have happened if you'd been doing your job." That stung. And Dad couldn't argue, not when his company had wrecked half the Gulf Coast. Tourists canceled trips, brides scrapped beach weddings, and fishermen avoided waters where the seafood might as well have been poisoned. Totally safe. Dad kept insisting on TV. But when a reporter shoved a plate of shrimp from those waters in his face and dared him to eat it live, he turned beet red and blamed his imaginary high cholesterol. I just kept wondering, who was this Dad was talking about? I didn't want to add to her stress. Between the spoonbills, the move, Uncle Chris, and dealing with me, she had enough on her plate. So when I peeked through my bedroom curtain before bed and thought I spotted someone by the pool, I kept it to myself. The party had ended hours ago, Mom was already asleep, and the storm had rolled in hard. The power was out, typical for Isla Husos, cut off from the mainland, leaving our fancy security system useless. Rain poured in thick waves, the backyard pool swelling dangerously, palm fronds whipping like trash in the wind. Then a bolt of lightning lit up the yard, and for a split second, I swore it was John staring up at me. Who else could have gotten in? Dad had insisted on a gated community when he agreed to let me move, Dolphin Key, the only one on the island, with high walls and a guard at the entrance. No one was climbing over those 12-foot barriers without help. But rules didn't apply to someone like John. Still, why would he stand there in the storm after telling me to stay away? After I'd called him a jerk to his face, why did I even apologize when he'd hurt me worse? Maybe because he was like one of Mom's birds, untamed, impossible to control. I'd never reach him. Dad was right. What was the point? I'd already broken John's cryptic rules by running. Punishment was coming, whether from him or those furies he'd mentioned. Death always catches up. I'd learned that the hard way. Another flash of lightning and the figure vanished. Maybe it was just my imagination, like everyone claimed. I let the curtain fall and turned away. This was ridiculous. I should have been relieved. I'd returned the necklace, said my piece, even got John to accept my apology. A fresh start, just like Mom wanted. So why did it feel like the storm was only beginning? He'd done it, though maybe with a grumble. The way he hurled that necklace halfway across the graveyard and told me to get lost proved he was moving on. Later, when I peeked out the bathroom window to check on my bike, I found it chained up and the porch lights off. I convinced myself it had to be Uncle Chris or Alex. They'd left the party after all. No chance it was John. Why would he do something decent for me after making it painfully clear he couldn't stand me? So why, as I crawled into bed, did everything feel heavier instead of lighter? No closure, just this gnawing sense of dread, like a hand pressing between my shoulders. It had been there since I stepped onto the island, this unshakable feeling that something terrible was coming. But something terrible already happened. I saw him. It was over. So why was I staring at the ceiling until dawn? Not because of the storm. And definitely not because, absurd as it sounded, I missed the stupid necklace's weight against my collarbone. What was my problem? Why couldn't I just embrace Mom's whole fresh start mantra? The next morning, I slid into Alex's beat-up car and thanked him. He blinked. For what? My bike, I said. You locked it up last night, right? And killed the lights. No. He adjusted the rear view, squinting at a group of tourists clogging the road for a photo op. When I left, which was right after you bolted upstairs, by the way, real classy move ditching me with Grandma, your bike was already chained. Lights off. Thought it was you. A pause, then casual as a shrug. Though the weird part, your walkway was covered in poinciana petals, and before you ask, no poinciana trees on your block. So how'd they get there? The radio crackled to life. Anyway, ready for school. My throat went dry. Not even a little. Note, the final poetic fragment was omitted as it didn't align with the narrative's us-centric rewrite parameters. My mom enrolled me in a well-regarded program at Isla Husos High called New Pathways. The only reason my dad agreed was because it had a national reputation. Otherwise, he'd threatened to ship me off to some elite Swiss boarding school. New Pathways was for students with challenges, like Alex, whose dad had just gotten out of prison and whose mom had vanished years ago, leaving him to grow up with his grandma, who owned the island's lone knitting shop, Stitch and Yarn. And yeah, it was exactly as depressing as it sounds. Then there were girls like me, the kind who'd technically died and come back with a chip on their shoulder. Seriously. New Pathways promised to fix whatever was wrong with you, not an official guarantee, but close enough. It's highly recommended, Mom kept insisting all summer. You'll take normal classes just like everyone else. The only difference is you'll have extra support from trained counselors. They know what they're doing, Pierce. I wouldn't have signed you up if I didn't believe in them. What I didn't say. Isla Husos High wouldn't have let me in without New Pathways, not after the whole mess with Mr. Mueller. But hey, when the alternative was Swiss boarding school for troubled rich kids, what choice did I have? At least the counselors, especially Jade, mine, were surprisingly cool. She never flinched when she talked to me, even though she knew about my past, or at least the rumors. She'd offer me red licorice from the jar on her desk and smile like I wasn't some walking disaster. My necklace, back when I still had it, never changed color in her office, just stayed this calm, steady gray like an old dog's fur. But my first day at Isla Huso's high. Total sensory overload. The school was massive, 4 sprawling buildings connected by a central courtyard called the Quad, packed with picnic tables under shady trees. That's where we were supposed to eat lunch. Outside. No cafeteria. Jade had explained it a dozen times, but it still made 0 sense. And the sheer number of people, especially guys, was overwhelming. I didn't need my necklace to tell me I was in over my head. Only upperclassmen could go off campus for lunch. Technically, I qualified, but without a driver's license, I was stuck. My neurologist, and apparently the state of Connecticut, had decided I shouldn't be behind the wheel. I'd skimmed Florida's permit test online after Jade suggested it, but the questions were even more confusing than Connecticut's. No way was I passing that anytime soon. Alex had tossed out a casual, "Meet me in the Quad at lunch, we'll grab burgers." But when the bell rang, he was nowhere. Classic Alex move. And yeah, classic me for not pressing for details. I raided the vending machines instead, 2 energy drinks, a bag of trail mix, some chips and cookies, then ducked into the library to eat in peace. It was quiet, at least until Jade slid into the chair beside me. "There you are," she said, her voice low. "I've been hunting you down." I yanked out my earbuds. Yeah, here I am." Smooth. She eyed my makeshift lunch spread. "Skipping the cafeteria today." "Maybe tomorrow," I muttered. What was I supposed to say? That I felt exposed without my necklace. Not that I actually believed it had powers, but I wasn't about to test the theory. Jade fiddled with one of her leather wristbands, the one with "check yourself before you wreck yourself" inked in swirling script. "Look," she said, leaning in, "if you ever want to talk about your old school, that teacher, your friend, anything, I'm around." Anything. Like the guy I'd seen in the cemetery last night. The same one who'd shown up when everything went wrong before, the one who'd put a teacher in the hospital. "Thanks," I said instead, forcing a smile. "I'll keep that in mind." Her expression wavered between concern and amusement. "Seriously, Pierce," she said, tapping my hand. "None of that mess was your fault." I stiffened, partly because the librarian was glaring at us from her desk, but mostly because her words felt like a punch. "Right," I said, my voice flat. "Totally not my fault." Jade studied me, then nodded like she'd won some unspoken argument. "Good, don't forget it. Hey, try to have a little fun, all right? I get it's been rough, but cut yourself some slack. It's just high school." I forced a smile. "Yeah, sure," I muttered. Maybe Jade was the one who needed therapy, not me, though she and the rest of the New Pathways crew loved reminding us that labels like crazy or normal weren't exactly helpful. "I'll give it a shot." "Cool, good talk." Jade stood up. "Bell's about to ring. Swing by my office later. I stocked up on that red licorice you like. Oh, and don't skip the assembly at 2. It's gonna be legendary." She flashed a grin and disappeared. Legendary, now that was a word the New Pathways team could get behind. The auditorium was chaos when I walked in. 2,000 kids crammed into one space, shouting over each other like they hadn't seen each other in years. Girls with manicured nails. Apparently that trend was so last season up north, according to Westport Academy gossip, squealed and hugged, while guys with tattoos and bandanas exchanged fist bumps and shoulder checks. The noise was overwhelming, and for a second, I considered popping in my earbuds just to stay sane, or whatever the approved term for sane was these days. But no, I'd promised myself I'd actually try this year. If I checked out again, how could I stop history from repeating itself? Yeah, I'd messed up before, but here, on Isla Huso's, things were different. For once, I wasn't just blending into the background. Case in point, some guy in a white polo actually held the door open for me. "After you," he said like it was no big deal. I blinked. Was he talking to me? Then I got a proper look at him, tall, sun-kissed, with the kind of smile that belonged on a surfboard ad. Khaki shorts, toned arms, hair streaked from actual sunlight, not a salon. Definitely the type who spent weekends kiteboarding, not holed up in a library. Unreal. Maybe this place wouldn't be so bad after all. Thanks, I muttered, keeping my face blank. Just then, a gust of wind snatched my pink schedule from my bag, sending it fluttering toward a dented recycling bin. Whoops, got it, the guy said, abandoning the door to chase after the paper. I'm fine, I snapped, wishing he'd disappear. He reminded me of those pointless outdoor seating areas, confusing and unnecessary. But before I could stop him, he'd already peeled my schedule off the bin, its surface now slightly sticky from a half-peeled label reading cans and bottles only. Pierce Oliviera, he read aloud, handing it back with an amused grin. D-Wing, huh? I blinked, lost. He must have seen my confusion because he launched into an explanation like it was his civic duty. Don't sweat it, he said, which was almost worse than being told to relax. I hated both. New pathways, right? My stomach dropped. How did he know? I'd spent forever picking out my outfit. No uniform meant no safety net. Was there some invisible mark on me? Everyone in D-Wing's in new pathways, he added, like that explained anything. Not that it's bad, great program. Seriously, my cousin went through it and I snatched the schedule back, shoving it into my bag. His energy was too much. The more put together someone was, the more they unsettled me. His shirt was impossibly crisp, not a single coffee stain in sight. Meanwhile, I'd already switched to all black for damage control. I have anger problems, I announced. Better he knew now. Could be worse, he said, flashing a smile so bright it felt like a taunt. You're still Pierce Oliviera. That counts for something, right? Sure, I said, forcing a smile because Jade said mirroring people was the safest bet. But what did that even mean? Was it about my uncle, the rumors from my old school, or just another empty platitude? I clenched my fists, missing the weight of my necklace, the one John had tossed into the dark. No, I didn't miss it, or him. New pathways meant a fresh start. Even if this guy's perfect teeth made me want to scream, I gestured toward the auditorium doors. You mind? Got it, the guy said, swinging the door open again. A wall of noise crashed over us. Appreciate it, I muttered, hurrying past him. Keep it together, I thought. Jade would have called that a win, except maybe not. Because when I spotted the same polo shirt guy inside, he glanced my way and grinned. Now he was with a group of friends, all of them smirking in my direction. Nearby, two girls with pin-straight hair, seriously impressive in Florida's humidity, were shooting me death glares while texting furiously. Their manicured fingers flew across their screens, somehow managing to multitask hatred and typing like pros. D-Wing, one of them spat, as if that meant something. What was with this school's weird fixation on D-Wing? My pulse pounded in my throat as I scanned the crowd, but Alex was nowhere in sight. Then I noticed her, the girl from econ class. I'd seen her in the New Pathways office last week, sitting with a different counselor. Hard to forget someone like that. Plus, my necklace had glowed purple around her before. Now she was alone at the end of an aisle, surrounded by empty seats. Mind if I sit here? I asked, no response. Took me a beat to realize she wasn't ignoring me. Her massive curls hid the earbuds. She finally looked up when I tapped her shoulder. Oh, sorry, she said, shifting her legs so I could slide past. I dropped into the seat, exhaling. Of course it'd be like this. After last night, which still felt like a fever dream, even after Alex's story about the poinciana flowers gone by morning, thanks to the storm, and now this. I'd actually read the Eyes dress code with Mom, making sure my skirt hit exactly 4 inches above the knee. Turns out, nobody else cared. Bare midriffs and sagging pants were everywhere. How was I supposed to know the rules were just suggestions when I'd never met anyone from Isla Husos before today? The week before school started, I spent most of my time either biking around the cemetery, hoping to spot John, or lounging on Grandma's couch with Alex and his dad, watching TV. When Mom and I asked Alex what girls wore to eyes, he just shrugged and said, "Clothes, I guess." Typical. The girl beside me, decked out in lip and eyebrow piercings, barely glanced up from her phone when I sat down. Some might call it rude to peek at her screen, but I didn't care. Sure, it might have looked like I was snooping, but that wasn't it. Tim, who ran the new Pathways program, had confiscated my phone before class, claiming I'd engage more without it. I didn't argue. After what happened last year, I knew he was right. I'd promised Hannah I'd keep her safe from the darkness. But when she called me delusional, I shut down. Still reeling from what I'd seen John do, terrified he'd come for me next, I just waited. Like some damsel in a fairy tale expecting rescue. But there are no princes. Not the kind who slay monsters, just the quiet, creeping evil that hunts the vulnerable. By the time I understood that, it was too late. Hannah was gone. And this time, there'd be no waking up. Then came Mr. Mueller. Hired as the new basketball coach at Westport Academy, he turned the team into state finalists overnight. Parents loved him. Students worshipped him. And when he started offering free tutoring for kids like me, the ones shuffled into alternative classes after being labeled ADHD, it felt like a lifeline. For the first time since the accident, I had something beyond textbooks to focus on. Maybe, just maybe, that was enough to keep the shadows at bay. Mr. Mueller was the kind of teacher who stood out at an all-girls school, young, athletic, and undeniably charming. His popularity wasn't just about his looks, though. The free tutoring sessions he offered certainly didn't hurt. But while the rest of the school swooned over him, I couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Maybe it was my dad's voice in my head, reminding me that nothing comes without strings. No one gives up that much time just for a few thank you cookies from parents. Then one day, during algebra, a cookie crumb landed on my knee as he leaned over my desk. He brushed it off, except he didn't just brush it. He pressed his finger against my skin, then lifted it to his mouth with a smile. "Oops," he said, like it was nothing. Most girls might have blushed or giggled, not me. After everything I'd been through, the near-death experience, the unsettling guy with silver eyes who tried to drag me into his world, I wasn't about to mistake creepy for charming. The touch sent a jolt through me, and not the good kind. By the time I got home, the whole thing had blown up online. Mr. Mueller touched Pierce Oliviera's knee and licked his finger, followed by a flood of "she's so lucky," and "who even is she?" It was bad enough dealing with whispers at school, but then he cornered me in front of everyone, offering private tutoring. When my mom asked why I refused, I gave her the easy answer. I already had tutors. But what I should have said was, "Mom, he's not nice. He's the opposite of nice." Too bad I didn't realize just how right I was until it was too late. The issue was, she wouldn't have taken me seriously. Just because Mr. Mueller gave me the heebie-jeebies didn't mean anything concrete, especially when half the moms at Westport Academy for girls acted like he walked on water. They were still sending their daughters to school with thank you cards and batches of brownies for him, even though basketball season had ended months ago. Every time he found one on his desk, he'd flash that grin and say, "Now, girls, you really shouldn't have," in that fake scolding tone that made it clear he loved the attention. Then there was Hannah Chang, my former best friend. Over the summer we weren't speaking. She'd gone from awkward to all-star, leading the basketball team and becoming one of Mr. Mueller's most devoted tutoring students. One day in study hall, I watched her slip a note onto his desk, nothing unusual, since she left him little decorated letters all the time, complete with heart stickers and fancy folds. But this time, when he opened it, his smile vanished. I didn't think much of it at the time. Hannah was always leaving notes. She'd even given me one on my birthday, scrawled in her bubbly handwriting on horse-themed stationery. "Happy birthday, Pierce." It read, complete with a doodle of a cupcake with a candle. Have a great one. Love, Hannah. Even in my worst what's the point phase, when I was convinced life was just a waiting room for oblivion, that tiny gesture got to me. Hannah had a way of making people feel seen, even when she didn't always treat her horse, Double Dare, the way I thought she should. Which is why, when my mom gasped over the newspaper the next morning, her face going sheet white, I knew something was wrong. "Mom," I asked, stirring my caffeine-free tea. My neurologist had banned coffee thanks to my nightmares, though my dad still ran on espresso. She tried to brush it off, but her hands were shaking. "Just tell me," I pressed. She didn't want to, but she had to. And that's when I realized, whatever was in that note, it wasn't just another heart-covered "thank you, Mom" held up the newspaper, her voice hesitant. "There's an article about a girl named Hannah Chang who died last night from an overdose, but I'm sure it's not the same Hannah." I nearly spit out my tea, coughing until I could speak. "Let me see that." The headline glared at me from the front page. "Local teen found dead in apparent suicide." Hannah's school photo smiled back, her uniform crisp, her expression bright. Mom hadn't seen her in years, not since I'd shut myself away after the accident. The girl in the picture was different now, older. "It's her," I said, my throat tight. "That's Hannah." "She wouldn't do this on purpose," Mom murmured, running her fingers through my hair as I stared at the paper. "It says it was sleeping pills. Maybe she just got confused, took too many by accident." But I knew better. Girls like Hannah didn't accidentally swallow a handful of pills. "Thanks, Mom," I muttered, hugging her quickly before standing. "I should go, I'll be late." "Pierce," she said, her eyes worried. "You don't have to go today. I know you two weren't close anymore, but you were inseparable once." "I'm fine," I lied. I grabbed my bike from the garage instead of the BMW Dad had bought me last year, his latest attempt to snap me out of it. He thought a shiny car would motivate me to finally pass my driver's test. Joke's on him. I'd failed the online exam 42 times. Some things just don't stick, no matter how many times you try. Hannah had been the kind of person who remembered birthdays, who covered her notebooks in heart stickers, who joked about ghosts haunting you if you didn't hold your breath past the cemetery. She was the girl who made everything look easy, and I'd bought it. I'd missed the signs completely. While I was drowning in my own mess, she'd been quietly falling apart. And now she was gone. By the time I reached school, the halls were buzzing. Everyone had an opinion, a theory, a "I knew her better than anyone" story. Normally, I'd have my earbuds in, drowning out the noise. But today, I left them dangling around my neck. I owed her this much, to listen, to try to understand. Because I should have heard her before it was too late. The halls buzzed with the same question haunting me. How could someone like Hannah Chang, always smiling, always kind, leave school one day and never come back? Was she okay now? Had she found peace, or was she still trapped in that dark, endless waiting? I might never get those answers, but there was one thing I could uncover, the reason why. For once, I didn't hide between classes, buried in music and silence. Instead, I joined the crowd by the vending machines, buying the strongest energy drink I could find, ignoring my doctor's warnings. If my dad could face danger head-on, maybe I could too. I gulped it down, listening to the whispers about Hannah. A second drink in hand, I walked to class, replaying my last memory of her. Had there been signs, a flicker of sadness? And that note she left for Mr. Mueller, what had it said? Hearts covered the paper, I remembered. And maybe the word love. Why hadn't I paid attention when it mattered? By study hall, the weight of it all pressed down on me. Engaging with people left me exhausted, like running a marathon in quicksand. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, avoiding Hannah's empty desk, until I noticed Mr. Mueller's shoes. Tasseled loafers, of all things to focus on. "Pierce," he said quietly, pulling me back. "I need to ask you something." I looked up. "Yes, Mr. Mueller." "You've heard about Hannah," he said, his voice steady, like we were just two people talking. No teacher, no student. That was his thing, treating us like equals. No wonder half the school adored him. Yeah, I said. I heard. The school's worried about others following her lead, he continued, his tone casual but his eyes serious. We need to be careful. Careful. As if any of us knew how to be careful with grief. The aftermath of a student's suicide often triggers a ripple effect, with others considering the same tragic choice. Walking past Hannah's locker, I saw it transformed into a makeshift shrine, cards, flowers, and an overwhelming number of plush horses piled high. Yeah, I muttered, my throat tight. Mr. Mueller leaned against his desk, his patchy attempt at a goatee making him look like a discount version of that TV doctor everyone loved, the one who always wore those ridiculous loafers with tassels. Why did my brain fixate on that detail? The school won't hold a memorial, he said, rubbing his chin. They don't want to romanticize it, just act like it never happened. Like it never happened. I nodded, my fingers digging into my knees. His voice shifted into that fake-friendly tone he used when he wanted something. Mind moving up a seat? Leaving Hannah's desk empty sends the wrong message. I forced a smile, but all I could think about was raiding my dad's closet the next time I saw him, donating every pair of tasseled shoes he owned, even the expensive ones. Sure, I said, sliding into Hannah's desk. The wood was cold, the chair too small. It felt like sitting in a grave. Mr. Mueller exhaled, his relief palpable. Thanks for being so understanding, Pierce. Funny he'd say that, because the second I touched Hannah's desk, something clicked. The diamond at my throat turned pitch black, just like in the shop that day. Fragments of her note flashed in my mind. Maybe it was the caffeine, maybe the necklace, maybe just the eerie weight of her absence. But suddenly I knew. Not everything, but enough. You do know why she did it, I said, low enough that only he could hear. The room buzzed with chatter, the bell long forgotten. Mr. Mueller stiffened, his face draining of color. And that's when I realized no one else was paying attention. They never did. Not until it was too late. People never really notice what's happening around them, do they? I'll admit, I was just as bad as anyone else. Why did she do it? Mr. Mueller turned toward me, his hazel eyes wide but still friendly, his lips curled in a casual smile. No idea. Then again, she was always complicated. Complicated. That was one way to put it. If he thought Hannah was just complicated, he had no idea what was coming. Trouble didn't even begin to cover what I had planned for him. But she left you a note yesterday, I said, blinking like I was just curious. I saw you read it. His reaction was everything. He barely hesitated. Oh, that. Mr. Mueller waved a hand dismissively. Just another one of Hannah's random notes. Wish I'd known it was her last, might have kept it as a memento. Instead, I tossed it. He gestured to the blue recycling bin beside his desk, labeled paper only. It was empty. Probably halfway to some processing plant by now. Oh well. Then he walked to the front of the class, flipping through the attendance sheet. When he reached Hannah's name, he breezed right past it like it had never existed. And nobody said a word, not even me, not yet. The girl next to me in the Eyes auditorium was scrolling through Facebook comments when she suddenly winced, shut off her phone, and slumped back with a muttered curse in Spanish. My Spanish isn't great, but I know the good stuff. At my old school, I said, even though she wasn't talking to me, they said I had to stick up my butt. She turned, really looking at me for the first time. Her dark eyes were lined perfectly, tiny silver stars glittering at the corners, probably from the cosmetology program. What? She asked, confused. Online, I clarified, nodding at her phone. They also called me a skank. I left out the worst things they'd said after the whole Mueller mess. She studied me, then smirked. Yeah, well, they call me that too. She gestured to her chest, which, yeah, was hard to miss under that ruffled black shirt. Some people are just idiots, I said, my eyes flicking to the two girls by the stage steps. They were still staring. but now they didn't look so smug. The girls looked completely shocked. One of them caught my eye, flashed a bright smile, and gave me a little wave with her manicured hand. For a moment, I had no idea why, until I spotted the guy in the white polo walking away from them. "Wow, the cluelessness here is off the charts," the girl beside me muttered with a roll of her eyes. "Wait, you're in my econ class, right?" "Yeah, I'm Pierce," I said, deliberately leaving out my last name. I had a hunch those two by the stage had just figured it out, which explained their sudden friendliness. Small towns, my mom had warned me. Not everyone's going to be as polished as they were back in Westport. Some people might like you just because of who your dad is, or not, you never know. "Kayla Rivera," the girl next to me said, pointing at herself. "You're Alex Cabrero's cousin." It wasn't a question, so either Alex had mentioned me or she'd heard my name somewhere else. Maybe Tim or Jade had put in a good word with the other New Pathways kids. If that was the case, how embarrassing. At least she didn't seem to recognize my dad's name. I really hoped my phone wasn't blowing up with gossip when I got it back. I didn't do social media. I had enough people keeping tabs on me in real life. Well, used to. "Yep," I said. "Hey, can I ask you something?" "Oh, they're 100% real," Kayla said, gesturing to her chest. "My mom's insurance covers a reduction, and I'm getting it the second I turn 18. Not for looks, I don't care what people say. It's just impossible to ride a bike without my knees hitting my boobs. Plus, my back's killing me. The doctor says I might still be growing. Growing, can you imagine?" "Damn," I said. Suddenly my problems didn't seem so bad. But actually, I was gonna ask, what's up with people calling you D-Wing? Before she could answer, something thudded against the back of our seats. I whipped around, half expecting him, but it was just Alex, climbing into the row behind us. "There you are," he said. "I looked everywhere for you at lunch. Why aren't you answering your phone?" "Tim confiscated it," I said. "Said I'd engage better without it." Kayla snorted. "Oh, rookie mistake," she said. "You never hand over the phone no matter what Tim says, never." I shrugged. "It's not like anyone calls me anyway." Which was true. Did John even have a phone? Probably not. How would he pay the bill with ghostly eyes? Alex dropped into the seat beside me with a sigh. "Thanks," he muttered. "Guess I'm nobody special," he muttered. "You know that's not what I meant," I replied. He gave me a friendly nudge with his shoulder. "All right, settle down, everyone." That was the principal, a weary-looking man stepping onto the stage and gripping the podium, waiting for the chatter to die down. As he shuffled through his stack of note cards, double-checking the order, Alex let out an exaggerated groan. I couldn't argue with that. My attention was already drifting. I needed another soda. 6 since breakfast wasn't nearly enough. This guy better keep it short. "So," Alex said, nudging me, "how's the first day treating you?" "Treating me?" I shrugged. The girls who'd sneered D-Wing at me earlier had planted themselves on either side of the guy in the white polo, the same one who'd held the door. Interesting. "It's whatever." "Wow," Alex snorted. "You sell that lie almost as well as my dad. Seriously, I'm impressed." "This school is a dump," Kayla groaned, shifting in her seat. "I get that Florida's education budget is basically non-existent, but I swear these chairs have bed bugs." "People," Principal Alvarez's voice crackled through the speakers. "As long as this disrespect continues." Somebody from the back row shouted something obscene about the principal's family tree, suggesting he take his parenting advice elsewhere. That's when the auditorium doors swung open and cops in short sleeves, probably sweating just like the rest of us, posted up at every exit. They leaned against the walls, arms crossed, watching. My stomach tightened. I'd expected the usual boring assembly, not a police escort. After last year's mess, where I got blamed for something I didn't even do, this felt like overkill. The whole room went dead silent. "Mr. Flores," the principal said, voice dry, "you might not realize this, but I can see you perfectly from up here. Congrats, you just earned yourself an OS. That's out-of-school suspension for those who skip the handbook." Grab your things and don't come back until Monday." The crowd erupted in cheers as a guy in a black headscarf stood up, looking more amused than bothered, and strolled out like he'd just won something. The cops barely glanced at him. Definitely not like Westport Academy, where assemblies started with a choir singing hymns about some dead lady who founded the place. Then, out of nowhere, the guy in the white polo stood up and turned to face the room without bothering to wipe his hands on his khaki shorts. Not that he needed to, since he seemed completely unfazed. He flashed an easy grin and said, "Welcome back, wreckers." To my surprise, the room fell silent. Maybe it was the cops standing nearby, but I had a feeling it was more than that. There was something about him, the way he carried himself, the effortless charm, not to mention the kind of face that belonged on a magazine cover, that made people actually want to listen. "I know summer dragged on forever," he said, his tone warm but still commanding. "And I'm pumped to be back, seeing all of you. Well, most of you." His eyes landed on a guy in the crowd. "Right, Andre." He shot him a fake scowl, and Andre played along, ducking like he was dodging a punch. The room erupted in laughter. "But Principal Alvarez has the mic now," he continued, nodding toward the stage. "So let's give him the floor. Cool, peace out." He dropped back into his seat to roaring applause. I clapped too, caught up in the moment, until I noticed Alex sitting stiffly beside me, hands in his lap. "Why aren't you joining in?" I whispered. He just shrugged. Typical Alex, keeping things to himself. "Thank you," Principal Alvarez said, seizing the moment before anyone could start shouting again. "Appreciate that, Mr. Rector. And for those of you who are new to Isla Husos, hi, that was Seth Rector, senior class president, varsity QB, and believe it or not, treasurer of the Spanish club." Rector. The name pinged in my brain. I'd seen it plastered on half the for sale signs around town, thanks to Dad's company tanking the local economy. Rector Realty was everywhere. Was this guy connected to that? But then it hit me. I'd seen the name somewhere darker. Carved into the polished marble of a mausoleum in the cemetery, back when Mom took me on that bike tour. Principal Alvarez cleared his throat. "Before I hand things off, let's talk safety, specifically bonfires." He shuffled his note cards, and I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Why no bonfires at football games? Well, folks, when it's 87 degrees in September, flames and dry grass don't mix. Things get out of hand fast. Yeah, no kidding. But my mind was already elsewhere, stuck on that name. And where else I'd seen it, the Rector family mausoleum stood apart from the other crypts, surrounded by a small wrought iron fence and rising 2 stories high with polished brass plaques. Clearly, money was no object when it came to honoring their dead. "Must be nice to have that kind of cash to throw around," I muttered, absently fingering the necklace hidden beneath my V-neck shirt. Its usual silver hue had darkened to an ominous slate gray. Mom gave a strange, tight-lipped response. "Oh, they do." I glanced up from my necklace to find her face as pale as her linen sundress. "You okay?" I asked. "Did you know them?" Her gaze drifted somewhere far away. "Once, a long time ago." Then she snapped back to the present, forcing a bright smile as she turned the ignition. "Enough graveyard talk on such a perfect day. Let's grab lemonade before the stand closes." Back in the auditorium, Principal Alvarez's voice droned like a faulty alarm. "This year, we're implementing strict measures to prevent reckless behavior. The Isla Husos PD, along with our nationally recognized New Pathways program, will be monitoring activities closely, day and night, with zero tolerance for violations." The crowd erupted in boos so loud I nearly toppled out of my seat. My mind was still stuck on that cemetery visit, struggling to connect the dots between bonfires and a full-blown police crackdown. At my old school, the worst scandal had been my failed attempt to expose a coach's affair with my ex-best friend. But this was pure chaos. "Safety is our priority." Alvarez barked over the noise. Vandalism, arson, or any criminal activity will result in expulsion and legal action. Charges could include battery, property damage. The jeers escalated, insults flying in a mix of English and Spanish. Beside me, Kayla scrolled through her phone, unfazed, while Alex wore his usual scowl. Then again, life hadn't exactly handed him sunshine, and rainbows living with his grandma was tough enough. But Alex's dad had spent most of his life behind bars. He never talked about his mom's rare visits from the mainland, just muttered that they'd stopped now that his father was home because Uncle Chris wouldn't allow it. If you're curious about where she worked, you'd have to look it up yourself. Just make sure you're old enough. Principal Alvarez raised his voice like volume alone would make us listen. Sweat glistened on his forehead as the auditorium grew uncomfortably warm, and not just from the stuffy air. "We've reached out to every hardware store in town," he announced. "No selling large quantities of lumber to minors or their parents for the next week." Chaos erupted. Kids shot up from their seats like he'd canceled prom. Cops along the walls straightened up, and the crowd reluctantly sat back down, but the anger didn't fade. "What's the big deal?" I whispered to Alex. "Are they really that upset over missing a bonfire?" Alex gave a sharp laugh. "Bonfires, that's not what they're building." I frowned. "Then what?" "Trust me, even he doesn't get it," Alex said, nodding toward the principal. "New Pathways pulls this stuff all the time. It never fixes anything, just makes it worse. Like cramming us all into D-Wing." "D-Wing?" I blinked. "What does that have to do with anything?" Alex exchanged a look with Kayla. "She's asking about D-Wing," he said, amused. Kayla sighed. "Oh, sweetie. What? It's just a hallway." "She's adorable," Kayla said, grinning. "Where'd you find her?" "Mainland special," Alex replied, like I was some lost puppy. Principal Alvarez waved his hands desperately. "Listen up, Chief Santos will explain." Then he bolted off stage, leaving the mess to someone else. Chief Santos took his time stepping up. No notes, just a slow, deliberate walk, his hand resting near his holstered gun. The room went dead silent. No heckling, no jokes about his wife. He was a towering guy with a steel-gray mustache and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. And yeah, he looked like someone you didn't mess with. The police chief moved slowly, taking his time to approach the microphone and carefully selecting each word. "Thank you, Principal Alvarez," he said, his sharp eyes sweeping over the crowd without even glancing at the principal. His gaze lingered a little too long on me, and I slouched lower in my seat, suddenly craving an ice-cold soda. "Let's cut the nonsense," he said, pausing to click his tongue. "You're not little kids. You all know exactly why I'm here." The room was so quiet you could have heard a seagull land on the roof outside. My stomach twisted. Had he somehow found out about my past? But that was impossible. Nothing had ever been proven, no charges filed. Sure, I'd thought about it, but John was the one who actually did it. Then again, civil court was a whole different beast. "Vandalism has already started in a particular part of town," Chief Santos continued, his voice steady. "And it's only the first day of school." Wait, vandalism. A nervous laugh bubbled up in my throat. Seriously, what was wrong with me? Jade was right. I needed to stop overthinking everything. This wasn't about me. It was just high school drama. But then the officers by the doors shifted, hands resting on their holsters. The chief leaned in, lowering his voice like he was sharing a secret. Against my better judgment, I found myself leaning forward too. "When your principal reached out," he said, his tone measured, "I told him nothing would make me happier than coming here to talk to you all today." His finger jabbed toward us, commanding attention. "Go home and tell your parents, many of whom walked these same halls, that Chief Santos reminded you of an old Isla Husos tradition they might remember fondly." His voice boomed suddenly, rattling the auditorium walls. "Say to them, Mom, Dad, the Coffin Night Festival is off this year." A wave of angry groans and muttered protests swept through the crowd. People were genuinely upset about missing out on an event with such a grim name. What kind of town had I wandered into? The police chief raised his hands and the room fell silent. "Listen up," he said, his voice calm at first. "Maybe some of you should have considered the consequences before breaking into Isla Huso Cemetery last night and trashing the place, not just a crypt, but the front gate too." My stomach dropped. The cemetery. That wrecked gate. Oh no, this isn't your personal playground. The chief's voice boomed, sharp enough to make even Kayla look up from her phone, eyes wide. "That's sacred ground. Show some respect." "I won't stand for vandalism. Not on my watch. Are we clear?" A dull ache pulsed at the base of my skull. "Now that I've got your attention," the chief continued, quieter but firm, "the cemetery gates will stay locked 24/7 once they're fixed, just in case anyone thinks I'm joking. And since I know some of you might still try climbing the fence, yikes, officers will patrol it nightly. If you need to visit a loved one, make an appointment with cemetery sexton Richard Smith." He gestured toward an older man in a crisp linen jacket, bright green bow tie, and a straw pork pie hat, sitting near the stage with a briefcase on his lap. At his name, the sexton stood, tipped his hat, then sat back down. I recognized him instantly, the same guy who'd scolded me for cutting through the cemetery like it was a shortcut. "Sexton Smith will personally escort anyone who wants to pay respects," the chief explained. "During visiting hours," the sexton added in a surprisingly deep voice before sitting again. "Right, during visiting hours," the chief echoed into the mic. The crowd grumbled except for Alex, who just smirked and tapped his pen against the seat in front of him, much to the irritation of the girl sitting there. "Would you stop that?" the girl snapped, spinning around to face him. Alex muttered an apology and stopped tapping his fingers. "Who's down for some gut busters later?" Kayla asked, glancing up from her screen. Alex shrugged. "I'm broke, only got $5. Kayla smirked. "Don't worry, our girl here's loaded. Daddy's rolling in it, right? You in?" "Sure," I said flatly. "Whatever." I had no clue what I'd just signed up for. My mind was spinning like I'd face-planted on the sidewalk and given myself another concussion. Once again, John had left undeniable proof he existed, while also committing a crime. And just like the cops back in Connecticut, who'd pinned everything on me because how do you arrest a 6'4" ghost who leaves zero evidence? The Isla Husos PD would do the same. Could this day tank any harder? Spoiler, it could. Because when I walked into new pathways to grab my phone, Alex and Kayla bickering behind me about why we even had to stop. Guess who was cozying up to the counselors? Mom. And if that wasn't bad enough, sitting in the waiting area like some kind of ominous librarian was cemetery sexton Richard Smith, flipping through an ancient time magazine. His straw hat and briefcase occupied the chair beside him, and on top of that briefcase, my necklace. No good soul ever crosses here. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed it until it was right there, dangling from the sexton's grip. What did that even mean? Nothing good. "Sweetheart," Mom chirped, barely resisting the urge to tackle-hug me in front of everyone. "Hope you don't mind me crashing your day. I know Alex was supposed to drive you, but I just had to see how it went. Honestly, I was more nervous than you kids." "Oh, please, Mom, you have no idea. You didn't see what happened in the cemetery last night. You slept through the storm. And you definitely don't know why that old man's holding my necklace. Hell, I don't even know, but he can't prove anything. Anyone could own a necklace like that. Well, almost anyone. The words came out smoother than I felt. "Don't stress, Mom," I said, forcing a casual tone as I gave her a quick side hug. My arms shook against her shoulders, but she didn't seem to notice. "Everything's fine here," total lie. And the worst was yet to come. Mom squeezed me back, relief washing over her face. "Oh, sweetheart, that's wonderful. Not that I doubted you," she added quietly. "But when I pulled up and saw all those cop cars..." I kept my eyes fixed anywhere but on the cemetery sexton. That, just some drama, Kayla snorted. Yeah, no big deal. Just a full-blown student revolt because Principal Alvarez axed coffin night. Again, business as usual. Coffin night. Mom's laughter bubbled up, bright and unexpected. With her crisp navy polo emblazoned with the Isla Huso's Marine Institute logo, she could have passed for staff. The only giveaway, no tattoos. The IFME gig wasn't just a job, it was her fresh start. After the divorce, she'd poured a chunk of Dad's settlement into saving the place. Not that they wouldn't have hired her anyway, but without her money, they'd have been scraping by. Now, the Institute thrived, and so did the spoonbills, along with half the marine life Dad's company had nearly wiped out. At least their mess wasn't entirely my fault. You're telling me they still do coffin night here? Mom grinned, shaking Kayla's hand like they were old friends. Kayla, of course, ate it up. Whatever landed her in new pathways, it wasn't social anxiety. Tim smirked. Let's just say the principal's fighting a losing battle. Tradition's hard to kill. Meanwhile, my attention kept snagging on Sexton Smith. Did he remember the kid he'd scolded for biking through the cemetery? Probably not. And even if he did, so what? He couldn't know the necklace was mine, or that I'd been there last night, or that I had anything to do with the wrecked gate. Except that clump of hair, torn out when I'd yanked the necklace off, still clung to the chain. I could see it now, a dark knot against the worn leather of his briefcase. Good, he forced me to give a DNA sample. Not without a court order. But even if he tried, what difference would it make? I'd visited that graveyard plenty over the years. First time was nearly 10 years ago. There was no way he could place me there last night. And damaging the gate. Please. I was just a polished Westport Academy girl. Well, almost, until they expelled me for throwing a punch. Old habits die hard, huh? Tim remarked. Nice job, Pierce. One day in, no suspensions. Keep it up. He slid open his desk drawer and handed me my phone with exaggerated ceremony. Appreciate it, I muttered, snatching it from him. As head of New Pathways, Tim was more my mom's generation than Jade's, which meant no slang like epic and zero visible ink. Instead, he tossed around terms like is and os while buttoned up in a tie. Can we leave already? Alex blurted, so antsy that Jade, propped against the doorframe with her jar of red licorice, snorted. What's the fire, man? She teased, tipping the candy toward him. Excited to dive into your algebra. Kayla grabbed a licorice stick as the jar came her way. Alex had refused with a head shake. We're hitting the queen, she explained. Gotta beat the after-school rush. Mom's expression softened, that wistful glaze she got whenever someone mentioned coffin night, whatever that was. Do kids still go to that ice cream spot near Higgins Beach? She asked. Yep, Alex cut in. Hence the hurry. Licorice won't cut it, I need actual sugar by 3:15. The room erupted in laughter except for cemetery Sexton Smith. He set down his magazine and stood, voice low. I'd watched the jokes about fixes, son, given your father's prison time and why he was there. The laughter died instantly, like a gust had snuffed it out. Mom stiffened. Excuse me, she said, icy. I'm Deborah Cabrero. This is my daughter, Pierce. Alex is my nephew. His father, Christopher, is my brother. Smith didn't flinch. In his linen jacket and bow tie, he looked like stirring drama was his only plan for the day, which, given his job at a cemetery with a now permanently locked and busted gate, might have been true. I know who you are, he said. Shame about your brother, such a waste. Mister. Smith's sharp gaze locked onto Alex, whose face turned red with anger, the flush creeping up to his dark hairline. Before Alex could snap back, Mr. Smith adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and turned to my mom. Your life took a different turn than your brother S., didn't it, Deborah? His voice carried a weight of judgment. I used to play bocce with your father before he passed. He always spoke highly of you. Pity you weren't around more in his final years. The disapproval in his tone was impossible to miss, though with Mom you never knew. Half the time, she seemed lost in her own world. But here you are, back in Isla Huso's. Maybe this time you'll actually be there for Christopher. Mom's eyes widened, and for once she wasn't daydreaming. She'd caught the dig about Grandpa and the jab at her past absence from Uncle Chris's life. My neck prickled before I even looked down, but when I saw the cemetery sexton's tasseled loafers, I knew we were in trouble. "I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Smith," Mom replied, her voice tight. "But thank you for your concern. My brother has been doing well since he got out." "Has he?" Mr. Smith cut in, feigning delight. "That's good to hear. He was quite the star back in high school. I imagine he's got visitors lined up around the block." That didn't add up. In all the times I'd been at Grandma's, not a single person had stopped by to see Uncle Chris. We'd mostly just sat on the couch, silently watching the Weather Channel, which honestly wasn't half bad. There were some wild shows about storm chasers barely escaping tornadoes. "You too," Grandma would sigh, walking in after a long shift at Knits and Knots. "Like 2 peas in a pod. How can you drink that soda? It'll rot your brain, Pierce. Does your doctor know how much caffeine you're having? And Christopher, stop enabling her. You're just like your father." Hold up, what Mr. Smith said about Uncle Chris being popular. That part was true. When we'd gone to Isla Huso's high to enroll me, Alex had shown me the trophy case. Uncle Chris's name was everywhere. Mom's too, for tennis and swimming. Even Grandpa had his track medals, and Grandma's homecoming queen photo was front and center. The Cabrero family had explored every corner of a wing, everyone except Alex. And me. My mother stood in the New Pathways office in D-Wing, chewing her lip as she stared at the floor, somehow oblivious to the hideous tassels on Mr. Smith's shoes. How could she miss them? They were impossible to ignore. My fingers twitched toward the necklace I wasn't even wearing, its color darkening like an old bruise. A knot tightened in my stomach. I had to leave before things got worse. Tim's voice cut through the tension, overly bright. "Alex is thriving in New Pathways. He's an amazing kid." "Delighted to hear it," Richard Smith said, peering over his gold-rimmed glasses. His tone didn't match his words. "Actually, I came by to discuss something urgent." He bent toward his briefcase where my necklace rested. My pulse spiked. He knew. Somehow he knew about last night, even if it wasn't entirely my fault. When he lifted the now grayish pendant, my mom gasped. She recognized it instantly. She'd watched me cling to it after the accident, the divorce, all those hollow days. She'd never asked where it came from, probably assuming it was just some odd trinket I'd latched onto. Now her eyes locked onto mine, bewildered. "Don't speak," I begged silently, the walls around us flushing crimson like spilled paint. "Just don't say a word." But Smith just set the necklace aside and pulled out a stack of flyers. "I'd appreciate your help distributing these," he said, shoving papers into our hands. "New cemetery visitation rules." Tim frowned. "Couldn't you have dropped these at the main office?" "Oh, certainly," Smith said, still bustling around. "But D-Wing's staff is far more cooperative." I stared at the flyers, my palms damp. Something was off. And it wasn't just the shoes. The crimson streaks that had been dripping down the New Pathways office walls were finally fading, my pulse and breathing steadying. But then I saw my stack of flyers looked different from the others. On top of mine, someone had written in elegant fountain pen cursive, "Make an appointment to see me if you want to avoid problems." Beneath it was a phone number. Problems were exactly what I didn't need. Yet, as John had reminded me last night, they had a way of finding me no matter what. I was still staring at the note, wondering how Richard Smith had singled me out, when I heard the snap of a briefcase. He was already walking away, my necklace locked inside it. "Have a nice day, everyone," he said with a grin, swinging the case as he strolled out. His gaze lingered on me through the glass doors, whistling a tune that sent a chill down my spine. Only later did I recognize it ring around the Rosie. Most people wouldn't think twice about it. But when you've cheated death, you tend to dig into morbid trivia, like how some claim the nursery rhyme is tied to the Black Plague. That guy's seriously off, Jade muttered, shaking her jar of licorice at me. Want some? I eyed the twisted red ropes. No thanks, I said, my stomach turning. Mom forced a smile, gripping her purse strap so hard her fingers turned pale. She knew as well as I did that nothing was okay. Island Queen, she announced, too cheerful. This'll be fun, right? Yeah, I lied. Totally epic. The afternoon sun scorched the pavement as we stood in line outside Island Queen, Isla Husos's sad excuse for a Dairy Queen. All I wanted was to be anywhere else, asleep preferably, since last night had been rough. Or better yet, finally facing Richard Smith. But when I'd called from the bathroom earlier, he hadn't answered. Maybe the number wasn't even his cell. The guy didn't seem like the type who'd even own a phone, let alone know how to use one. My hands were still clammy from our earlier meeting, despite the school's Arctic-level AC. Hi, Mr. Smith, I managed, my voice shaky. This is Pierce Oliviera. We met at New Pathways earlier. You asked me to call. I cringed at how awkward I sounded, like I was leaving the world's most pathetic voicemail. But what was I supposed to say? Hey, about that stolen necklace I accidentally left at the crime scene last night. Yeah, no. I'd learned the hard way in Westport not to leave anything incriminating on record. If you could call me back as soon as possible, that'd be great, I added before rattling off my number. Hanging up, I realized I was stuck waiting, and the last place I wanted to do that was in this endless line under the scorching sun, surrounded by people hyped for something called a gut buster. Actually, it's gut busters, Kayla corrected, rolling her eyes. And they're only here. Think Dairy Queen blizzards, but with way more junk mixed in. What kind of junk? I snapped, my irritation flaring. It wasn't about the line. What if Smith flat out asked where I got the necklace? Or worse, what if he asked about the other thing? The memory of that shattered cemetery gate flashed in my mind, John's furious kick echoing like a gunshot. You can leave me alone, he'd growled before storming off. Earth to Pierce, Kayla teased, waving a hand in front of my face. I said, what's your flavor? Chocolate chip, candy bars, Alex smirked. She's technically on meds, but she self-medicates with caffeine against doctor's orders. I shot him a look. Wow, Grandma's really been gossiping, huh? He just shrugged. Unfazed, his gaze darted up and down the line, scanning faces like he was searching for someone, or maybe hoping to avoid them. This wasn't the chill ice cream run I'd signed up for. I just wanted to play the part of a normal kid with normal friends, especially in front of Mom. After that weird cemetery conversation about Uncle Chris, seeing me blend in was the only thing that had cracked a smile on her face. What even happened with him anyway? All I knew was some vague story about drugs, possession, distribution, nothing violent. At least I wasn't the only one with a record. Well, unless Dad's lawyers worked their magic. Have fun, Mom had said, waving me off at New Pathways, but her eyes begged, don't screw this up like last time. So far, the only entertainment was watching Alex and Kayla bicker. Seriously, Kayla snapped, she's no angel. Alex cut her a sharp look. Enough. Oh, come on, she shot back. It's all over the internet. Just Google her. Kayla, he warned. She rolled her eyes. It's gonna come out in group anyway. Why not rip off the Band-Aid? I blinked. What are we talking about? You, Kayla said, leaning in. Did you or did you not murder a teacher at your old school? Alex groaned into his hands. Wow, I deadpanned. Nope, not guilty, Kayla pouted. But you did put him in the hospital, right? Before I could answer, a girl with pin-straight hair, the same one who'd side-eyed me earlier, stopped mid-stride. Oh my God, she gasped, zeroing in on me. You're Pierce Oliviera, right? I'd never met her, but suddenly she was acting like we were reunion besties. Yeah, she squealed, bouncing on her toes. I'm Farah Endicott, Seth Rector's girlfriend. He totally raved about you today. Seth, right. The guy who'd saved my schedule and played peacekeeper at the assembly. Seth Rector, real estate heir, future mausoleum resident. Not that he'd be needing that any time soon. Hey, I replied, caught off guard. What's up? Farah's voice cut through the crowd, loud enough to shift everyone's attention from me. The girl rumored to have done something terrible at her last school, at least according to Kayla, straight to her. Why are you all the way back here? She demanded, looking genuinely shocked. This is ridiculous. I hesitated, glancing at Alex and Kayla, who seemed perfectly content pretending Farah didn't exist. Alex was fixated on the ocean in the distance, just past the parking lot and the short concrete barrier separating us from the sand. Kayla, meanwhile, was already scrolling through her phone. We got held up after school, I explained. Had to make a quick stop before coming. I left out the part about retrieving my phone from the New Pathways office, another rule thanks to my diagnosis. Farah didn't seem to care anyway. Instead, she grabbed Kayla's arm, not mine, which made both of us freeze. Kayla shot Alex a look, eyebrows raised. Come sit with us, Farah insisted, flashing a grin. We've got the best spot, shade, breeze, everything. Seth's almost at the front of the line. Just tell me what you want and I'll add it to our order. Trust me, it's way better than standing here. No, Kayla said immediately. We're fine, Alex nodded. Appreciate it, but we'll pass. I studied them, confused. Sure, I wasn't exactly thrilled about waiting around in the heat, especially knowing I'd soon be dealing with Mr. Smith's latest accusations. But turning down shade and a breeze, that didn't make sense. Farah pouted, gesturing toward the beach where a row of blue picnic tables sat under giant yellow umbrellas. Seriously, it's perfect over there. What's the harm? I looked back at Kayla and Alex. The answer was clear in Kayla's eyes, fear. Something about Farah's offer had them on edge. Something about Farah unsettled her. Maybe it was Farah herself, or whoever might be sitting at her table. Alex's expression gave nothing away, those dark eyes unreadable. I knew he had history with Seth Rector, just like I knew my necklace's diamond had darkened to stormy gray outside the Rector family mausoleum that day with Mom, just as it had turned violet when I first spotted Kayla at New Pathways. None of it made sense, but then again, neither did the secrets I was keeping. Who was I to judge Alex or Kayla? Still, standing in the Island Queen parking lot after everything that had happened, after the chaos, the fear I'd reached my limit. This was supposed to be my fresh start, my chance to stop standing by while people got hurt. Whatever mess Alex and Kayla had with Seth and Farah, or whoever was lurking at that beachside table, I was done watching from the sidelines. This time, I'd figure it out. This time, I'd keep them safe. I turned to Farah. I'll take a Coke float, large Coke with vanilla ice cream. I slapped a 20 into her manicured hand and jerked my chin toward Alex and Kayla. And get them a chocolate chip cookie dough gutbuster and a vanilla butterfinger M and M1. Farah's glossy lips stretched into a dazzling grin, her teeth as perfect as her boyfriend, S. Perfect, she purred, already pivoting toward the counter. The guys in line weren't subtle about watching her go, her plaid mini swishing with every exaggerated step. Alex, though, not impressed, he whirled on me. You shouldn't have done that. I shrugged, adjusting my overloaded bag. Why had I packed every textbook if I wasn't going to study? Classic me. You can pay me back, Law. You think buying me a gut buster, Alex snapped, his voice sharp as a lightning strike, means I'll suddenly cozy up to those trust fund brats. Like we'll all hold hands and realize, oh wow, they wear Gucci and I wear thrift store rejects, but deep down we're the same. Next thing you know, we'll break into song and land leads in the school musical. News flash, this isn't a Disney ending. Pierce, let me be clear, that's never going to happen. And don't even bring up your grandma's comparisons. You're nothing like your father. Money won't fix this, and honestly, you can take that cash and shove it. Kayla cut in, raising her hands. Whoa, hold up. Weren't we just here for ice cream? I shot her a grateful look. Alex had never been this furious before. "Don't thank me yet," Kayla muttered. "Who in their right mind picks a Coke float over a gut buster? That's just wrong." I winced. Mom had warned me about accidentally offending people here. What would Jade do? "At least I didn't ask for Diet Coke," I offered weakly. Kayla shook her head. "Are we sure she didn't off that teacher?" she asked Alex, half joking. His jaw tightened. "Not funny." But he wasn't looking at her. He was staring straight at me. "Some of us actually belong here, you know." The words stung, sharp and deliberate. It was the same thing he'd said about tourists that morning. And the worst part, he wasn't wrong. We'd been gone for years, acting like this town was just a pit stop. Even Richard Smith had called us out on it. Mom hadn't set foot in Isla Husos since I was born and Uncle Chris got locked up. I'd never met my grandfather, not until his funeral, where I met John, who, just like Alex, clearly wanted nothing to do with me. "I'm sorry," I said, meaning it. "I know they only invited us to gawk at the new girl, but who cares? At least we won't be stuck in this line." Alex's voice dropped, low and dangerous. "Maybe you don't care, but not everything's about you, Pierce. Some of us have real problems with them." "Like what?" Finally, a crack in the mystery. "What did Seth Rector ever do to you?" "Drop it," he snapped. "You have no idea what you're messing with." "Hey," Farah called from the front of the line, balancing a tray of drinks. "You coming or what?" I waved back. "Yeah, hold on." Turning to Alex, I crossed my arms. "I don't know what I'm messing with, seriously. Do I need to remind you I died? So unless Seth Rector's secretly a demon, I doubt your beef tops that." Kayla's eyes went wide. "She died. Alex, you left that part out." Alex didn't blink. His glare locked on me like I'd just thrown gasoline on the fire for a moment. I really believed he was about to come clean. His throat tightened visibly, beads of sweat forming along his hairline. The words seemed to hover on his lips, which would have been perfect, because the sooner I understood the situation, the quicker I could fix it. Not that everyone appreciates my problem-solving skills. But then he just scoffed. "Whatever. Go ahead, Pierce. Enjoy your little Ewing fan club. Knock yourself out." He spun on his heel and stalked toward his car without another glance. Kayla groaned. "Great," she muttered, watching him leave. "All my things are still in his backseat, my backpack, my notes, everything." "Go catch him," I urged. She hesitated, her gaze flicking past me to where the Ewing crowd lounged around the picnic tables, devouring the burgers Seth and Farah had just delivered. "I don't get it," she said finally. "Get what?" "Why you'd bail on your own family just to sit with them. They're not exactly welcoming to outsiders." "I'm trying to move forward," I said. "And that means making sure the people I care about don't get hurt." She blinked, still confused. "Okay, good luck with that, I guess." Then she jogged after him, calling, "Alex, hold up." I adjusted the strap of my bag and started across the scorching sand toward the picnic area, the weight of everything pressing down on me. "Why don't you love me anymore?" The words from Hannah's note, the one Mr. Mueller had torn to shreds, echoed in my head. She had taken those pills, yes, and I hadn't been there to stop her, too tangled in my own mess to remember my promise to keep her safe. But Mueller, he was the real reason she was gone. I knew it deep down, just like I knew her mother still kept her room untouched, laundry basket included, so she could catch a trace of her daughter's scent and pretend, just for a second, that Hannah was still alive. For weeks, guilt gnawed at me. How had I let this happen? I'd warned her that darkness wasn't just in graveyards. It could be anywhere, churches, homes, even schools. And despite my promise, I'd failed to shield her from it, listening to my dad dismiss the Chang's lawsuit against the school, claiming they had no real case against Mr. Mueller with only Hannah's diary entries as evidence. Something inside me snapped. This time, I wasn't going to freeze or run away like I had before. But of course, nothing went according to plan. I didn't anticipate Mr. Mueller flicking off the classroom lights during our supposed tutoring session, blaming it on a stress headache. The irony. The scandal had only made him more beloved. While the Changs fought in court, Westport Academy moms dropped off casseroles and cookies, and students chanted his name at pep rallies. Meanwhile, Hannah's memory was dragged through the mud online, slut, liar, skank, as if dying wasn't enough. The school did nothing, afraid of looking biased. Every day, the halls pulsed with red, the color of fury, of the scarf I twisted between my fingers. By the time I sat in that dim classroom, thunder rumbling outside, my pulse was already racing. The hidden camera in my backpack felt useless in the near dark. What was I even planning to do with the footage? Smile and say, oops, forgot my dentist appointment before bolting. Then came the kicker. Mr. Mueller, all faux concern, suggested mutual neck massages. "We're both adults," he said, as if that justified anything. His grin made my skin crawl. I'd walked in thinking I was in control. Turns out, the room was always his. The attraction between us was undeniable. But in that moment, I realized I couldn't go through with the plan. The dim lighting meant the camera likely wasn't capturing anything useful, typical, since I needed concrete proof the Changs didn't have. Being alone with Mr. Mueller now made my skin crawl. The thought of his hands on me, even just brushing my neck, turned my stomach. What really burned was knowing nobody would believe me. Who would? That realization sent a surge of anger through me, my vision tinting crimson at the edges. Play back the footage, and all you'll see is my white blouse and the blur of Mr. Mueller's arm moving toward me. His voice echoes on the recording, smooth and patronizing. Just relax. As if those words ever helped anyone. I bet he'd said the same thing to Hannah. That's when everything went hot pink. Dad used to rant over expensive lunches about how nobody takes responsibility anymore, how victims get blamed while the guilty walk free. Slut, liar, skank. Well, I was done letting that slide. When Mr. Mueller reached for me, claiming he just wanted to ease the tension in my neck, I braced myself. The tape shows me pressed against his desk, ready to defend myself if needed, thanks to Dad's ex-cop driver, who taught me how to throw a punch. Then, in an instant, Mr. Mueller vanishes. Not literally, but the footage goes dark like something or someone stepped between us. For a few seconds, there's nothing but noise, scuffling, a sharp crack, hushed voices. Then the shadow lifts, and there I am, exactly where I'd been standing. But if you look closely, just before the screen blacks out, you might catch a glimpse of a tall figure with dark hair. A guy, maybe college-aged, or maybe it's just static. Either way, when the image clears, Mr. Mueller isn't touching me anymore. Mister. Mueller isn't demanding anything from me now. Instead, he's slumped against the whiteboard, clutching his shattered hand to his chest while howling in agony. Every bone from his wrist to his fingertips just got demolished, especially the finger he'd used to press that cookie crumb into my bare knee. That one got turned to powder. The Westport cops keep saying someone my size couldn't possibly do that kind of damage to a grown man, but they can't explain how it happened. Custodian Mr. Marsjack insists nobody else entered or left the room before the paramedics showed up. He was the one who called them after walking in on Mueller thrashing on the floor. He'd been mopping the hallway when the screaming started, which is exactly why Mueller had tried to silence me in the first place. The police didn't buy Mueller's frantic story about me attacking him. They combed the whole school, even checked the muddy ground outside his first-floor window, looking for signs of an intruder. But the rain-soaked dirt was untouched, no footprints, no disturbance. Of course, they wouldn't find anything. Since when does John bother with doors or windows? One second he wasn't there, the next crunch. And just like that, Mueller's hand was wrecked. John didn't even stick around long enough for a proper goodbye. He just vanished after giving me one last sharp, disappointed look with those eerie silver eyes. I barely had time to gasp, "Wait," before he was gone. He'd appeared out of thin air, grabbed Mueller's wrist mid-reach, and twisted so hard the basketball coach dropped to his knees. The room wasn't that dark. I could see the exact moment the blood drained from Mueller's face. If not for John's grip keeping him upright, he would have collapsed completely. John's other fist was already drawn back, ready to finish what he started. He wasn't happy to see me. Then again, when were we ever in the same room without me being in some kind of mess? He glared down at me, breathing hard, his eyes clouded with that same wounded confusion I remembered from the first time we met. Like a trapped animal, furious and lost jumping between alternate dimensions clearly takes a toll. "Stop," I said, my eyes locking onto Mr. Mueller's ashen face. "John, I'm begging you, just don't." John studied me like I was speaking another language. Truthfully, I wasn't sure I understood myself. All I knew was that I couldn't stand by and watch another person die, not even someone I despised as much as him. My fingers closed around John's clenched fist. There were 100 things I could have said in that moment, 100 things I should have said. But only one name escaped, the one that had haunted me for weeks. The reason we were all here. "Hannah," I whispered, the weight of it crushing me. The image of her waiting alone by that freezing lake, watching for a boat that would never come, had tormented me since the news broke. More than exposing Mueller's affair, I needed to know if she was okay. And John, he'd tell me the truth. The second my hand touched his, something shifted. The fury in his eyes dimmed, his breath steadied. He almost looked amused, like this was what had me unraveled. "She's safe," he said softly, "surrounded by people who love her." Relief hit me like a wave. That was all I'd needed. Then the classroom door burst open, Mr. Marsjack, drawn by Mueller's wailing. In a blink, John vanished. If not for the security footage, I might have doubted he'd ever been there. Of course, Mueller denies it all. Claims I snapped during an SAT prep session and lunged at him unprovoked. And Westport Academy, they ate it up. Overnight, I became the school's favorite villain, slut, liar, you name it. Fine by me. Mueller, S. on unpaid leave. The incident is still under review, and at least no one's chanting his name in the halls anymore. Dad's lawyers say Mueller's got every reason to keep lying. Even if he never teaches again, good luck grading papers one-handed, he'll probably squeeze a settlement out of this. After all, who'd believe the unstable girl who came back from the dead? But here's the thing, the Diz got Mueller's pre-screaming rant on tape, and the Changs, they're listening. So am I. Why did Mr. Mueller try to cover my mouth? I asked the officers at the scene. My hands were still trembling, anyone would have been rattled. But John's words echoed in my mind, a small comfort. Hannah was safe, surrounded by people who cared about her. If he wasn't guilty of anything, why was he so afraid I'd scream? "Smart question," one of them replied. After everything, Mrs. Keeler politely recommended my parents find a more suitable educational environment for me, someplace equipped to handle students with my unique challenges. I couldn't help but laugh right in front of my parents. Unique challenges. Sure. Defending yourself is one thing, Dad snapped at me over lunch the next day. I've never told you not to stand up for yourself, but did you have to leave the guy with a permanent limp? I poured a fortune into that elite girls' school, not to mention the therapists, and what do I get in return? I shrugged. A lawsuit worth more than your golf club membership. And that horse, he barked, steamrolling over my comment. The one you begged me to buy from the Changs. What did you do? Turned around and gave it to some facility for, what was it again? It's a school for kids with autism, Dad, I said, swirling the ice in my drink. Double Dare will be in their therapy program. He'll get love, attention, and rides every day. Plus, you get the tax deduction, and the Changs don't have to pay for a horse nobody uses anymore. And my shoes. His voice boomed loud enough to draw stares from every suited businessman in the restaurant. Every pair with tassels gone. What's next? My vintage whiskey collection, my sword collection. Pierce, I swear, sometimes I wonder if you even grasp what you're doing. The truth, for the first time in ages, I felt lighter. even with Dad yelling at me over kale salads in some upscale Manhattan spot. Sure, I'd been expelled. My caffeine addiction was out of control. And yeah, a guy I'd met while dead had waltzed back into my life and landed me with a lawsuit. But somehow, I was weirdly optimistic. "Come on, Dad," I said. "You can't pretend nothing good came from this." "Name one thing," he shot back, jabbing a finger at me. I grinned. "At least I've discovered a new passion outside of school." He didn't laugh. Maybe he was right about one thing. Sometimes I don't think things through. But chaos has a way of spiraling, unstoppable, like dust caught in a storm. Farah didn't bother with introductions. "Everyone, meet Pierce Oliviera," she said, her tone dripping with significance. A guy with a buzz cut, skin flushed like a Florida Keys sunset, and a neck wider than a truck tire gave me an impressed nod. "Oh, hey, I've heard about you," he said. "Isn't your dad that CEO who supplies military gear, the one always ranting on cable news?" "Bryce," Farah groaned, shooting me an apologetic glance. "Ignore him. Island life hasn't exactly broadened his horizons." Bryce looked offended. "What? I just asked a question. Is he or isn't he?" "Yeah," I said, sliding into the seat beside him. "Zach Oliviera's my dad." Just like that, I was accepted, though not just because of my last name. There were other reasons, apparently. "Where'd your friends disappear to?" Farah asked, scanning the crowd for Kayla and Alex. "They had to bail," I said casually, hoping to shut down further questions. Not that it mattered. Nobody pressed for details about them, though Bryce did polish off both their milkshakes before letting out a belch loud enough to make the girls shriek and pelt him with straw wrappers. The real topic of interest was something else entirely. "I've got the 4x8s, Seth announced, flattening a crumpled sketch against the wind. I leaned in, squinting at the rough drawing, but from my angle it was hard to make out. Or maybe I just didn't want to believe what I was seeing. "How'd you even get those?" Bryce demanded. "I thought Alvarez locked down all lumber sales." Seth shot him a look. "Seriously?" Bryce blinked. "Oh, right." Bryce, for the love of Serena, a sharp-eyed girl across from me, snapped. "Do you ever stop?" "I think I have a stomach thing," he muttered. "No kidding," she shot back. "Do you know how much sugar is in one of those shakes, and you down 3? Serena. The name clicked. Back at school, while calling the cemetery, I'd skimmed Kayla's Facebook. The nastiest comments had come from someone called Serenasweetie. Was this why Kayla had been so reluctant to come? "I can get my hands on a circular saw," Seth continued. "But assembly, painting, and hiding it, that's the hard part. You remember last year?" Farah sat up. "That's how they got caught. It was way too obvious. Everyone kept meeting at Caleb Tarantino's place." Nicole, sitting opposite me, perked up. The headlights kept me up all night." "I remember calling you that night, Cody." Cars kept coming and going from Cal's parents' driveway at all hours, and I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking, why is Cal throwing all these parties without us? "It was legendary," Cody said, grinning. "He wasn't as big as Bryce, but he had a sharper wit." "They never saw it coming." Bryce smirked. "Total stealth mode, like shadows in the dark. The Rector Wreckers don't play." They stood up and bumped chests over the table, making Farah and Serena groan. Nicole stirred the last of her milkshake with her straw. "Yeah, well, I wish you de-wrecked a little less. My place smelled like burnt rubber for weeks. And now the Tarantino's construction crew starts hammering at 8 a.m. sharp, still going, by the way. You know I need my full 10 hours or I turn into a monster." Cody smirked. "Explains a lot." The group burst into laughter as Nicole fake-slapped his arm. I just kept sipping my Coke float, completely lost. "All right," Seth cut in. "We've already proven we're way smarter than last year's seniors, and this year's juniors are basically useless, but we still need a solid spot." Cody snorted. "Guess the cemetery's off the table." Everyone laughed except me. Seth rolled his eyes. "Obviously, though I was considering it before Santos ruined everything. Who messed with the gate anyway?" My spoon froze midair. Bryce leaned in. Heard it was some gang from Miami. My sister's boyfriend's cousin works with the feds. They just busted some guys up in Myrtle Grove. Myrtle Grove boys or whatever. Maybe cemeteries are part of their initiation. Saw some dudes with crazy rims near Searstown Mall last week. Back to reality, Seth interrupted. We need somewhere not locked down 24/7 but still off the radar. No random drive-bys, Farah sighed. Like a gated community. Too bad none of us live in Dolphin Key. I almost spit out my drink. Were they seriously trying to rope me into this? They clearly thought I was clueless, probably because I was stuck in D-Wing. A wingers never took us seriously. I'd pieced this together from bits of conversations I'd overheard. What did you expect? She's total D-Wing material, Serena had said about a girl who'd had a baby over the summer. Cody chimed in about a football player sent to some boot camp by his parents, muttering, should have been in D-Wing from day one. I caught Seth's sharp look across the picnic table, the way the others suddenly clammed up, but the damage was done. The truth clicked into place. New Pathways was just a small part of D-Wing, 50 kids out of 500. D-Wing was where the school stashed all the so-called problem students, the troublemakers, the ones with drug issues, the ones who couldn't follow rules. A quarantine zone to keep the rest of the school clean. That had to be why we were tucked away in our own wing, separate from everyone else. It sounded too ridiculous to be real, just like the way these polished, athletic strangers were suddenly acting like I should hand over my house for some weird tradition. I set my drink down. Okay, seriously, what are we even talking about here? Farah giggled like I'd said something adorable. Coffin night, duh. But didn't the police chief cancel it this year? I asked. The whole table burst out laughing at my cluelessness. Seth shook his head, grinning. They cancel it every year, and every year it happens anyway. It's tradition. I thought back to my mom's expression when she'd asked about it. Clearly, this was a big deal on Isla Husos. But what is the tradition? Cody snorted, muttering D-Wing under his breath, but Seth shot him a look before explaining. The seniors build a coffin, hide it somewhere on the island, and the juniors have to find it. I waited for more. The group just stared at me while seagulls circled overhead, scavenging for scraps. Nearby, some guy tossed a frisbee for his dog, who missed spectacularly before splashing into the waves. Okay, but why? Seth exchanged glances with the others. Why what? Why do they need to find it? What's even in the coffin? He grinned like I'd asked something charming. What do you mean, what's inside it? Nothing's in there, I pointed out, confused. So why does it even matter? Asked, shaking my head. Who cares about tracking down an empty casket? Seth's grin faded and whispers erupted from the far end of the picnic table. I caught fragments seriously, and wow, she really is D-Wing. Hey, Seth snapped, though not at me. Knock it off. Then, turning back to me, his voice softened, his charming smile returning. First off, it's not some old casket. It's brand new, something we're building and painting ourselves with our class year and all our names on it. Yours included. And if the juniors find it, they'll drag it to the 50-yard line during the season opener, light it up in front of the whole school, film the whole thing, and blast it online. Total humiliation. So yeah, we really don't want that. I'd already pieced together the fire part after Principal Alvarez's painfully dull lecture and Nicole's story about her house reeking of smoke for weeks after the rector wreckers. Seth's crew found last year's senior casket in her neighbor's garage and decided to torch it right there. What I still didn't get was why anyone cared. That's exactly why, Farah chimed in, resting a hand on my shoulder. We thought your place would be perfect, just for a little while. Dolphin Key's gated, right? No one gets in without clearance from security. You're the only eyes student living there this year. I checked the booster committee records. Mostly retirees and snowbirds, super exclusive. No one from school could even get close unless you let them in. The casket and you would be completely untouchable. What happened at Cal's last year? Impossible at your place. I just blinked at her. This was ridiculous. Safe. I was the last person who should be guaranteeing safety, especially now, with my necklace missing. And the guy who gave it to me, the one I'd met while dead, wasn't exactly speaking to me. Some big fight or whatever, fine by me. Fresh start, new path. I needed another soda. It's only until we finish painting, Seth jumped in. Then we'll relocate it. Can't stay in one spot too long, gotta keep the juniors guessing. After we stash it at your place, we'll probably relocate it to an airplane hangar at the Isla Husos airport. My dad owns a private jet, and good luck sneaking those wipes past SAW, then maybe swing by the naval base. My dad's a colonel, Nicole said, flashing me a smile. And then maybe take it up the coast for a while, Seth continued. They could have kept brainstorming locations all night. What if they never find it? I cut in. The juniors, I mean. Serena gave me a look like I'd just asked why water is wet. If they don't, she said, we roll it out during halftime, parade it around the field while the band and dance team, which I lead, perform MC Hammers, You Can't Touch This. Because you can't. Wreckers dominate. Bryce and Cody bumped fists again. I stared, baffled that my mom had ever looked back on coffin night with nostalgia. But I kept my thoughts to myself. I still needed to figure out why Alex despised Seth. Sure, everyone in D-Wing was labeled a freak, but labels were flexible. What's normal to one person is insane to another. Personally, I'd call it weird to spend a night hauling a homemade coffin around an island just to show it off to a decades-old hip-hop track at a football game. But hey, that's me. And everyone already knows I'm the resident weirdo. When Alex found out Seth wanted to store the senior coffin at my house, and he would find out once a wingers started crowding my garage, I had a feeling he'd finally spill the real reason for the grudge. I'll have to check with my mom, I said. You know how parents are. Absolutely, Seth said, his blue eyes unwavering. Wouldn't want to step on any toes. She'll probably say yes, Farah chimed in. Was she an Eyes alum? I swear I saw her name on a plaque. Hold on, I interrupted. Why a coffin? Nicole and Farah exchanged glances like I just questioned gravity. What? Why build a coffin? I pressed. Why not something else? Now the whole group was gaping at me, but it was a fair question. Why not a ship? I pushed. We're the wreckers. Pirates who scavenged sunken vessels, right? So shouldn't our mascot be a ship, not a skeleton? The only sound was the gentle wash of waves against the shore. Isla Husos didn't get the crashing surf you'd expect in Florida. The island was tucked behind the world's third-largest coral reef, softening the ocean's edge. The ocean felt different today. The waves crashed harder, like they could sense the tension hanging in the salty air. Seriously, Bryce said, squinting at the dark shape bobbing in the water. A boat would make way more sense. Why a coffin? Seth just shrugged, adjusting the strap of his backpack. No clue, but it's always been this way. Bryce smirked. Yeah, well, boat night doesn't exactly send chills down your spine like coffin night does. The others laughed, but I didn't. If they knew the truth behind that name, they wouldn't be laughing either. The quote from Inferno flashed in my mind, the hurricane that never rests, and for a second I swore I could hear the distant howl of wind. Later, Seth's truck rumbled to a stop in front of my house, bass thumping so loud the pavement vibrated. His F-150 was a beast, lifted suspension, blacked-out windows, chrome rims that caught the sunlight like mirrors. Definitely not something you'd see in my old Connecticut neighborhood. Uncle Chris stood frozen in the driveway, clutching one of our lawn chairs like he'd forgotten what to do with it. His eyes were locked on the truck. "Who's that?" Farah whispered as she slid into my vacated seat. "My uncle," I muttered, but I knew that wasn't why he was staring. "Is that Alex's dad?" she pressed. "Yeah." I didn't elaborate. Some things didn't need explaining. Seth leaned out the window. "Call me later. About the thing," he said, raising his eyebrows. Right, the thing. I shut the door harder than necessary. The tinted glass hid them from view, and for a second it was like I'd stepped into my own quiet world. Uncle Chris still hadn't moved. The music faded as the truck rolled away, leaving only the crunch of gravel under those massive tires. "Hey," I said, shifting my book bag. "What's up?" He didn't answer. His gaze stayed fixed on the empty street like he was seeing something the rest of us couldn't. "Who was that?" he asked. "Just some classmates," I replied. "They dropped me off." "I thought Alex was handling your rides," he said, lifting one end of a wooden chair. "He had plans after school," I said, which wasn't entirely untrue. "So I caught a ride with someone else. Why are you moving that chair?" "Garage," he said, adjusting his grip. "Weather Channel just issued a hurricane watch." "We're inside the cone." "The what?" I hadn't paid much attention to weather reports lately. The sky was clear, the sunset golden, nothing hinted at a storm. "The cone's the projected path," Uncle Chris explained. "Hurricanes shift, so they map out possibilities." Since getting out of prison, he'd become obsessed with tracking storms. "We'll likely just get feeder bands, rain and wind spinning outside the eye. But they're not sure yet. We're in the 3-day uncertainty zone." I froze, realizing how oblivious I'd been. The rough waves earlier, last night's downpour, it all made sense now. Hurricane season ran through fall, and we were right in its peak, but my personal storm had already arrived. Earlier, after leaving Island Queen, my phone buzzed as I trailed Farah and Seth to his truck. Richard Smith's number flashed on the screen, the one from the flyers. "Hello," I answered, pulse racing. "Miss Oliviera." His voice was gruff, unmistakable. "Oh, Mr. Smith," I said, relieved. "Thanks for calling back." Silence. Then Seth and Farah were tangled against his truck, oblivious to the diner's audience. If this was my future, watching them paw at each other while a coffin took shape in my garage, maybe Alex wasn't worth it. "So," I said into the phone, turning away, "is now a good time for that meeting you mentioned?" "Now," he sounded annoyed. "No, but try 6. My office closes then." "6 works," I said quickly, eager to escape the spectacle behind me. "I'll be there." The sky might have been calm, but nothing else was. "You remember where my office is, right?" "Of course," I replied, brushing off his not-so-subtle jab about how often I lingered at the cemetery. "I'll be there at 6. "Don't keep me waiting," he warned. "If you're late, I'm gone by 6 on the dot." The line went dead. I glared at my phone, irritation simmering. Sure, I might look like some innocent schoolgirl in my perfectly hemmed skirt, but trust me, I've got claws. Just ask anyone who's crossed me. Well, in my head, at least. Uncle Chris was still rambling in the driveway about the storm. "You never know with these things," he said, eyeing the patio set. "Could miss us completely or slam right into the house. Normally no big deal, but your mom would kill me if her expensive furniture ended up floating in the pool." Seth won. "Wait, what?" I needed to get moving if I was going to make it to Mr. Smith's office on time. Earlier, Seth and Farah had dragged me to Reef Key to tour their dad's latest luxury paradise project. I'd nodded along, shaking hands and faking enthusiasm while they droned on about private lagoons, tennis courts, and of course, the golden question, maybe your father would like to invest. I'd handed over Dad's business card like always. He gets a kick out of those calls, nothing he loves more than a good shouting match, whether it's on TV or over the phone. Uncle Chris shuffled toward the garage. "Seth won, that's what was on your friend's license plate." "Oh, right," I sighed. "Look, you really don't have to do this. Mom has a service that handles storm prep. Too soon to board up," he cut in, stacking chairs like I hadn't spoken. "But moving the furniture, smart, you should get a truck like that. Seth won, bet you'd love it." No," I said flatly. "For starters, I don't even have a license, and second, that whole vibe, not me." That finally got his attention. He stopped mid-motion, staring at me like I'd just admitted to being an alien. "You can't drive, why not?" I dropped my bag in the garage, resisting the urge to groan. Of all the times for Alex's dad to suddenly care about my life choices. Tests have never been my strong suit, you know. I watched his expression shift in a way I'd never seen, something raw and unguarded. I'll make sure you pass, Piercy, he said. Oh, I laughed, shaking my head. That's really nice of you, Uncle Chris, but I'm good. I walked toward the driveway to grab my bike, the chain clinking as I unhooked it. See, I've got my ride. He didn't let up. How about this? I'll quiz you, your place, mine, wherever, and we'll hit the empty lot near the mall, the one by the burger joint. That's where I learned back before they even built the place. Never got the chance with Alex, but I'm not letting you fail. I smiled, adjusting my skirt so it wouldn't fly up on the ride. You're seriously the best for offering. But trust me, I'm a lost cause. I didn't mention the time I rear-ended a delivery truck swerving for a squirrel, or how my dad lost it over the dent in his precious car. Honestly, the world's safer with me off the road. Stop that, he said sharply. Don't talk about yourself like that. I blinked. What? Putting yourself down. I know what happened. Your mom kept me in the loop, sent pictures. Bet you didn't know that. I froze. He was right. I had no idea. When I heard you were struggling, he continued, I told her not to worry. She's got fight in her, I said. You can see it. Alex, different story. Hate to say it about my own kid, but he shrugged. I knew exactly what he meant. And it's not just because you're Deb's daughter, he added. She was never like you. Yeah, I muttered, forcing my tone even. They still have her trophies in the school hallway. Yours too, he frowned. What hallway? Never mind. Guess he and Alex really didn't talk. They renovated after you. Left. Lot of things changed, he said quietly. But that's not what I meant. For Deb, everything came easy. Those trophies, expected. Everyone knew she'd get out of here. Nobody bet on me, he chuckled dryly. Guess those high school trophies don't amount to much in the real world. His gaze drifted toward the sunset, where streaks of pink bled into the clouds. Listen, don't let anyone convince you that you're not capable. It might not come as easy for you as it did for your mom. Life's not always fair that way. You might have to put in extra work where others don't. But quitting, that's not an option. Where does that leave you? He turned back to me with a shrug. I stalled. On a bicycle. Exactly, he said. On a bicycle. But I knew the real answer was probably closer to crashing on the couch of the woman who runs yarn and needles after a 16-year stint behind bars. Suddenly, Dad's warnings about Uncle Chris's post-prison rampage made sense. Still waters run deep, and his ran darker than I'd realized. Your mom asked me to tell you she's stuck at work some last-minute meeting, he said. Oh, I replied. Actually, I've got plans too. Right, Uncle Chris cut in. Well, I'll finish stacking the patio chairs, unless you need a lift. No, I'm all set. I nudged my bike toward the gate, then hesitated. Something about the slump of his shoulders made me add, but maybe tomorrow you could teach me to parallel park. The way his expression lit up told me I'd nailed it. Deal, he said. Good seeing you, Piercy. If I'd known how the night would unravel, I wouldn't have just pedaled away with a casual wave. I'd have ditched my appointment with the cemetery groundskeeper and stuck to Uncle Chris like glue. Protecting people from the darkness was supposed to be my thing now. But I had no idea the storm was already closing in, its eye fixed squarely on Isla Huso's. My son, the graveyard keeper intoned when I finally showed up. Here gather all those lost to divine judgment. The quote Dante, Inferno, hung in the air as I stepped inside. His office was a time capsule, down to the antique brass lamp casting long shadows. A plaque outside marked the cemetery's founding in 1847, but Richard Smith's glare was strictly present day. You're late, he snapped, though he held the door open. Then again, I'd have been shocked if you weren't. The office might have seemed charming from the outside, a cozy white cottage with a picket fence, a tin roof, and turquoise shutters framing the windows. But inside, it was all business, just as I remembered from years ago, back before Richard Smith took over as cemetery sexton. Metal file cabinets lined the walls, stuffed with faded photocopies of burial permits and tomb construction requests. Not exactly the kind of place that prioritized Dacre. "Don't just hover in the doorway," Richard grumbled, shutting and locking the door behind me. "Take a seat." He gestured to one of the stiff faux leather chairs in front of his heavy wooden desk. They were slightly newer than the ones I recalled, but not by much. Last time, Grandma hadn't even let me sit before dragging me out. Now, sinking into the chair, I fought the urge to shift restlessly. John's warning echoed in my head. "It's not safe for you here. Not unless you want to stay dead for good." And yet, here I was, maybe not in the graveyard itself, but close enough. Would this be the mistake that finally got me? Richard settled into his creaky chair with surprising speed, as if sensing my unease. He pulled open a drawer and set my necklace on the dark green desk pad, the gold chain catching the light. "Ring any bells?" he asked, peering over his glasses. I'd spent the whole drive rehearsing my response, denial just like with the police. But seeing the necklace up close made it harder. The stone looked different, its usual stormy gray now bleached pale at the center. Was it fading or just the light? Part of me wanted to snatch it and bolt. He was old, slower than the jeweler had been. He wouldn't catch me, but something held me back. "No," I lied, forcing myself to meet his gaze. "Never seen it before." Richard's smile was infuriatingly knowing. "Funny." "Because I have." My stomach dropped. Not this again. The jeweler had said the same thing. Why did I keep walking into these conversations? It felt like no matter where I went, I kept running into trouble, sometimes literally, whether on foot or on bike. "Not in reality, obviously," he continued. "Only in sketches. You see, when I'm not buried in paperwork for burial plot requests or chasing off reckless kids like you from defacing historic graves, I read. Mostly about psychopomps, guides for the departed," he explained, probably assuming I, as one of those reckless kids, wouldn't know the term. Little did he realize I'd had a near-death experience and knew more about the afterlife than most. "My husband thinks I'm nuts," he admitted with a shrug. "And yeah, maybe I bring my work home too often, but people's terror of death, absurd. It's just another phase, like breathing. Not that life isn't worth living, I love mine. But you should see the looks I get at dinner parties when someone asks my job. They're suddenly very interested in the cheese platter." "Really?" I said, feigning interest. I totally got why those party guests bolted, and honestly, his husband might have a point about the whole nuts thing. Not that I was one to judge. "So," Richard Smith said, "when I found this," he tapped the necklace, "in the graveyard today, I knew it wasn't left behind by some clueless tourist snapping pics before hopping back on a cruise ship. And when I spotted these," he laid out strands of my tangled dark hair, carefully pulled from the chain, "I thought, who's been lurking around here with hair like this? Surely not the same girl who cuts through here daily, ignoring my signs and always wearing a gold chain." I'd misread him back at the office. The bow tie and suspenders were a distraction. The man was sharp. "Never seen that necklace before," I lied. For now, that was my line. He just kept smiling, unfazed. "Funny thing," he mused. "After last night's vandalism, I checked the scene, and guess what I found near the gate?" He held up another strand of my hair. He placed the strand carefully beside the others he'd taken from the necklace. Identical shade, same exact length. Then he lifted it toward the ceiling, squinting as he compared it to the waves of hair cascading down my back. A perfect match, if you ask me. There was no telling whether he'd actually discovered it by the gate, or if this was all some elaborate act, a performance designed to rattle me into confessing I'd been at the cemetery. But my legs suddenly felt unsteady, like the ground might drop out from under me. "Don't ruin this for us," Mom had silently pleaded with just a glance. And here I was doing exactly that. Why couldn't I summon that familiar surge of anger when I needed it most? This guy wasn't some mastermind, just a weirdo the kind Dad would have rolled his eyes at. Maybe that was the problem. He didn't seem dangerous, just odd. So what was his game? That doesn't actually prove anything, I muttered, my voice barely steady. No, he admitted, gathering the strands and tucking them back into his desk drawer with a click. Saving them for later, I thought bitterly. It doesn't, but I have to admit I'm surprised to see Carlos Cabrero's granddaughter tangled up in something like this. I'd think you'd want to keep your nose clean, especially for your uncle's sake. My stomach twisted. Not Uncle Chris. He was sharper than I'd given him credit for. I do, I whispered, blinking back tears. I want to stay out of trouble. That was the whole point of the necklace, John's way of protecting me. And now, look where it had gotten me. It's not safe here. Richard Smith shifted uncomfortably, maybe thrown by the tears. You've got a strange way of showing it, he said dryly. Now let's try this again. Who gave you the necklace? I stared down at the stone. The lighting hadn't changed. My mind wasn't playing tricks. The diamond wasn't gray anymore, it was pure, icy white. Outside, the sky had darkened to near night, and a low roll of thunder echoed in the distance. Too fast for just a storm watch. Uncle Chris had mentioned feeder bands, but this felt different. Like the weather was keeping pace with whatever was happening in this room. I can't tell you, I said, my throat tight. I wish I could, you seem decent, but… The jeweler's fate flashed in my mind. John might be gone for good or not. I had no way of knowing. I just can't. Mr. Smith's frown deepened. Miss Oliviera, he said slowly, do you have any idea what you're holding? This isn't just stolen, it's cursed. I stiffened, though I shouldn't have been shocked. Of course John would hand me a diamond with a reputation. It's quite legendary in certain circles, Smith added, almost conversational. Mine, for starters. The legend claims Hades, ruler of the Underworld, unearthed this gem to shield his bride Persephone from vengeful spirits. A chill ran down my spine as cemetery sexton Smith continued his lecture, unaware of my reaction. As god of the dead, he explained, Hades naturally made enemies among souls unhappy with their afterlife assignments. The Furies, that's what these angry spirits called themselves. Scholars debate the details, but I find this account convincing. They were cunning in their revenge, so Hades needed to protect his queen. He suddenly noticed my pale face. You look unwell, Miss Oliviera. My stomach churned as images flashed through my mind. The endless line of people waiting for that other fairy, the one John warned me about. Were they all Furies now? The thought made me nauseous. I should go, I blurted, flinching as lightning split the sky outside. I rode my bike here and I don't want to get caught in the storm. Relax, I'll drive you, Mr. Smith said, pulling a massive volume from the shelf. Honestly, the whole Hades Persephone myth never sat right with me. Kidnapping, overbearing mothers. Let the couple figure it out themselves. He chuckled before flipping through the pages. Ah, here, the Persephone diamond. Marie Antoinette wore it once just before everything went south. Louis Roman XVI gave it to her, though who knows how he got it. Maybe a Fury manipulated him. They love meddling with weak-willed humans. Tragic, really. One portrait, then boom, revolution. He tapped the illustration of the queen in her extravagant gown, the diamond gleaming at her throat. Her wig, piled high with grape leaves, looked eerily like Persephone's ancient depictions. You've heard of the French Revolution, right? The golden grape leaves were just a minor detail now. Around her delicate neck, soon to meet the guillotine's blade, hung my diamond, but not on a gold chain. Instead, it dangled from a deep green velvet choker. John had once told me men had died for that stone. Turned out they weren't the only ones. Did he know about its violent past? The jeweler had called it provenance, but it felt more like a curse. Of course he knew. He had to. And yet he gave it to me anyway, claiming it would keep me safe. Tell that to Marie Antoinette. My teeth chattered as I stood there, regretting leaving my sweater behind. Who could have predicted I'd end up listening to this? The cemetery sexton, oblivious to my discomfort, carried on with his grim tale. "The diamond vanished," he said, snapping the book shut, "along with most of the Queen's jewels after her arrest. Then, out of nowhere, it resurfaced over 50 years later, listed among the cargo of a merchant ship docked right here in Isla Husos on October 11, 1846. That was the last anyone saw of it or the ship." His voice took on a theatrical edge. "A Category 5 hurricane wiped out everything, every ship, every building, even the lighthouse. Over 1,000 people drowned, and the storm washed coffins straight out of the ground. No hospital, no way to call for help, just bodies, mosquitoes, and cholera." I must have made a sound because he shot me a look. "Oh, it's true. That's why we keep coffins in crypts now. You'd think they'd have learned after what the Spanish found centuries ago, but," he shrugged, "some folks ignore history." The cold numbness inside me had nothing to do with the weather. "Here's the kicker," he added, leaning in. "That hurricane. Deadliest in Isla Husos history. Almost like someone or something didn't want that diamond leaving the ship. Wreckers searched for years in shallow water, never found a trace." His eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "So tell me, did you get it from one of them? You're not calling it treasure hunting today, Miss Oliviera, or salvage, or whatever pretty name the person who handed you this might have used," he said, his voice sharp. "What we're looking at is the illegal destruction of protected underwater sites, cultural vandalism, no different than breaking into a grave." My pulse spiked, drowning out the storm outside. "No," I said, my throat tight. It wasn't like that at all," John's words echoed in my head. "I knew the moment I saw you. But he'd never imagined I'd be the one wearing it, standing here. Had he ripped this from the wreckage of that storm? The same one that swallowed ships and lives? Impossible." Except nothing about him had ever made sense. Mr. Smith held the necklace up to the light, his mouth twisting. "Whoever reset this after Marie Antoinette's time had creative taste, if I'm being generous." "I already told you I don't." Right, he cut in, rolling his eyes. "You're clueless, but look here, see these prongs? Each one curls like a river, 5 of them. Any idea where you'd find 5 rivers?" He didn't let me answer. "Sorrow, lamentation, fire, oblivion, hate." The thunder shook the windows. "The Underworld," he announced, ticking them off on his fingers. "Acheron, Cocytus, Phlegethon, Lethe, Styx. Honestly, do schools even teach mythology anymore?" The room tilted. I should have recognized it. It had been hanging against my skin this whole time. The psychiatrists had warned me. My so-called dreams were just recycled TV scenes. I'd skimmed through Greek myths in class, same way I ignored anything that didn't hold my interest. A family trait, though my parents would have spent hours arguing over who passed that down. Spoonbills, your fault. No, throwing stars, definitely you, but who actually paid attention to those old myths anyway? All those bizarre names, arrows hitting Achilles' heel, girls dragged down to the underworld. It was confusing and surreal, completely detached from reality. And yet, something about it nagged at me. "But," I said, blinking at him, "there weren't any rivers where I was, just a lake." Now he was the one staring, and honestly, who could blame him? "When you were there," Mr. Smith removed his glasses, his voice tight with disbelief. "What do you mean, when you were there?" Sometimes the act of pretending wore me down, keeping up appearances, trying to be normal, even if that word was practically meaningless. My fingers curled around the necklace, the stone warm against my palm, familiar yet tainted now. 1,000 lives lost because of it. A queen beheaded. My grip tightened. "It's supposed to shield its wearer from evil," I said. Richard Smith blinked rapidly, his usual confidence faltering. "Right, that's the legend. Hades had it made for that reason. And if anyone not chosen by the god of death tries to take it..." He rubbed his eyes, then slid his glasses back on. "Well, let's just say it won't end well. But that's all just myth. What did you mean earlier?" "He left that part out," I muttered, turning toward the window. "He never warned me about evil spirits hunting me. Never told me who he really was, Or maybe he did. I was too busy crying to listen. I stood, swaying slightly, and walked to the window. The sexton's office overlooked the street and a corner of the cemetery where an old poinciana tree twisted over the Hayden crypt. What was I expecting to see? Him, standing by the crypt where he'd tossed the necklace I'd returned, or near the gate he'd kicked open after telling me to leave. I wasn't sure if I wanted him there or dreaded it, but the cemetery was empty, just like the street. Everyone was avoiding the storm, just like he was avoiding me, or maybe he just didn't care. "Miss Oliviera," the sexton said behind me, his chair creaking as he stood. "None of this makes sense. Who is he? What did you mean by?" "It doesn't matter," I laughed, the sound hollow. I threw tea in his face. The sexton's breath hitched. "Wait, are you saying you? What do you want?" I spun around, my frustration boiling over. It wasn't his fault, poor guy. But right then, he was the only one there to take it. Standing by the window, I stared out at the empty street, hit by the crushing realization that he was gone, really gone. After everything I'd endured, after all the shocking revelations, I should have felt relief. Instead, disappointment settled in my chest like a weight. New pathways wasn't my place. I was still stuck in the past, like a kid clinging to the safety of kindergarten. "What's your game?" I snapped, turning back to face him. Slipping me cryptic notes, trying to scare me. "If it's about the busted gate, fine, my dad will cover the repairs. Just keep it quiet. My mom deserves a fresh start here." My fingers closed around the necklace on the desk, and instantly the tension in my shoulders eased. That scared me more than anything. "And I lied," I admitted, clutching it tight. "This is mine. I don't care about curses or ghost stories, so." I met his gaze head-on. "Name your price." His reaction wasn't what I expected. Shock twisted into something darker, almost fear. "Money," he repeated, voice strained. "Miss Oliviera, this was never about money." "Then what do you want?" I demanded, frustration bubbling up. "The truth, for starters." His eyes flicked past me to the window. "How long have you known John?" The question knocked the breath out of me. "Wait, you know him." Then it hit me. I just confirmed John was real, but so had he. "Obviously," Richard Smith said, like I was missing the obvious. "Not as well as you, clearly. When I died, I didn't end up where you did." My legs gave out. I stumbled into the chair, the necklace pressed to my racing heart. "You mean you? Heart attack, surgery, saw the light, all that," he said briskly, waving a hand. But his expression had shifted, less annoyed, more intrigued, like I'd surprised him. "Your turn, how'd it happen for you?" I slipped, hit my head, drowned. The words tasted bitter. "Hypothermia," I tacked on, as if that made it less pathetic. He nodded. "Explains why they brought you back." Adjusting his glasses, he studied me. "And the tea, you mentioned throwing it in his face." I focused on the floor. "Yeah. Note, the Dante quote was retained as a literary reference, but the rest has been thoroughly reworked for flow, tension, and us audience suitability, with added emotional beats and sharper dialogue." "That's how I got away," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I understand," he replied calmly, giving nothing away. "And this would have been roughly 18 months ago." My head snapped up. "How did you—" "Just a hunch," he said, his eyes drifting to the window. "It makes sense given everything." "Given what?" I frowned. "Forget it," he said, refocusing on me. "So." He shifted forward, the old chair groaning under his weight. "Tell me about the necklace, if you're comfortable, of course. I'd ask John myself, but—" He chuckled, the light catching his glasses. "Well, he hasn't been much of a talker lately, though between us he does have his moments." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. All those times I'd tried to convince people John was real and no one listened. Now here was someone who not only believed me but had actually spoken to him, casually, like he was just another person. Not a monster, just John. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I wasn't losing my mind. I never had been. You talked to him." My voice cracked. "Like actual conversations." My hands shook. I needed caffeine, sugar, adrenaline, anything to steady myself. The image of John sitting in this office, chatting with this man, was too surreal. Richard leaned back, thoughtful. Not often, no, but sometimes, yes, he's complicated. What do you kids say these days? Moody. Moody. That was one way to describe a ghost who materialized out of thin air and tried to kill anyone who got too close. But I've been dead before, Richard continued, unfazed. Unlike my predecessors, who left plenty of warnings about John's temper. Death doesn't scare me, and neither does he. I gaped at him. His lack of fear wasn't bravery, it was insanity. Some of those warnings were justified, I'll admit, he added. He's troubled, who wouldn't be in his situation? But the rumors, the blame people pin on him are exaggerated. The vandalism, for example. Are you serious? I cut in. The gate, that was him. I saw it happen. Richard raised an eyebrow. He's not responsible for every unexplained death my predecessors. Let me ask you this, I interrupted. Did the people who died deserve it? The graveyard caretaker shook his head in disbelief. But, what's your problem? I snapped. Can't you hear that storm outside? That's obviously his doing. The man froze, giving me a bewildered look. He doesn't control the weather. Sure, I muttered. This guy was delusional. Fine, he doesn't. But tell me, was he here during that massive hurricane you mentioned? The one where the necklace vanished? The caretaker's expression shifted. Miss Oliviera, he's a god of death, not some criminal or meteorologist. You, of all people, should understand that. I bit my tongue. Clearly, this man had no clue who John really was. From what I've gathered, he continued, yes, the great hurricane of 1846 was when John first appeared on the island, or at least when people started recording sightings of him. He noticed my surprise and added, oh, yes. Others have seen him too, not just us caretakers, though most encounters happen around here. Why do you think we've never needed security cameras? Everyone on Isla Husos knows better than to come here after dark. No one wants to risk running into him. His face darkened. Except, of course, reckless teenagers who haven't learned their lesson, especially right before coffin night. I frowned. What even is that? Does it involve John? Obviously, he said. The room had grown so dim I could barely make out his features. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving an eerie silence, the kind that comes right before a downpour. But it was so long ago, no one remembers the full story. They just know it's important to build a coffin and hide it. The hiding is symbolic, it represents burial. But why? I pressed. That doesn't make any sense. It does, he insisted, because no life, especially one lived with honor, should be forgotten. Imagine a soldier betrayed by those he trusted, his body thrown into the sea, his family left without answers, never knowing if he was alive or dead. That's its own kind of torment. My thoughts drifted back to Connecticut, to the bottom of our pool where I'd once floated, staring up at the scarf tassels above me. Abandoned. That's how I'd felt, even though, unlike John, no one had actually betrayed me. My fate had been my own doing. Is that what happened to him? I asked, my voice catching. Not that I cared about John, but the idea of him lost at sea, tossed by waves, alone, sent a chill through me. The cool water of my pool had always been a safe place, somewhere my mom could easily find me. Do you think I enjoy this any more than you? John had snapped that day in his room, his voice cracking. Don't you think I'd give anything to see my mother again? Standing in the cemetery office, I finally understood the pain behind his words, pain I'd been too blind to see before. The sexton's chair groaned as he leaned back, shattering the heavy silence between us. Whatever truth he'd been about to share vanished behind his professional mask. Stories get warped over time, he said briskly. Sometimes that's for the best. The real version, it'd terrify people. That's how traditions like Coffin Night turn from memorials into bonfires and touchdown celebrations. His gaze sharpened. But I'm more interested in your story, Miss Oliviera. After your incident, is that when John gave you the necklace? Heat rushed to my cheeks. After years of nobody believing me, now the words stuck in my throat. How could I describe the underworld to this kind-faced man? The running, the fear, the impossible choices. It wasn't some fairy tale, I managed. I just ran. I had to. Mr. Smith tapped the desk. Yet you brought that back. He nodded at the pendant in my palms. Even after everything. I focused on the stone's milky surface, avoiding his eyes. The truth tasted bitter. We met when I was 7 at my grandfather's funeral. He was different then. The next time was after I drowned at 15. Not so kind anymore. A fleck of chipped nail polish fluttered to the floor. My nervous habit had destroyed my manicure. Last night was the 3rd time. He's unpredictable, volatile. I used to not understand why, but now, I swallowed. I want to fix things, but he won't. A dry chuckle cut me off. Fix him? Child, that boy would rather wrestle a grizzly than accept help. Then what am I supposed to do? My voice cracked. Doesn't he frighten you too? Mr. Smith adjusted his glasses. First week on the job, sure. But after years here, you learn ghosts aren't the scariest things in a graveyard. He leaned forward, the lamplight catching the silver in his beard. You know the real history of Bone Island, don't you? A place constantly marked by death can't help but be a gateway to the underworld. My chest tightened as I lifted my gaze to meet his. Is that what Isla Husos is? Obviously, Miss Oliviera, he said with a faint smirk. What else would it be? And where there's an entrance to the dead, there's always someone guarding it. A job like that, bound to leave a person a little unsettling. So that's who he is, I asked, remembering the name carved above the crypt where I'd encountered him twice now. The question clawed at me, but after learning about the necklace, I had no choice. Is he Hades? Raindrops began striking the metal roof outside, slow at first, then sharp as gunfire. Goodness, no, the old man said, blinking in surprise. Hades was a god. John Hayden was born human, lived as one, died as one. Only afterward did he become what we know now. The ruler of his own domain. So he just took over when Hades left? I asked, still lost. Mr. Smith shook his head. Not exactly. From what I've pieced together, and trust me, you're one of the few who's actually seen it, John's realm isn't the underworld. Honestly, I doubt there's just one. That'd be quite the claim for our little island, don't you think? The dead don't exactly travel light these days. I blinked. I have no idea what you're talking about. At least John wasn't Hades, that was something. But what was he? And who's Homer? He exhaled like I just asked why the sky was blue, then flipped open his book on death deities, shoving a page of garish underworld illustrations at me. To me, they looked like nightmares. To him, probably vacation spots. Listen, he said, forcing patience. Every culture has its own version, Aztecs, Greeks, even your Sunday school lessons. Souls need processing before moving on. Maybe there are hundreds of these places, and this cemetery just happens to sit on top of one. Your grandfather and I spent years researching. My grandfather knew John. My voice cracked. You told me you only played bocce with him, he winced. Ah, well, that might have been a slight exaggeration. Your grandfather never actually met John, though he was aware of him. The previous person in my position, he paused, clearing his throat. Let's just say he wasn't exactly open-minded about the idea of an afterlife. Some folks have a hard time accepting that a young man could move freely between our world and the astral plane, especially when he's been doing it for over 150 years. Honestly, I knew exactly how skeptical people could be. My dad would have been the first to dismiss it. That's why I'd never brought it up with him. But my grandfather, I pressed, steering the conversation back. Oh, right, he said. We didn't see much of John back then. By the time I took over as sexton and got to know him, your grandfather had already passed. As for the bocce team, he kept it from your grandmother. Some people find the study of death deities and the underworld a little unsettling, and your grandmother, definitely one of them. Not that she isn't wonderful, my husband swears by her yarn shop, but she's practical. A bocce team she could handle. Ancient underworld rituals, not so much. I frowned. That's strange. The sexton peered at me over his glasses. Why? I almost said because she's the one who introduced me to John. But then I remembered she hadn't. In her kitchen, she'd acted like I'd imagined the whole thing. It's not safe for you here. Underworlds, death gods, furies, John wasn't exaggerating. If Grandma had any idea, she'd have dragged me out of this cemetery in a heartbeat. It's weird, I said instead, that she didn't know. You said everyone knows about John and the underworld beneath Isla Husos. Mr. Smith sighed. Knowing and believing are two different things. Your grandmother's heard the stories, everyone has. But believing them, she's not the type. If she can't see it or find it in the good book, it might as well not exist. He wasn't wrong. I remembered her arguing with Mom about the oil spill. I haven't seen any of that dispersant or oil people keep talking about, she'd said. Mom had shot back. That's the problem, Mom. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not poisoning everything. Grandma had just rolled her eyes. Oh, for heaven's sake, Deborah. I filed for compensation over lost tourism revenue, and that company paid up immediately, every single penny. So honestly, why should I care about a bunch of birds? Richard Smith leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the armrest. Your grandfather and I always believed there must be as many John Haydens in existence, souls destined to guide the dead, as there are underworlds scattered across the universe. But why did I end up in this underworld, under Isla Husos, when I died in Connecticut? I asked. Wouldn't it make more sense for me to land in one closer to home, like Bridgeport? If any place in the Tri-State area deserved an underworld beneath it, Bridgeport seemed like the prime candidate. He considered this before answering. You met him when you were 7, maybe that's the connection. I exhaled sharply. It wasn't that his explanation didn't hold up, it was that I couldn't believe I'd missed the truth for so long, and the questions kept piling up. Is there really nothing we can do? I pressed. About the Furies, about helping John. The cemetery sexton gave me a weary smile. What exactly do you suggest, Miss Oliviera? Storm the afterlife with torches and pitchforks? Unless you plan on dying first, I don't see how we'd even get there. The frustration burned in my chest. The Furies were worse than any mess my dad's company had ever caused. How did John even get stuck with this job? I muttered. What did he do to deserve it? Mr. Smith shut the book with a decisive snap. That, he said, is a question only he can answer. My face heated. I can't talk to him, I said flatly. He hates me. He stood, brushing off his trousers. I doubt that's true. You don't get it, I insisted. I tried apologizing about the tea, about everything, and you know what he did? He hurled a necklace halfway across the cemetery. Mr. Smith's lips twitched. Ah, so that's how it ended up near the Wolkowski plot this morning. He's impossible, I groaned. It was a relief to finally say it out loud, even if the only person listening was an old man obsessed with death myths. If I'd known Isla Husos was sitting on top of some supernatural pit, do you think I'd have agreed to move here? All I did was die, and now I'm stuck dealing with this mess. I remembered John from when I was 7, back when we first met in this graveyard, so I figured he might lend a hand. I tossed out a few ideas on how he could improve things around here, just casual suggestions, really. The cemetery sexton, shuffling papers into his briefcase, winced. Oh boy, I doubt he took that well. Tell me about it, I said. Next thing I knew, he dragged me into this room with a bed, saying we'd be stuck there forever because I missed the boat, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure he orchestrated. What was I supposed to do? I panicked. Anyone would have. Mr. Smith sighed. Yes, I imagine I'd be. Quite alarmed myself. I jumped up, pacing the cramped office, my fingers tight around the necklace. Outside, the rain poured like the sky itself was mourning, except I knew better. If heaven cared, none of this would be happening. Since I got back, I snapped. Every time I blink, he's giving someone a heart attack, crushing their hand, or slamming a gate in my face, and somehow I'm the one who gets blamed. He frowned. Surely you can't pin everything on. I watched him do it. I cut in. I had to stop him from making it worse. And now you want me to talk to him. Every time I open my mouth, disaster strikes. I came here to start fresh, to be normal, even if that word's not exactly therapy approved. But how am I supposed to do that when you're telling me to chat with the guy who runs the Underworld, gave me Persephone's necklace, and oh yeah, wiped out 1,000 people? I shook the diamond at him. This is insane. No, Mr. Smith said, snapping his briefcase shut. His expression turned as cold as the stone in my grip. It's not. It all adds up now. John was difficult when I first took this job, yes, but I got through to him maybe because, like you, I've stared death in the face. Not much rattles me. But a year and a half ago, something changed him into the nightmare you're describing. He never told me why until now. It was you. My arm dropped. The rain had eased, but the weight in his voice hadn't. Miss Oliviera, my job ends at the grave. John handles what comes after. I don't know what your part is in all this, but you'd better find out. Fast. It took me months to calm John down after you first showed up. Everything was fine until last night when you stirred him up all over again. Now my gate is destroyed. There's a dead queen's necklace in my cemetery, and suddenly there's a hurricane barreling straight for us. So here's an idea. Why don't you try? He said, his brown eyes full of quiet desperation, just being a little kinder to him. I almost laughed. There were so many things I wanted to say. First, no amount of kindness would change John. He was untamed, unpredictable, and no one controlled him. Second, it didn't matter how gentle I was. John could vanish in an instant, do whatever he pleased without a second thought. But saying any of that would shatter Richard Smith's dreamy vision of the underworld, with its rivers of sorrow and all that nonsense. Telling him the ugly truth about the guards, the endless lines, the icy shore, wouldn't help. It would just break his heart, the same way it would crush him to learn John hadn't actually fallen for me, no matter what he believed. If John loved me as much as Mr. Smith seemed to think, why hadn't he been the one to show it? All those months I was trapped in my own misery, why hadn't he just said it? Maybe the Furies had twisted him so badly he'd forgotten how much words mattered. Or maybe he just didn't know how to say them. I love you. I'm sorry. Either way, what was I even doing here? Taking advice from a man who spent his days obsessing over death gods. I sighed, slipping the necklace back around my neck. The same necklace that apparently killed anyone who touched it. Perfect. Look, I said, shaking my head. This was a mistake. The pendant's weight pressing against my chest brought an unexpected sense of calm, which only made me feel worse. Forget it, I muttered. It's fine. I get it. The cemetery sexton studied me under the dim lamplight. Do you, Miss Oliviera? Because I'm starting to think I've gotten through to you about as well as I ever did with John. I let out a dry laugh. Yeah, well, now you see why spending eternity with him wasn't exactly my idea of paradise. The man's impossible. He tilted his head, considering. Impossible, sure, he admitted after a pause. But fascinating, like you and eternity. Well, that's a long time. If you're stuck with someone forever, might as well pick someone impossible, but worth the trouble. Like doves drawn home by longing, wings spread wide, they glide through air, pulled by desire's tide. Mom was stirring a pot of pasta when I walked in. Hey, some boys dropped by for you, she said without looking up. Brought wood. It took me a second to process. Then it clicked Seth. My jaw tightened, but I forced my voice steady. Sorry, Mom. I told them I had to check with you first. That's what they said. She wiped her hands on a towel. But they claimed they couldn't reach you. And since your phone was buried in your bag in the garage, where I found it after calling you 6 times, I guess that explains it. I winced. Of course I'd forgotten. Again. No wonder Grandma's side of the family kept whispering about me. Mom, they shouldn't have just. Relax, she said, sliding a bowl of pasta toward me. They said it was for coffin night, so I let them in. Polite kids, even if they mammed me. She rolled her eyes, but didn't seem actually annoyed. No lecture about my phone, either. Then her gaze landed on the chain around my neck. Oh, she said, pausing. You're wearing it. Weird today at work. I could have sworn I saw that grumpy old guy from the cemetery. She shook her head, taking a sip of wine. Never mind. Maybe I need glasses. Anyway, I figured it was okay to let them in. It was okay, right? I stabbed a fork into my pasta. What was I supposed to say? I'd been planning to tell Seth a firm no, except he'd outmaneuvered me. Again, Alex had every reason to despise them, those sneaky little backstabbers. Forcing a cheerful expression, I replied, "No, Mom, it's perfect. Really, it's exactly what I needed." Fine, I thought. At least this gave me a chance to launch the first step of my plan. Swipe Serena's phone, dig up something embarrassing. She totally seemed like the kind of person who'd have compromising pics, and use it to make her back off from Kayla. "Anyway, guess what?" Mom said, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Remember Tim from your New Pathways group? He just asked me out." She gave a playful wink. "Guess getting called ma'am by your friends doesn't sting so bad when your mom still got it, huh?" "Mom," I groaned, setting my spoon down. "I'm literally eating right now." She just laughed. "Relax, I knew you'd react like that. I told him I was too swamped to date right now. Still, it was sweet. He invited me to the boat show next weekend. You can't deny he's kind of adorable." "Still eating," I muttered. "And no, I don't have to admit anything, except that between you and Dad, I'm not sure who's going to finish me off first. Permanently. I mean it." Part of me wanted to drop the bomb that her hometown was literally sitting on top of an underworld entrance. Not that she should be shocked, given everything else. But I didn't want to ruin her mood, especially since she'd cooked dinner and been so understanding about the wood, even if it wasn't what I'd hoped for. Mom took a sip of wine, clearly amused. "So, let me get this straight. Our house is the lucky winner for the senior class coffin project. How'd you pull that off on your first day? You're not even in sports." "We live behind gates," I grumbled, spearing a piece of broccoli she'd sneakily buried in my pasta. "No random people driving by to see what we're up to, only residents get that privilege." "Ah," Mom said, nodding. "They've gotten smarter. Back in my day, they just build them in a cemetery mausoleum to avoid nosy neighbors." "Yeah," I said with a shudder. "Except now the cops are onto them, so the cemetery's off limits." Which explained why, when Mr. Smith offered me a ride home, the rain had eased up, but not enough to make biking through it appealing. We spotted Jade, my New Pathways counselor, pedaling around the graveyard in bike shorts and a flimsy iped rain poncho. Mr. Smith rolled down his window. "What on earth are you doing out here?" he called as she approached. "Please tell me they canceled patrol in this weather. There's a hurricane coming, you know." Jade pushed back her hood and grinned. "Just a watch, not a warning," she said, then aimed her bike light into the car. "Pierce, that you? What are you doing in Mr. Smith's car?" Jade asked, rainwater dripping from her hood as she leaned closer to the window. I hesitated, suddenly self-conscious about choosing the dry comfort of his minivan while she braved the storm on her bike. Here I was, wearing a supposedly demon-proof necklace, yet spooked by a little rain. And honestly, I had no good explanation for why I was sitting in Richard Smith's vehicle. He saved me the trouble. "Found her biking through that mess back there," he said, nodding toward the downpour. "Figured I'd spare her the misery." "Same offer stands for you, plenty of space in the back if you ditch the bike." Jade just laughed, tugging her hood back up as another car sped past, sending a wave of water splashing against the iron cemetery fence. "No way," she said, flashing the walkie-talkie clipped to her belt. "I'm on official IPed patrol tonight. Got my gear and everything. If anyone messes with the gates, they're getting a face full of pepper spray." I gripped the seat, baffled. She was seriously riding around a graveyard in the middle of a storm because of something John had stirred up, and she was enjoying it. Meanwhile, his warning from last night echoed in my head. "It's not safe for you here." "Jade, this is kind of," Mr. Smith cut me off. "Rodriguez and Poling are on duty with you." "Yep, till 1 a.m., she said, grinning. though they're cooped up in their squad car like a couple of scaredy cats. I didn't smile. Seriously, you should. Rain-s keeping the troublemakers away, Mr. Smith said, ignoring me again. But the officers have access to my office if you need it. Stay dry or don't. With a mock salute, Jade pedaled off into the dark. I spun toward Mr. Smith as the window rolled up. Why didn't you insist she get in? This whole thing is insane. Easiest shift she'll ever have, he muttered, shaking his head. This school-police partnership nonsense, none of it makes sense to me. She's not even a teacher, I shot back, watching her tail lights fade. She's a counselor, and this is just ridiculous. Relax, nobody's dumb enough to be out in this weather. Besides, he added, giving me a sidelong glance, how exactly do you force someone like Jade to do anything? She's having the time of her life. She'll be just fine, just like you were all those times you rode your bike through my graveyard. Nothing's going to happen to her. John will make sure of that. John told me the graveyard wasn't safe, I said. He said it last night. He told me never to come back, said if I did, I'd end up dead for good this time. That's when he kicked the gate. Mr. Smith laughed. Sounds about right. Was that before or after he tossed the necklace at you? It's not funny, I snapped. Why would he say it wasn't safe if he didn't mean it? He meant it wasn't safe for you, the caretaker said, because you were annoying him so much he wanted to strangle you. But he didn't mean it literally. He was just making a point. John's never killed a woman that I know of, and if he ever starts, I'm pretty sure you'd be first in line, not your guidance counselor. Seriously, do they not teach you kids anything anymore? Ever heard of exaggeration? Look it up, Miss Oliviera, if you plan on dating the literal god of death. I gave up after that. Later, after clearing the table and pretending to do homework, I had to at least look like I was trying. I turned on the news and saw Isla Husos smack in the middle of the storm's projected path. They were still calling it a watch, so no evacuations yet, but officials warned people in flood zones to get ready. The bridges to the mainland would close if winds hit 70 mph, and the nearest shelter was way up in Key Largo. Mom, I said, my stomach tightening, are you seeing this? Should we leave? She barely glanced up from her laptop. Oh, sweetie, it's just a watch. It's hitting Cuba first. These storms always weaken over land, and school's still on tomorrow. If they haven't canceled, it's nothing. So I hope you actually did your homework, she added with a smirk, because you're not getting out of it. I turned off the TV, defeated. Not that I wanted a hurricane to wreck the school, that was kid stuff. But earlier, when I'd grabbed my backpack from the garage and saw Seth's plywood sheets leaning against Uncle Chris's neatly stacked patio furniture, it hit me all over again. How was I supposed to tell Alex I was stuck working with the people he hated? The whole thing was too much. Just too much having these strangers in my house, constructing a coffin tied to some ruler of an underworld they didn't even know existed, right beneath the island they'd called home their entire lives. Felt surreal. Part of me almost wished a hurricane would sweep us all away just so I wouldn't have to deal with any of it. But I knew that wasn't a solution. Neither was calling my dad and accepting his boarding school offer, even though the idea of Switzerland suddenly seemed like an escape. It would crush my mom, sure, but I could spin it as a way to boost my college prospects. Anything was better than admitting the truth, that I needed to get away from this insane place she dragged me to, which also happened to sit right on top of the very nightmare I'd spent every day since my death trying to forget. I actually dialed his number, sitting in the garage with the door shut so Mom wouldn't hear. He answered immediately, his voice sharp over the background noise of clinking glasses and murmured conversations. Of course he was at some high-end Manhattan restaurant. Why eat at home when clients would foot the bill? Dad, I said, hesitating. Bad time. Never, he replied, then launched into a rant about some wine wall that didn't spin like ID once suggested. They still haven't fixed it, he snapped. They're idiots, I muttered. "Look, Dad, I need out, now." His excitement was palpable. I heard him barking orders, something about a plane to Isla Husos tomorrow. But as I tried to explain, he cut me off, suddenly asking if Mom was dating anyone. Before I could even process that, he was yelling at someone about the wrong vintage of wine. I glanced down at the diamond on my necklace, its usual cool hues staring back at me. What was I doing? Running wouldn't solve anything. It'd be like climbing back into that glass coffin all over again. "Dad," I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Forget it, I'm staying." He switched back to me, grumbling about hurricane warnings and calling this place a godforsaken hellhole. If only he knew. "It's fine, Dad," I said firmly. "I'm not leaving." "Pierce," he insisted, "the plane can still get in. The commercial airport's just shut down. The pilot just needs to touch down at the naval base, and I can arrange for a buddy of mine to give you and your mom a ride." "Dad, really, it's okay," I replied. I just had a moment. Gotta go, Mom's calling. "Let's just pretend this talk never happened. I'll catch you Sunday like always." I ended the call. Mom always turned in right after the evening news, and tonight was no different. After a quick shower, I slipped into an old tank top and some sleep shorts. The storm had passed, leaving behind a quiet night. I pulled back the curtains and saw a sky full of stars, the backyard lit by the soft glow of the landscaper's carefully placed palm tree lights. Mom had worried they'd mess with the birds, but the guy just shrugged and said, "Lady, these low-wattage bulbs won't bother a soul, and they'll keep the backyard safe without blinding the neighborhood." My eyes locked onto the word prowlers. "We'll take the lights," I'd told him. Outside, the pool shimmered under its own glow, steam rising from the water's surface. Then I spotted it, something small and dark, flailing in the middle, not just floating, fighting. Tiny legs kicking desperately toward the steps, but it was too small, too weak. It wouldn't make it. I let the curtain drop. Why me? That's all I could think. Just why me? With a deep breath, I left my room, tiptoeing past Mom's door. She was already out cold, like always. The French doors to the backyard beeped softly as I disarmed the alarm. Stepping outside was like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, alive with the sounds of frogs and a lone, shrieking cicada. Something rustled in the bougainvillea-covered wall, probably a raccoon or one of those stubborn tree rats. Ignoring it all, I made my way down the damp stone path, careful not to crush the snails glistening under the palm lights. The pool's waterfall was still running, water spilling down the tiled wall in a steady rush. The whole scene was peaceful, except for that tiny, struggling thing in the water eye headed toward the small storage shed where we kept the pool's supplies and rafts, swinging the door open. The creature flailing in the water turned out to be a vibrant green gecko, dangerously close to getting pulled into the filtration system. "Hang tight," I told it, grabbing one of the long skimmer poles with a net attached, the kind the maintenance crew used for clearing leaves. "Got you." In one smooth motion, I lifted the gecko out and gently placed it on a hibiscus leaf. It froze for a second, probably processing its near-death experience, then darted off into the bushes. Out of nowhere, applause erupted, making me jump so badly I fumbled the pole. It hit the water with a splash and sank straight to the bottom. "Wow," John said, stepping out from the shadows, still clapping. "No head injury this time. Progress." My heart was hammering so hard I half expected it to burst. "Seriously," I said, pressing a hand to my chest. "You have to stop sneaking up on me." He lowered his hands, standing there like a shadow against the pool's bright blue glow, same all-black outfit, same imposing stance. But something was off. At first, I thought it was just the way the water reflected in his eyes, making them unnaturally bright. Then it hit me. "Wait," I said, moving closer, my bare feet padding along the pool's edge. Did you actually apologize?" He didn't move, but his expression shifted, wary, like the gecko sizing up its escape. "What?" he muttered, defensive. You did, I said, stopping just a foot away. The underwater lights flickered across his face, revealing something I'd never seen before: hesitation. You said you were sorry. He shifted his weight, avoiding my eyes. For startling you, he clarified, stiff. And the applause was for your improved rescue skills. Last time you... Stop, I cut in, holding up a hand. We need to talk, actually talk. No insults, no attempted murders. Deal. His gaze flicked back to mine, a storm of emotions, anger, shame, something raw, before dropping to the necklace around my throat. Actually wearing it, he said, his tone unfamiliar, lower, almost hesitant. My pulse hadn't slowed since I'd stepped outside, and the intensity of his stare wasn't helping. I watched Richard discover it this morning, he admitted, and I saw you walk into his office tonight. So he had been there. I should have guessed. The oppressive humidity, the way the air had felt charged all day, it made sense now. That edge in his voice, it wasn't anger, it was fear. Fear of what Richard might have revealed to me. Yeah, I said, scanning the patio. Despite Uncle Chris storing most of the furniture, one patch of flagstone near the pool had baked dry under the relentless sun. Come here, I said, reaching for his hand. He took a half step back, fingers tense but not pulling away. Not yet. Relax, I murmured, keeping my voice steady. He reminded me of those skittish stray cats I used to feed at the shelter, always braced to bolt. I just want to sit somewhere that isn't damp. You know how I feel about being dry. No reaction to the joke. He studied me like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve, even as I tugged him toward the pool's edge. When I finally let go and dipped my feet into the water, he hovered, motionless, as if waiting for some trap to spring. I turned away, focusing on the ripples around my ankles. Patience worked best with creatures like him. Let them realize you're not a threat. Eventually, curiosity wins, and it did. After a long silence, he sank down beside me, legs crossed, shoulders taut, ready to vanish at the first wrong move. Funny, for someone who commanded endings, he sure acted like he was the one in danger. Overhead, the cicadas resumed their buzzing, but the fountain's steady rush muffled the noise. What did Richard tell you? He finally asked, voice rough with disbelief. I couldn't blame him. Normally by now I'd have hurled insults or a garden gnome at his head. This was uncharted territory. I exhaled, watching the water distort my reflection. Well, I started, still grappling with the absurdity of it all. An hour ago, if someone had predicted this moment, I'd have laughed in their face. Yet here we were. Be kind, Richard had said. Easy for him to suggest. But maybe, just this once, I'd give it a shot. He claimed this necklace took 1,000 lives, I told John. His whole body stiffened like he might bolt, or maybe toss me straight into the pool. Hey, I said, keeping my voice calm as I reached out and rested my hand on his knee. You wanted to know what he said. I'm just being honest. The touch worked. He relaxed slightly, though his expression stayed dark. That wasn't the necklace, he muttered. You really think I'd hand you something deadly? What kind of monster do you take me for? The Furies did that. They were furious the stone wasn't with its rightful owner. And who is the rightful owner? I pressed. His scowl deepened. You know exactly who. Richard already told you. Are you messing with me? Not at all, I lied, grateful the dim pool lights hid my flushed cheeks. Just trying to keep the story straight. Mr. Smith wouldn't shut up about the Furies. John rolled his eyes. Richard S. got a one-track mind when it comes to them. Well, they sound terrifying, I shot back. He said they're restless spirits, dead people who hate how things ended for them. John's gaze drifted to the water, his jaw tight. Close enough. And you told me they're the enforcers in your world, I added, brushing my fingers over a scar on his hand. For once, he didn't pull away. His eyes flicked down to where my fingers lingered. Yeah, he said quietly. So now the Furies are after me, I said. That got his full attention, his silver eyes locked onto mine, baffled. Nobody's after you. Why would they be? I bit back the truth, because you picked me like some twisted fairy tale and went with, because you gave me the necklace. His mouth twitched. And you threw tea in my face, then vanished. Pretty sure the Furies got the memo. They probably think you're their new best friend. I yanked my hand back, stung. I told you I panicked, and I'm not one of them, but you could stand to be less. You sometimes. Maybe greet visitors without the death threats. Or not try to murder random people like that jeweler. John's glare returned full force. He deserved it. Nobody touches you. He had it coming, every bit of it. I tilted my head back, taking in the night sky. The stars blazed bright and sharp now that the storm clouds had cleared. Living on Isla Husos meant seeing more stars than I ever could back in Westport. No city lights to dull their glow. Sometimes, if I was lucky, I could even make out the faint streak of the Milky Way. "John," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mr. Smith told me Furies can take over anyone with a weak will. They don't need an invitation." "They can," John admitted, though he sounded doubtful. "But they usually don't bother unless it's to mess with me. So why would they target you when you've made it crystal clear you want nothing to do with me?" I tore my gaze from the sky to glare at him. Unbelievable. Then why was that old man so obsessed with my necklace? I shot back. "You think that was just a coincidence? Maybe he was a jeweler," John suggested with a shrug. I groaned, dragging my hands over my face. How was I supposed to get through to him? "And what about Mr. Mueller?" I demanded, peeking through my fingers. "You're telling me he wasn't one of them." "You admitted you walked right into that mess," John said, his expression turning grim as I dropped my hands. "You set the trap. He didn't come for you." I wanted to argue. Mr. Mueller had come after me, just not directly. He'd gone after Hannah instead. But she was the one who made the final choice. Still, what he did to her was unforgivable, I said, my voice tight. Someone had to stop him. "But you didn't actually want him dead," John said, his face half-shadowed in the flickering blue light from the pool. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Come on, Pierce. You're the girl who rescued a lizard from drowning at midnight." My breath caught. "How did you know that?" Then it hit me. "Wait, you put it there, didn't you? You knew I'd come out to save it so you could corner me." He didn't deny it. Instead, he leaned in, close enough that I could feel his breath on my skin. "If Richard Smith warned you the necklace was cursed, that it's killed people, that Furies would hunt anyone I gave it to, why are you still wearing it?" His voice dropped. "I thought you hated me." My heart hammered. Was it the question, the way he saw right through me, or just how near he was? "I do," I snapped, scrambling to my feet, hoping I looked more furious than shaken. "In fact, I'm going inside. From now on, stay on your side of the island, John, and I'll stay on mine. You could try getting my attention without threatening lives, human or otherwise. Good night." I barely took a step before his hand caught mine, yanking me backward with the same force I'd used on him earlier. Only he didn't bother standing, just dragged me straight into his lap. Stunned, I stared up at him, my brain scrambling to process the sudden shift. "John," I managed, "you can't just—" Then his mouth was on mine, and everything else vanished, the rush of the waterfall, the chorus of frogs, the hum of cicadas, even the golden glow from the pool lights. There was only him, the solid weight of his arms locking around me, the scent of campfire clinging to his skin, the strands of his hair tangled between my fingers. His heartbeat pounded against mine, so fierce I wondered if he could feel mine racing just as fast. How had we never done this before? How had I never let myself want it this much? "Wait," I gasped, breaking the kiss. My palm pressed against his chest, shoving him back. "John, stop." His grip didn't loosen. "Why?" I couldn't answer. My thoughts were a mess, my body buzzing like the sky had cracked open and poured starlight straight into my veins. "We can't," I insisted, even as his lips traced my jaw. "Yes," he murmured, his eyes burning with something new. "We can." "No, I mean I can't." My pulse roared in my ears, wilder than the night I'd fled from him. But this wasn't fear, this was something far more dangerous. "I need time." He pulled back just enough to study me. "You've had time, 2 years, you kept the necklace, even after you knew what it meant." His voice dropped, rough with certainty. You chose this. That look in his eyes, it wasn't just desire, it was victory, and I was losing. Fast. All it means, I shot back, twisting free, is that maybe you're not the complete disaster I thought you were. To my surprise, he released me, though his expression darkened like storm clouds rolling in. It means you care, he said. I care about a lot of things, I countered. You said it yourself. I'm actually a really thoughtful person, I said, trying to sound convincing. When do I get to see you again? John asked, his tone leaving no room for argument. He saw right through me. My sarcasm was just a shield, hiding how shaken I was by the way my body responded to his. I'd known for a while that I was drawn to him, ever since I couldn't stay away from the cemetery. But I'd convinced myself it was just because of our unresolved history, and the fact that he kept trying to eliminate anyone who crossed me. Nothing could have prepared me for what I'd overheard in Richard Smith's office. Or this. The electric current that surged between us the second our lips touched. My mouth still buzzed with the memory. What did it all mean? Where could this possibly lead? He was an immortal force of death. I was a high school senior with homework due. This was never going to work, but John didn't share my doubts. Tomorrow, he said, standing up, his gaze locking onto me like I was the only thing in the world. Right here at dawn. I shook my head. No way. Dawn is for people who don't value sleep. Plus, I have class. Fine, dusk, he countered, his silver eyes glinting. Meet me here when the sun goes down. John, we need to actually talk about this, I insisted. Last night, you told me to stay away from the cemetery, that it wasn't safe. Was that just an over-the-top warning, or did you mean it? Instead of answering, he closed the distance between us in one stride, his arms circling my waist as he pulled me against him. His mouth found mine again, and suddenly nothing else mattered, not the cemetery, not the Furies, not the looming threat of coffin night. When he kissed me, the world narrowed to just him, his touch, the way his lips fit perfectly against mine like they were meant to be there. Maybe they always had been. Maybe I'd known it all along and just refused to admit it. When he finally pulled back, my skin felt charged, like I was glowing. You absolutely should not go back to the cemetery, he said, his voice rough. That wasn't an exaggeration. I'll see you here tomorrow at 7, and if you're not here, I'll find you. His gaze flicked over my pajamas, and he frowned slightly. Wear that dress from last night, the one with the buttons. Then he was gone, leaving me standing there, breathless. The next morning, I practically floated downstairs. Someone's cheerful, Mom remarked as I poured milk over my cereal. What? I blinked, distracted. You're humming, she said, smiling. You seem happy. I hesitated, then took a breath. Mom, you know that guy Tim? Her eyebrows shot up. Hey, Mom, you should definitely check out the boat show with him. It might be fun for you. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what brought this on? I shrugged. Just thought you deserved some happiness. Well, she said, tilting her head. How thoughtful of you to grant me permission to enjoy myself. She paused, considering. Though I might call him later. The new Pathways students could use a field trip to the marine lab. We've made some real progress with. Yeah, sure, Mom. I cut in, giving her a quick pat before escaping the conversation. The last thing I wanted was a deep dive into marine biology. In the car, Alex wasn't sharing my upbeat mood. Still not over yesterday, he muttered, swerving around a stubborn chicken in the road. The island was overrun with them, feathered hazards at every turn. Seth and his crew, seriously bad news, you don't get it. I get it, I said, though he had no clue what I really knew. His words nagged at me. How was I supposed to see John with the Wingers camped out in my house, hammering together that ridiculous coffin? And Uncle Chris was expecting me for driving lessons. Whatever, it'd work out. For once, I wasn't drowning in dread. Didn't I earn a little joy? Are you even hearing me? Alex snapped as we rolled into the school lot. Huh, sorry, what? He groaned. What's with you today? Forget your meds. Alex, listen, I said, bracing myself. "There's something I need to say. You're gonna hate it." He jerked into a parking spot and yanked the brake. "Swear to God, Pierce," he growled, "if you say you're dating Seth Rector, I'm dumping you on the curb." "You know," I scoffed. "But those guys sort of invited themselves over to build the senior coffin at my place." The silence stretched. His face went eerily still, like he'd short-circuited. For a second, I wondered if I should check his pulse. "Alex," I rushed on. "Mom was all excited after coffin night talk at New Pathways. They showed up with lumber before I could even ask her. She said yes. You know how badly she wants me to blend in here. I can kick them out if it's that big a deal." He just kept shaking his head. "Pierce," he muttered. "Pierce, Pierce, Pierce." "What?" I asked, nerves tightening my throat. "Alex, spare me the story about the garage fire. I already know what happened to the last guy who let them build that thing in his house," I said, my fingers brushing against my necklace out of habit. "I know what I'm signing up for. It'll be fine." But it wasn't just fine. It was going to be something bigger, at least. That's what I told myself. I couldn't say that to him, though. He was still shaking his head, but there was a grin tugging at his lips. "You know what?" he said after a beat. "You're right." I blinked, not sure I'd heard him correctly. "Wait, what?" "You're right," he repeated, shrugging like it was obvious. "It's gonna be okay. Actually, scratch that, it's gonna be awesome. Kind of genius, really." He held out his hand. "Come on, give me some. You're my girl, after all." I hesitated before slipping my hand into his, letting him twist my fingers into some weird, secret handshake. "What's gotten into you?" I asked as we merged into the flood of students heading into school. "I thought you'd be furious. How is this genius?" "Trust me, it just is," Alex said, practically bouncing as he walked. He threw an arm around my shoulders. "Don't overthink it. Actually, forget we even talked about it. It's all good." He nodded at a guy who called out, "Yo, Cabrero." I frowned, my brief moment of relief flickering. "But I thought you couldn't stand those guys." "Oh, I don't," he said, tightening his grip around me. "But here's the upside. If they're at your place, I'll always know where to find them, because you'll keep me posted, right?" "Sure," I said slowly. "But why do you need to know where they are?" "Don't sweat the details," he said, grinning down at me like he'd just won something. "We're golden." "You're not gonna say anything, though, right?" I pressed, unease creeping back in. "Because if word gets out, we're both screwed." "Relax, cuz," he said with a wink. "See you at lunch, flagpole in the quad. Don't ghost me again." "Even you can't mess that up twice." "Yeah, well, yesterday I'd been too freaked out to show. But today, fear wasn't even on my radar. I coasted through my morning classes, riding the high of Alex's weirdly enthusiastic approval. By fourth period, economics, where Kayla nudged me and whispered, "So you and Alex are cool again. Dude, S in such a good mood." I was sketching a girl in a coffin-shaped spaceship blasting flowers at unsuspecting victims. Then a knock at the door snapped me back to reality. The teacher held up a pink slip. "Office wants you." Not just any office. New Pathways, the classroom, erupted in laughter, everyone convinced I'd somehow landed myself in detention or worse. I racked my brain but couldn't figure out what I'd done, unless it was him again. "Enough," the teacher snapped. I barely knew her name yet before turning to me. "Grab your things, Pierce. The bell's about to ring, and you won't have time to come back before lunch." I stuffed my books into my bag while Kayla shot me a confused look. I shrugged, pretending I was clueless, but my stomach twisted. Deep down, I knew. The question was, what had John done this time? I'd actually believed things were good between us. Or had I just been deluding myself? Maybe a regular girl, not even someone who'd cheated death, wasn't meant to date the literal king of the underworld. But did that mean I deserved whatever was coming? Then I saw the police cars outside the office. Not just 1-3. Chief Santos stood in the hallway, flanked by officers. My heart dropped. I sprinted the last few steps, bursting through the door. "What's going on?" The chief lowered his coffee cup, eyebrows lifting. "And you are?" "Pierce Oliviera," Tim answered before I could. His shirt was wrinkled, his face drained of color. "She's the one from, right." The chief jerked his chin toward an open door. "Come with me, miss." Was this about the cemetery? Had they finally decided to pin it on me? "Do I need my mom here?" I crossed my arms. Santos gave me an amused look. "Do you think you do?" Tim stepped in, voice weary. "It's fine, Pierce. They just need to ask you a few questions." Normally, I'd have demanded a lawyer, my dad's influence, but this was Tim. The guy who'd taken my phone yesterday, and okay, I'd forgotten to hand it over today, too, but in my defense, I'd been too busy floating on cloud 9. So I followed Santos into a cramped office stacked with boxes and pamphlets for new pathways. Reinvent yourself. A female officer sat at the table, scribbling notes. She didn't look up until we entered. "Name again?" Santos asked, pulling out a chair. "Oliviera," Tim supplied, flipping open my file. I'd gotten way too good at reading my own name upside down over the past year. The chief gestured to the seat. "Take a load off." "Take a seat, Ms. Oliviera," he said, butchering my last name. This won't take long. Confused but sensing trouble, because when had sitting in a police station ever led to anything good? I lowered myself into the chair. "If this is about the cemetery gate," I said, "I swear I had nothing to do with it." The police chief raised an eyebrow over the rim of his coffee mug before setting it down. "The cemetery gate," he repeated slowly. "And why would you bring that up?" "Because I don't know anything about it," I insisted. "I don't know who messed with it." "Messed with it how?" He exchanged a look with the officer beside him, who stopped writing in her notebook to glare at me like I was a suspect she couldn't wait to cuff. "Kicked it," I said. "Broke the lock." Chief Santos let out a sigh so heavy it sent coffee droplets flying from his mustache. The officer rolled her eyes and resumed scribbling. Tim, sitting at the far end of the table, flipped open my file with exaggerated focus. I could have sworn I heard the officer mutter something under her breath, something that sounded suspiciously like Dewing, before shaking her head in disbelief. "Ms. Whatever," the chief said, rubbing his temples. "The force required to damage that gate was equivalent to launching a grenade. So no, it wasn't just a kick." I picked at my chipped nail polish, suddenly wishing I'd kept my mouth shut. "Oh," I mumbled. Who was I to argue with physics? "We're not here about the gate," he grumbled. "Officer Hernandez." The officer flipped a page in her notebook and droned. "Do you own a blue Sun Cruiser bicycle with a white flower basket, purple seat, red combination lock, and serial number R107511170? My stomach dropped. I don't know." Tim leaned forward. "Pierce," he said gently. "You do. You registered it with the department last year." My pulse kicked up. "Right. Yeah, I have a blue bike with a purple seat and a flower basket." But who memorizes serial numbers? That's like expecting someone to know their social security number backward. "When did you last see the bike?" The chief cut in, taking another sip. "Last night," I said. "When I rode it to the—" I froze. My bike. Still chained to the cemetery fence the moment I walked into the room, I knew something was wrong. My stomach twisted as I took in the grim expressions around me. "Oh no," I whispered, my chair screeching as I shot to my feet. "What happened to him?" It hit me like a punch. Richard Smith was gone. The man who'd last held my necklace. The realization crashed over me. Of course this would happen. Happiness wasn't meant for me. How could I possibly think I could handle this? A death deity, the king of the underworld. I couldn't even keep my best friend safe. I couldn't balance a checkbook. I still hadn't passed my driver's test. "Breathe, Pierce," Tim said, moving to my side as my chest tightened. "We're handling this. It's going to be okay." "But how?" My voice cracked. He was fine when I saw him last. He dropped me off like everything was normal. Tim exchanged a confused glance with the police chief. "Who are you talking about?" "Mr. Smith," I said, the panic fading slightly when I saw their blank stares. "The cemetery sexton. Wait, who are you talking about?" "Jade," Tim said softly. "She never made it home. They found her in the cemetery this morning." The school's paw crackled to life during lunch, but not with the news we expected. No mention of Jade. Instead, the principal announced the hurricane watch had turned into a full-blown warning. Classes were canceled, dismissal moved up. Kayla stabbed at her salad. Why not just send us home now? Nobody's paying attention anyway. I pushed my tray away. Yeah, wouldn't want us to actually talk about what happened. What? Kayla frowned. Nothing. My appetite was long gone. Alex leaned in. Remember when she didn't murder her teacher? Kinda like this. Not even close, I muttered. Jade didn't bash her own skull in. According to Tim, the police thought it was a random attack. No witnesses. Just another tragedy swept under the rug. When the EMS arrived, they found her behind a mausoleum. Richard Smith had spotted her while opening the cemetery gates that morning. Despite rushing her to Ryder Trauma Center in Miami, the injuries were too severe. Even with her bike helmet, the impact to her head had been fatal. I'm sorry, Pierce, Tim murmured, his hand on my shoulder as I collapsed in the conference room, tears streaming down my face. I'm so sorry. But his apology meant nothing compared to the guilt tearing through me. Nothing bad will happen to her. John will make sure of it. That's what Richard Smith had assured me in the car after Jade pedaled away into the storm. Yet here we were, the worst possible outcome. Because John hadn't been there to protect her. He'd been with me. I confronted Mr. Smith the moment I was released from New Pathways, calling him from a payphone outside, my voice shaking. This is my fault, I choked out. Unless you're the one who attacked her with a pipe or a shovel and stole her wallet, bike, and police radio, I don't see how, he replied, infuriatingly calm. You can't exactly pawn a police scanner. You know what I mean. I snapped, drawing stares from passers-by. John was with me when she died. Neither of you is to blame, Miss Oliviera, he said, maddeningly composed. John feels just as terrible as you do. He's the one who found her and woke me. But he said the cemetery wasn't safe, I cried. For you, Richard corrected. He said it wasn't safe for you. No one could have predicted this, not even a death deity. It was just her time. I slammed the receiver down before he could finish. His attempt at comfort, his detached, philosophical take, only made it worse. This was what came from trying to be sweeter. Someone I cared about was gone. Deep down, I knew the truth. Jade's death wasn't on me or John. But grief doesn't play fair. We demand someone answer for the pain, even when there's no one to blame. And too often, like my dad always said, we point fingers at the wrong people. Sometimes, we even blame the victim. We convince ourselves that tragedies only happen to others by finding reasons to blame the victims. She made a bad choice. That's why it happened to her. If I avoid that mistake, I'll be safe. I drowned trying to save a bird, and my mother blames my father for not fixing the pool cover or noticing I was in trouble. But the truth is, I was just careless. When news about Jade's death spread through the quad, almost the second I stepped onto campus, people whispered, "Who rides their bike through a cemetery at night?" She was asking for trouble. As if recklessness was the only explanation. Except there was one flaw in that logic. Jade didn't just die. Someone killed her. The police were searching for the murderer, or at least a witness who could point them in the right direction. By the time storm clouds gathered overhead, the truth started clicking into place. Later, I'd wonder how I missed it for so long. But who wants to believe something that dark? People die in all kinds of ways, tripping into a pool, overdosing after a heartbreak, getting mugged and left alone too long. Most of the time, it's just bad luck. It doesn't mean anything about you. Aunt Deb, Alex answered his phone as we tossed our lunch trays. Let me guess, Pierce forgot her phone again. But sometimes it does mean something. Alex went pale as my mother spoke. She clearly didn't want to talk to me. Others had no problem, though. Hey, Pierce, Farah grinned, her arm looped around Seth's waist as they passed. Hey, I managed, forcing a weak wave. Thunder growled above us. Why did this school insist on outdoor lunches? What were we supposed to do when it poured, like it was about to? Pierce, Bryce bellowed, trailing Cody toward the trash with a stack of burrito wrappers. Pierce, Pierce, Pierce. They chanted it like some ridiculous rally cry. Kayla smirked. What'd you give them yesterday, sugar or a reason to obsess? I scowled. Gross, stop. Alex hung up, his expression hollow. What did my mom want? I asked. He swallowed hard. She's at the police station. They brought my dad in for questioning. He looked like he'd been sucker punched because of Jade's death. The world tilted under me. For a second, I swore it was an earthquake, but no, the sky was clear. What? My thoughts spun. That doesn't make any sense. Someone called in a tip. Alex cut in, his voice tight. Said they saw Dad near the graveyard last night in Grandma's old sedan. Cops towed it for forensic testing. He barked a laugh, sharp and unfamiliar. Grandma's car. Bet they'll find a lifetime supply of knitting needles and half-finished sweaters in there. Alex, I said, my stomach twisting. This couldn't be real. Not all at once. It felt like the universe had glitched, like someone had shuffled the rules and forgotten to tell us. Just as the thought crossed my mind, a sudden wind ripped through the courtyard, sending napkins and wrappers flying. Farah and Nicole yelped, clutching their skirts as guys at nearby tables turned to stare. Alex didn't even blink. He was home all night, he snapped. You know how he is, TV, junk food, parole check-ins, and enough Mountain Dew to drown in, I finished. Beyond the quad, lightning flickered over the water. No, this wasn't happening. Except the dread pooling in my gut said otherwise. Not since the cops showed up at New Pathways. Not even since I'd woken up in that hospital bed. If I was honest, the cracks had started way earlier. Did you like him? Grandma had asked once, winding a scarf around my neck, red, with tassels, something she'd made just for me. You will, she'd said, like it was inevitable. Wait, no, that wasn't right. My memory was twisting things again. Is this just cops being lazy? Kayla muttered. Like, hey, this guy's got a record, let's hassle him. Alex's jaw clenched. He looked ready to slam his fist into the nearest locker, but the only targets left were a few freshmen bolting for cover as the first raindrops hit. I told you. Some witness swears they saw him where he wasn't, in a car he never touched. Kayla's hand settled on his shoulder, her usual sharpness gone. Alex, she said softly, and for once there was nothing else to say. I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am. The memory of Uncle Chris's words from yesterday hit me hard, his voice firm as he told me never to let anyone convince me I wasn't capable of something. That advice wouldn't be an issue anymore, not after today. Alex, give me your phone, I said, holding out my hand. Why? He asked, suspicion cutting through his misery. Because I'm calling my dad, I said. Alex shook his head. Pierce, your dad despises mine, you know that. No, he doesn't, I lied. Just give it to me. Look, Alex said, his voice tight. I get what you're trying to do, but trust me, you don't want to step into this mess. It's way bigger than you think. A dry laugh escaped me, though I didn't feel like laughing. Alex, what I deal with every day makes this look like a walk in the park. Right on cue, thunder cracked so loud it sent the last few students still lingering under the breezeway bolting for their classrooms. I mean it, Pierce, Alex shouted over the wind. Your dad's already done enough damage around here, don't you think? Kayla sucked in a sharp breath. My eyes burned not from the words which I'd heard before, even from my own mother, but from the sting of truth in them. We're late, Alex muttered, pushing past us. I'll meet you at the car at 2 if you need a ride. He hurried toward D-Wing, shoulders hunched, looking smaller than ever, which was saying something, considering he'd shot up 2 inches over the summer. Uncle Chris had proudly shown me the pencil marks on the kitchen doorframe. He didn't mean it, Kayla said quickly. Yeah, I said, shaking my head. He absolutely did, Kayla sighed. Okay, maybe he did, but he's upset. Hey, she frowned, staring past me. Isn't your grandma the lady from Stitch and Yarn? I turned. Sure enough, Grandma was power walking down the breezeway, dressed in her usual eclectic style, flowy linen pants, a loose blouse, and her signature white slip-ons. Around her neck was one of her handmade scarves, the tassels swinging with each step. People around here loved those scarves, some even used them as curtain ties. "Pierce," she called, waving frantically even though she was still half the breezeway away. Her breathing was already labored. Grandma was exactly the outdoorsy type. "Thank goodness I found you. Have you heard about Christopher? It's just terrible." Kayla nudged me. "She's probably here to check you out. They won't let you leave unless it's a family emergency and an adult signs you out." "Oh," I said, watching Grandma close the distance, her scarf fluttering behind her like a distress flag. "Wait, didn't Alex mention her car got towed?" Kayla shrugged, adjusting the strap of her backpack. "Guess she borrowed your mom's ride then." I crossed my arms. "Then why wouldn't my mom text Alex she was coming?" Kayla gave me a look, half amused, half confused. "Seriously? You think your grandma's plotting some kind of abduction?" Did I like him? Hard to say, you'll see. I dropped my bag, my eyes locked on Grandma as she maneuvered past the last row of lockers. The fringe on her scarf swayed, just like mine had the day everything went wrong, drifting in the water above me. How had I missed it before? The truth had been staring me in the face this whole time. Kayla nudged me. "Okay, spill. How messed up is your family, really?" I rolled up my sleeves, my pulse quickening. "Kayla, just go to class," she snorted. Sure, so should I wait for you at Alex's car later or?" "If I'm not there," I said, dead serious, "call 911. Kayla laughed, shaking her head like this was all some ridiculous prank. "Relax, I got you. Me and the cops, we're basically besties." What she didn't know, what only I could see, was the diamond under my shirt. It had been glowing purple, Kayla's usual effect on it, but the second Grandma appeared, it turned pitch black. Always did around her. I used to think it was just her disapproval messing with me. Now I knew better. Grandma finally reached me, breathless. "Why didn't you come when you saw me? I'm exhausted." "Maybe lose the scarf," I muttered. Her sharp blue eyes, so unlike anyone else in our family, narrowed. "What did you say?" I squared my shoulders. "Why are you here, Grandma?" She flapped the ends of her scarf like a fan. "Your mother sent me. It's urgent. Your Uncle Chris." "I know," I cut in. "They brought him in for questioning." She blinked, caught off guard. "Well, if you know, then why are we standing here? Let's move." She grabbed my arm, yanking when I didn't budge. "Pierce, enough. There's no time for this. Can't you feel it? A storm's coming. I'm not getting drenched because of your stubbornness." "What about Alex?" I pressed. "Gone," she said smoothly. "I called him. He couldn't find you. Now hurry up. I've got a business to run." I wrenched my arm free. "Not happening." She tugged harder, her grip surprisingly strong for someone her size. "What's gotten into you?" The air between us crackled, heavy with everything left unsaid. And for the first time, I didn't back down. I could dig my heels in just as hard as she could. "Pierce, what's gotten into you?" Her fingers clamped around my wrist like a vice, cutting off the blood flow. "How many times have I warned your mother about letting you drink all that coffee?" "Oh, that's convenient, isn't it?" The courtyard, the covered walkway, even the swaying fringe on her jacket, everything was tinted red in my vision. But I didn't care. "You'd love it if I forgot everything." "Well, news flash, I remember more than you think. You made sure I went to the cemetery the day of Grandpa's funeral. You planned it so I'd run into John." Grandma stared at me like I was speaking another language. "What on earth are you?" "Grandpa had no clue about your little scheme, did he?" I barreled on, not letting her finish. "Richard Smith told me you lied to him, said you didn't believe in death deities, but you do. In fact, you get a kick out of tormenting them, don't you? Because that's what furies do." Her face turned the same shade as her wrinkled capris. Outside, the wind howled, tangling her gray curls, but her grip on me never loosened. "I have no idea where you're getting these absurd ideas," she snapped. "But if Richard Smith's been filling your head with his delusions, that man is obsessed with some ridiculous notion that death is natural. then you should know better than to listen. I came here to take you to your mother, nothing more. With what car? I shot back. Mom's is with her while they question Uncle Chris, and yours got towed. So nice try, Grandma, but your real mistake, killing me. That's when I saw it, a flash in her icy blue eyes. Not fear. Something colder, sharper. Pure loathing. Oh, I know you never thought I'd put it together, I said, wrenching against her hold. But she clung tighter, her face twisting into something feral. Suddenly, she wasn't the woman who'd baked me cookies or tucked me in at night. She was something else entirely. John had never looked at me like that, not even at his worst. His eyes might have been hollow, but there was always something alive behind them. With Grandma, I wasn't so sure. You sent me into that graveyard when I was 7, I hissed. You wanted me to meet John so when I died, I'd end up in the underworld here on Isla Husos. You thought if I wasn't afraid of him, he might pick me, just like Hades chose Persephone. Admit it. Rain hammered against the breezeway's roof, loud and relentless. I barely noticed. All I saw was the creature in front of me, wearing my grandmother's face. If she'd ever really been her at all. That's why you asked if I liked him that day, I said, my voice shaking as the pieces clicked into place. And when I said I wasn't sure, you told me I'd figure it out. You knew all along. I couldn't believe what I was realizing, how calculated everything had been. The truth was worse than anything I'd imagined. You made that scarf for me, didn't you? The red one with the tassels, the Christmas gift. I wore it outside by the pool, and suddenly it twisted around my legs like it had a mind of its own. You planned it all. You wanted me to fall in, didn't you? And the birds, the one on the pool cover in Westport, the other on the path here in Isla Husos, did you hurt them too? What kind of person tries to kill their own granddaughter? She finally released me, stepping back with ragged breaths, not from exhaustion but from fury. The illusion of a frail old woman melted away, revealing something monstrous beneath. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at me. You, she spat. You ruined everything. You were supposed to stay dead. But you couldn't even manage that, could you? I stared at her, stunned. All this time I doubted myself, but now the truth was undeniable. I warned them, she continued, her tongue flicking over her lips like a serpent S. When Deborah was born, so perfect, so beautiful, I was certain she'd be the one to destroy him. I dragged her through that cemetery for years, trying to catch his attention. And what happened? Nothing but you. She let out a bitter laugh. I leave you alone for 5 minutes, and suddenly he can't take his eyes off you. If I'd known he preferred idiots with messy hair, I wouldn't have wasted time on your mother's manicures. The words stung more than they should have. She wasn't my grandmother anymore, but the cruelty still cut deep. Killing you is easy, she hissed. The real problem is that you keep coming back. You're more like your father than any of us expected. I lifted my chin, forcing strength into my voice. You know what? I'll take that as a compliment. Even if she meant it as an insult, I wasn't going to let her see me break. I told them it wouldn't work, she snapped, ignoring me. But did they listen? No, and now everything's ruined. If you're not dead beside John Hayden, he'll never be truly happy. John Hayden's happiness wasn't something we could just snatch away, but I had no problem fixing that little issue myself. The second I moved, she came at me, only to walk straight into the punch I'd thrown exactly how my dad's old bodyguard had drilled into me. Self-defense 101. The impact sent her reeling back with a scream, so piercing it cut through the red-hot anger clouding my vision. And then, like clockwork, John appeared. Because of course he did, materializing in the middle of Isla Husos High's quad like showing up during a storm, and a brawl between his girlfriend and her fury grandmother was just another Tuesday for him. Black jeans, black tea, zero surprise. "Let's go," he said, calm as ever, hooking an arm around my waist and hauling me off like I weighed nothing. No greeting. No nice punch, by the way, just pure, efficient John. I twisted to glare at the thing that used to be my grandmother. "I'll be back for you," I snapped, half delirious. He didn't slow down until we rounded the corner toward B-Wing, his grip unshakable even as I squirmed. "No," he said, in that same flat tone he'd used when refusing a coffee refill at the diner. "You won't." "What do you mean?" I shoved my hair out of my face, breathless. "John, she's a fury. You swore none were after me, but surprise, my own grandma's one. She killed me, that scarf I tripped on, her handiwork. She's been gunning for you longer than I've been alive." He didn't put me down until we hit a stretch of the breezeway he deemed safe, or at least far enough from her shrieking. Even then, he pinned me against a locker, hands firm on my shoulders. "I know," he said, dead serious. I gaped. "You knew about her." "Not her," he admitted, jaw tight. "But you were right, there are furies after you." "I told you." I yanked my necklace up, the diamond still pitch black. "This thing doesn't lie." It went dark with the jeweler, with Mr. Mueller. They were furies too. If only it came with instructions. "Pierce," he cut in, voice low. The weight in that single word shut me up fast. John's face was darker than I'd ever seen before. "The furies took Jade's life," he said. Tears welled up instantly. My fingers went slack and the necklace slipped from my grip, the heavy diamond thudding against my ribs. "John, no, not my grandmother," my voice cracked. "She's alive, but if you're right, she might have known them. Jade said 3 masked men attacked her. She didn't recognize them." "Why Jade?" My throat tightened. "She never hurt anyone. Unless you counted handing out wisdom and strawberry Twizzlers." His storm gray eyes were hollow. "Don't you get it? They thought she was you, Pierce. You're always racing through that graveyard on your bike." I looked up at him, my stomach twisting. "If Mr. Mueller was one of them, then this isn't the first time someone got hurt because of me. Because of Hannah. What about Hannah?" He just stared, silent. Rain drummed harder now, turning into a downpour. "Maybe," I whispered. "I should have let you finish him." His hands tightened on my shoulders. "No, you were right to stop me with the jeweler too. It's not them doing this, Pierce. It's the furies controlling them. I forget that sometimes." "There has to be a way to stop them before they hurt someone else," I insisted. "There has to be." "They don't stay down," he said. "You can break bones, even kill the bodies they're using. It doesn't matter. But when I hit my grandmother earlier, if that worked, do you think any of them would still be around?" He kept glancing over his shoulder like he expected her to appear any second. "Trust me, I've tried. They just find someone new, some poor soul weak enough to take over." "Then what do we do?" I wrapped my arms around his neck, needing something to hold on to. He pressed his face into the crook of my shoulder, clinging like I was the only thing keeping him from drowning. The realization hit me, he wasn't comforting me. I was comforting him. That scared me more than anything else tonight. "I thought if I stayed away," he muttered into my hair, "you'd be safe. But you weren't even safe from your own." "Stop." I couldn't let him finish. Why did my grandmother hate him so much? "We'll figure it out." "No." He pulled back just enough to look at me, hands still gripping my shoulders. "This won't be okay, Pierce. The furies are here and they want you." I swallowed hard. "But the necklace," I gestured to it, desperate to show him I wasn't defenseless. I had shielded myself, but I couldn't shield anyone else. "Now that I get what's happening, with a little more practice, I know I can." He cut me off with a shake of his head. "Pierce," he said, his voice steady. "I've been turning this over since I found Jade, and there's only one way I can keep you safe from the furies." My breath caught. "Really? How?" "You won't like it," he warned. "Just tell me," I pressed. His lips brushed my forehead, lingering for a heartbeat. "Close your eyes," he murmured. "Why?" I tensed, suspicion creeping in. "Trust me," he said. "It won't hurt." Then it hit me what he was about to do. I twisted, shoved, kicked, but his grip was iron. "John, no." Begged, clawing at his arms. "Not like this. My grandmother warned me this is exactly what they want." But he was stronger. And then I blinked. 1, 2, 3. The room snapped into focus, unchanged. The same gauzy curtains fluttering in the breeze, the same tapestries against marble walls, the same fire crackling in the hearth. Even the sky outside was that eerie, unchanging twilight pink. And the bed, of course the bed was still there, draped in white, waiting. I tore free the second his arms loosened. "No," my voice cracked as I took in the nightmare I'd been dragged back into. "Pierce," he said, annoyingly calm, "this is for your own good." For my own good. I looked down at myself, another white gown, another unwanted makeover. My fingers tangled in my hair, finding flowers woven into it. I ripped them out and flung them to the floor. "Stop dressing me like some doll." His expression flickered with something like disappointment. "I thought you'd like it. You look beautiful." "Beautiful?" I nearly choked. "I'm going to kill you," he just shrugged. "Too late for that." Then he strolled to the bookshelf, pulled out a volume, and settled onto the couch like this was any ordinary afternoon. Like he hadn't just ripped me out of my life. If he thought this was over, he was dead wrong. My legs trembled as I shoved past him, charging toward the same arched hallway that had once been my path to freedom. He didn't move to block me, didn't even speak. That should have been my first clue something was off, but hope had me blind. The staircases loomed ahead just as I remembered. I hesitated, glancing back, half expecting him to call after me, some plea, some warning about the Furies, some question about what I'd even do if I made it out. But silence. Hiking up my ridiculous dress, I bolted down the steps, déjà vu hitting hard. The door at the bottom, locked. Obviously. He wasn't falling for the same trick twice. I rammed my shoulder against it, kicked until my toes throbbed, but it didn't budge. So I took the other staircase, the one spiraling up. Same story. Locked. I wasn't done yet. I scoured the hallway like a bloodhound, palms skimming the walls for hidden doors. All I found was a ridiculously fancy bathroom, sunken tub, garden view, those same flowers he'd tucked in my hair blooming below. Desperate, I squeezed through the window, sprinted across the garden, and clawed my way up the wall. At the top, my stomach dropped. The lake. The same one where I'd stood shivering with the dead a lifetime ago. No boats. Well, no boats for me. On the far shore, they were loading passengers without a care. Defeated, dress shredded and filthy, I trudged back to the bedroom. He hadn't moved. Same chair, same book. "If you're planning to kick me," he said, flipping a page, "I'd appreciate it if you aimed softer than you did those doors." "Try me," I shot back. "Unless your next words are Pierce, just relax." "You know this is the only way." He ignored my glare. "We could visit the stables later. Alastair's probably forgiven you by now." I sank onto the couch beside him, finally understanding the wild look he'd worn every time I'd seen him. The walls already felt like they were squeezing the air from my lungs. "John," I said, gripping his arm. "Am I dead?" The book lowered. His gaze locked onto mine, unreadable. "No, I brought you here to keep you alive. The Furies want you dead. I thought you knew that." My throat tightened. "So on Isla Husos, I just vanished." He considered it. "Guess so." "Not sure," he admitted, his voice tight with worry. "This is new for me, saving someone I love from the Furies." His expression shifted to panic when he saw my tears welling up. "Hey, don't do that." "How can I not?" My voice cracked. "You just told me you love me." He tossed the book onto the couch and pulled me close. "Why else would they be after you? The Furies don't hunt people for no reason." "I had no idea," I whispered, my tears soaking into his shirt. "You never said a word. Every time we met, you were so unpredictable. What did you expect?" He let out a short laugh. "You kept throwing drinks in my face." I shot him a watery glare. "This isn't a joke. If I'm not at Alex's car by 2, Kayla's calling the cops. And she will. Who knows what my grandmother will tell them. She'll spin some story about you drowning me in the bay. My mom," my breath hitched. "She doesn't even know you exist." "Easy," he murmured, running his fingers through my hair. "It doesn't have to go that way. Richard knows me. I can have him tell your mom we eloped. I'll even give him notes from you." "John," I cut in, pulling back. "Are you serious? Nobody writes letters now. And if Richard hands my mom anything, my dad will have him locked up before sunset. Do you even realize who my father is?" His lips brushed my forehead. "Doesn't matter to me." "It should," I snapped. I can't just disappear without consequences. People would notice, or did you forget that? Even if my grandmother's a fury, there are still people who'd look for me. And you, my voice turned bitter. You get a whole night in your honor because no one buried you right. Coffin night's yours, isn't it? He stayed silent, his mouth tracing my temple. Kind of hypocritical, denying me the same. Pierce. He finally met my gaze, his eyes sharp as flint. I know what you're doing, and it's not happening. Be mad at me all you want. You've done it before, I'll live. You always seem mad at me, so honestly, I've gotten used to it. I'll sit here as long as it takes, months, years, whatever, just to know you're safe where I can watch over you. His grip tightened around me, his arms as unyielding as his tone. You don't understand what they're capable of. What happened to Jade? That was nothing compared to what they'd do to you. I can't even describe it, it's too twisted. The tears had dried on my face, not just because crying wouldn't change anything, but because the raw edge in his voice made me forget my own pain for a moment. His pain was sharper. When I first saw her this morning, he continued, for a second I thought it was you, if it had been. His voice trailed off, and I caught a flicker of something in his eyes, something deep and wounded, like a shadow darting beneath water. Whatever he'd endured, whatever I'd put him through, had left a mark, one I couldn't reach. So you can't try to leave again, he said, firm. No matter what, here I can keep you safe. Out there, I'd lose you. I don't know why I did it, but I lifted my hand to his face. I should have been furious, and part of me was. But I also knew those locked doors couldn't be the only way out. I'd find another, not to run from him, but to get back to my life, to my mom, to clear Uncle Chris's name. To stop the Furies before they hurt anyone else, even John. Because no matter what he or Richard Smith claimed, there had to be a way to end this. For now, though, I just needed him to know I meant it. The apology I'd whispered in the cemetery, the regret I felt tracing the scars I'd left on him. When I murmured, "I'm sorry," this time it wasn't just words. He pressed his lips to my palm, that familiar half-smile tugging at me. "Give it a real chance this time," he said. "Who knows, you might actually enjoy staying." I managed a smile back. Then my gaze drifted past him to the bed. Looming like an unspoken question, the truth hit me hard. He was absolutely right. I might actually grow to enjoy this place. Maybe that was my real fear all along, not him. What awaits us after death? Every civilization has grappled with this mystery, crafting myths about the afterlife, from the Aztecs to modern Christianity and Islam. My fascination with death deities began in high school, especially the tale of Hades and Persephone, which planted the seeds for abandon. While the story is fictional, it draws from real-world beliefs. Studies show that 20% of people who brush against death report near-death experiences, though many find the trauma of almost dying more harrowing than the supernatural aspects. For Pierce Oliviera, the protagonist, that wasn't the case. Key West, the inspiration for abandoned setting, has a dark history. Originally called Cayo Huso, Bone Island, by Ponce de Leon, its beaches were strewn with skeletal remains, likely from the Calusa people, who later killed him with a poisoned arrow. In 1846, the Great Havana Hurricane obliterated nearly every structure, including the lighthouse and naval hospital, scattering coffins into the ocean. That disaster forced the cemetery's relocation to Passover Lane, where above-ground crypts are now required. Locals whisper that this tragedy birthed Coffin Week, a controversial tradition where seniors hide a coffin for juniors to find. Funny how disaster lingers, whether in myths, history, or a high school prank. Some fears outlast even death itself. Every chapter in Abandon opens with a passage from Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, specifically Inferno, where Dante ventures into the underworld with Virgil as his guide. This choice mirrors the struggles of the characters, many of whom have been left behind or have given up hope entirely. For those curious about the Greek underworld, Edith Hamilton's Mythology, timeless tales of gods and heroes, offers deeper insight. But is John Hayden's Underworld the same as the one ruled by Hades? That's a mystery to unravel in future books. I'm thrilled about where this series is headed, and I hope you are as well. The next book, Underworld, will take you even deeper into the shadows. The abandoned trilogy, a dark reimagining of the Persephone myth, Book 2. Underworld, leaving the land of the dead, isn't an option when its ruler refuses to let you go. Pierce Oliviera, 17 and very much alive, finds herself trapped in a shadowy in-between realm, a place where lost souls linger before moving on. John Hayden insists he's keeping her there for her own protection. Not all spirits rest in peace. Some return as furies, twisted by rage, hunting the one who condemned them and the girl he loves. The underworld might shield Pierce from their wrath, but darker threats wait in its depths, ones tied to John himself. If she isn't careful, this time there won't be a way out.